beat goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. Made for millennium. I am made for millennium. G-O-G-O-G-O-A, keep time, we don't need you. We the greatest of all, and time you'll believe. G-O greatest don't evolve, happens in the fetus. See my gritted jaws, wonder who gon' feed us. Hungry to win, hard pressed to beat us. Hundreds and tens, hard fresh to beat us. Thought I knew men, most of them was divas. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius.
Lead change now, do they play outside of the point? That's gonna be the call. And now you're back in front of back.
Back, I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows get the medal at. They pedal for the stacks. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettles black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just the one.
Your Major 1 champion, Atlanta Thieves.
Taking his time, messing with C9. 9 in a row, 11 in a row, trying to close it out here on P2.
Time, I don't need you. Lifespan forever, ever, Jesus. Said we never, ever beat us. Death will never see us. Backflip podcasts, skits and pieces. Black boots and black suits with creases. With no committee, they give us pennies to tease us. We cause vibrations, give us sedatives to seize us. Render the season with the seasons. This ain't my kingdom, this my teaser. They say I'm cocky, pointing fingers, cause I say my life is my live memory. You just a dream. Everything I dream of is something I achieve. You are underachieved. I'm Kakawada,
Major 2 champion, Atlanta Thieves.
Bro, how fucking pathetic.
Breakers, you're a fucking breaker!
It's a 2-team lead.
Oh my God! Let's go.
Keep the medal at. They pedal for the stats. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettle black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking like it's gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just the one before the building like a bellow. If they gon' hear you roar, time to let go.
I'm hoping for a war, a battle. Will it be a 2-2 split on the wins this year heading into champs? Here we go, map 1, phase, Thieves. It's another trophy, it's another win. It's the beginning of something special. LA Thieves, your Major 4 champs.
Welcome to the Call of Duty League champs. Teams have proven themselves all year long. The grind, the glory, the gauntlet. But it all comes down to this.
And well, Hellstorm is in a sick by the 10 spree to triple on a shot team.
1v1.
Where is he? Wallbase! The Wallbase on point at A.
And the dance is on! Ring call!
Everything is going his way. He's taking over.
What's his timing going to be like? It's like
is going to be good. The movement is there. That is incredible. Out of Hydra. Are you kidding?
Who will rise above? Who will lift the trophy and be able to call themselves a champion?
It's the biggest weekend at Call of Duty, ladies and gentlemen. 8 teams competing for their share of $2 million. It's the great battles happening up north live from Canada. This is Call of Duty Championship Weekend 2025, and we are in store for a fantastic showdown. The greatest players to ever grace Call of Duty all in one venue, some of them at the desk. Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside Miles. We've got Rosalie. We've got Nameless, a man who's been at every single champs, including Black Ops 2. And we are now in Black Ops 6 2025. How we feeling?
Yeah, it's wild how far we've come, man. In Canada, the first international COD champs. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And we know you have to win champs to cement yourself as a legend. Somebody's going to do that this weekend.
$2 million up for grabs this weekend, but it's all about being the best on the planet. Allie, do you have a favorite coming in?
The cash certainly helps, but obviously I think the favorites are bleeding red on that stage in LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe, but I would love an upset at the end of this champs.
We did see an upset last year on day number 1. Miles, you feeling upsets brewing here in Kitchener?
Day one's a place where the upsets happen, and I have a very funny feeling we've got a couple of opportunities for it today, Chris.
We have so much going down in the venue. We brought in some very special guests. You know them, you love them. They're on the stage right now. Sky Blazing Lottie.
Yeah, yes, sir, Chris. You got your stage host and your floor host on the stage, ready to get this weekend started. Lottie, it is Champs Weekend, and we know it's going to be spectacular, and I'm happy to have you back.
Well, thank you very much, Blaze. I am so excited to be here. It's good to be back home as well. 2025, though, champs. Somebody's going to be taking it all. I can't wait to find out who it will be, and I'll be chatting to all the players to find out how they're feeling about it all.
We're going to make sure we bring you guys all the action on stage, behind the scenes. We're going to keep you guys in tune at home, but that's going to do it for us. Chris, let's get the show going.
Thank you, Blaze. And we can't start the show without talking about the favorites. We highlighted the teams in red have been juggernauts this weekend. But Atlanta FaZe has done something that no other team has shown capable of so far, a three-peat. They did it at EWC. They come into a brand new game, win Major 1, Minor 1, Major 2. All the trophies were heading to Atlanta at the start of the year.
They've been unbelievable. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they're trying to cement a dynasty, right? And it's almost a question mark of like, I feel like they've already done it at this point. But for them, this champs kind of means everything. They win those first 2 events of the year, and their real true battle has been versus the LA Thieves. That has been our go-to throughout the entirety of this season, and it's been the tail end of the year that we're starting to see everybody on this team be on all cylinders. We saw the ARs have a strong start. We've seen the SMGs be turning up during Major 3 and Major 4, so if they all get on the same page, we're looking at a dominant showing.
Miles, when we take a look at this squad, FaZe so confident. They are always comfortable on a championship Sunday. They've started the season off red hot, but they've cooled off lately. Expectations this weekend for what was the best team in the game.
Still sky high. Still absolutely one of the front runners there. You could arguably win the whole thing outright. It comes down to confidence. It comes down to who's playing great. It comes down to how they're feeling about this tournament. So it could absolutely happen. I don't care what you think, Ontario. I'm telling you, babe, these guys are good. They've been doing it since 2019, since MW 2019. That core 3 have always been a front runner in every game we've played. They're the greatest.
2019 now to 2025. Atlanta FaZe, of course, bringing in a very important piece to their puzzle, though. He goes by the name of Draza, and he has brought some bark to their bite. Let's take a look at the showdown we're all looking forward to. It's Draza versus Scrap. This is an AR showdown that extends beyond the game.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch throughout the years. You know, they're on the 2 best teams in the game. They're always lighting it up. You know, Scrap, one of the best players that we have in the league in that position, just does things that no one else can do. And then Draza playing with that extra energy. He's just the jack of all trades, man. All 3 game modes, he's making massive impact plays. It is a battle every time they're on that stage.
And I feel like my favorite thing about this rivalry is how similarly they both played the game and the roles on their teams. These are both going to be kind of your more aggressive ARs for their respective teams, and they've been going at it all season long. For Scrap, obviously, this would be huge bragging points for him because even though overall in series wins, he's still got to get 1 more to catch up to Draws.
Number 1 seed belongs to this team, though. Despite Atlanta FaZe winning the first 2 trophies, it was LA Thieves in the second half of the season that rocks both W's. So, Nameless, what should we know about the one squad that has finally dethroned FaZe for the top spot coming into a champs event?
Yeah, they've answered every question, Chris, right? Like, they won their championship, and people were like, oh, but they didn't have to go through Atlanta FaZe. Well, played them at the next tournament, and they won there. I mean, the superstars, Hydra and Scrap have been unreal this season, a real case for MVP on either side of that. Then you look at Envoy and Ghosty. Ghosty, this is the best season that we've seen from him. I mean, people were asking questions like, was he going to be able to keep up in the slaying department with these guys alongside him? Last split, he was phenomenal. I think he was the tipping point to get them to that dominant status. And yes, LA Thieves are here to win, eclipsing Atlanta for that number 1 seed.
Shades of Vanguard, man. You have this fantastic end-of-year run straight into a major champs. It's the way the Thieves got their first ring here in the CDL. It could well be the case again. Major 3, Major 4 back-to-back wins to 3-peat would put them alongside the FaZe boys as well.
540 points. They earned the number 1 seed. And as you take a look, remember, we started with 12 squads here in the CDL. Only the top 8 made it here. And this is how it all broke down from match number 1 online to major 1. Atlanta FaZe had the early start, but Ali, LA Thieves at the very end steals the top spot. What else did you see along the way?
For me, it was the drop-off of Carolina Royal Ravens. That was a team in the top 3, top 4 conversation at the beginning of this season. They were undefeated, the best team in the game at Search and Destroy, and it has just been a downward spiral since then. So I'm hoping with these 3 weeks, they had a lot of work done for this champs week.
Carolina is coming in with the number 6 seed. They'll play Toronto tonight. Let's take a look at everything that is happening here in the bracket, because we've got LA Thieves with that top seed taking on Boston. FaZe with the number 2 seed takes on number 7 Optic. What's the closest match, though, in this opening round, Miles?
I honestly could be either one of those. I'm looking forward to Ultra Ravens. Apart from that, though, I believe, truthfully, I mean, it's 50-50 right now between Thieves and Breach, and their match head-to-heads is what? 2 either side?
2 and 2.
That's a great matchup.
Yeah, and then I think, looking at this list, obviously FaZe Optic could be incredible. Ultra and Ravens have won Game 5, I believe, both times they played on land this year. But Surge and Heretics, something feels special about that game.
Yeah.
Heretics game is trending. Surge, one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. That could be electric.
We'll be breaking down that game in just a few moments. That is the opening battle here in our winners bracket. But before we get to the games, out of the 32 players that made it here to champs, only 8 are all-stars. It's time to earn their honors and give those awards on the stage with Guy Blaze.
It is, Chris, because here in the Black Ops season, we have had dominant veterans and new rising stars in the league. And now it's time to honor our all-stars. Make some noise for them, everybody. Here is your second team, rounding them out first. Make some noise from the Miami Heretics. It's Rancor. Followed up from Atlanta FaZe, it's Draza. Coming in from the hometown, Toronto Ultra, it's Thieves. And last but definitely not least, make some noise from Atlanta FaZe, Abizi. One more time, Ontario, make some noise for your second team All-Stars.
I mean, you talk about it being the second team All-Stars, but there is so much storylines behind each one of these players. I mean, you talk about Draza, he gets plugged into the core 3 in Atlanta FaZe to try to put them over that hump. Rencor, a literal rookie who has been unbelievable, one of the best ARs in this game so far this year. His story has been unbelievable, and then even with Thieves, he has been carrying Toronto Ultra when it feels like it comes to Search and Destroy at the beginning of this season. I think this team is disgusting.
If I come across those 4 names in rank play, I'm hitting all F4 so hard, man. That is a disgusting squad.
I'm instantly just like, they're all hacking. They hack. I mean, you look at this roster, I mean, they're all so good at the game, and I think it speaks volumes to how good Rencor is, in the company of Draza, Thieves, and Abizi. All these guys have just been electric on the map. Rencor coming into this Miami team. Dude, some of his statistics are just absolutely bonkers. Go take a deep dive on Breaking Point and see what that guy's doing on the map. Yeah, but yes, this second team All-Stars, unreal.
That is our second team All-Stars, but there is only one Scuff Team of the Year. Guy Blaze, who earned that honor?
Man, these 4 players dominant all season, Chris, to come up on this stage and be your Scuff Team of the Year. And now it's time to bring out the first player, your second SMG, your 2-time world champion, 7-time event MVP, part of the most dominant duo doing history. Make some noise for Chris Sip Lair. Now it's time for your first SMG, the 2023 World Champion, 2023 Season MVP, and possibly the craziest POV in Black Ops 6, the French Phenom, All Hail Hydra! Now it's time for the Scuff Team of the Year, second AR, the King Cobra with the venomous words and a poisonous shot, loving to wrap up his opponents and take them out. It's Celium! And now it's time for the first AR, taking over Ian and out the game, the loudest mouth in the league with the shot to back it up. Make some noise for Scrap! One more time, Ontario, get loud for your Scuff Team of the Year.
Special, and he is still going.
Feeling good.
Scrap absolutely smokes him. Nice nade combination there. Scrap, give me all four. The flank. Scrap gets it. The second.
No, it's all down to Sim. It's a 1v4, and it's soon to be over. Wait a minute.
Can he do it? Yes, medal. Oh, unbelievable moment. This man is the reincarnation of God. As he wins another. This time he's going to be like, looks like it's going to be good. The movement in there, that is incredible. Out of Hydra. Are you kidding? My God, he is special and he is still going.
One. Unbelievable.
Godlike.
Cell is Mr. Untradeable right now.
Celium's got the ice. He's got the sauce.
Congratulations to our Scuff Team of the Year. No surprise to see two members of LA Thieves and two members of Atlanta FaZe. Can you think if these four players ever came together on a roster, no one's taking a map from them.
Maybe the second team of All-Stars, but no,
way.
yeah, that team is absolutely disgusting.
Probably the most stacked All-Star team we have ever seen.
Most expensive
You look across
All-Star
all
team.
four of those players, and there's one word that comes to mind, is generational. Every single one of them came into the league, you're like, they are going to win championships. And sure enough, they did.
Well, Scrap's still looking for his first ring. Can he get it this weekend? You have to stay tuned to find out. In the meantime, we got to give a shout out to the players that helped earn their team a spot here at Champs for an opportunity to earn a ring. It's Hidden Heroes, where we give you 3 facts. And this one, the very special category is mid-season pickups. So let's take a look here. Nameless, please do us the honors. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Where are we going?
All right, so we'll go top right, join stage 2. Best placement second, the Silver Surfers. Neptune.
Neptune, it's got to be. Back-to-back
That's
second
a good
place.
Nice.
Travi earning the top spot in the top right, bottom right. What do we got? A .99 miles.
I'm going to go with 0.99 bottom right. I'm going to go with Super of the Miami Heretics.
Best placement third.
Nice.
Oh, wait, you guys
Okay,
are
2 for 2.
2?
Come on, dap me right here.
No,
All
not
right.
stressed out.
Allie, no pressure.
You guys know I'm so bad at this.
Top
I'm
left or
stressed
bottom
out.
left? Where are we going?
I'm gonna go top left, Mercules.
A 1.05. Hercules.
All right,
joining
Chris.
the team in stage
All right,
4.
Chris,
Favorite player.
Join team in stage 3. He's got a
12 is
.82.
diabolical.
He goes by the name of Dylon Rex.
Yep. Gotta be.
Doing
That's
Rex.
so messed up.
Yeah, to the league. Carolina still in it. Dylan's got to drop a 1.8 if they want to survive.
His game's
this opening
trending.
round, though.
He started to play well. in the
Yeah,
last
it's been
couple
I
of
love
weeks.
your positivity.
Yeah, his
truly.
game was trending. Yeah.
Truly.
While Carolina is trying to find their former form, Miami Heretics have kept a very consistent run, a surprise run since the start of the season. 3rd place in Madrid. We thought it was the Spanish home crowd bump. No, they've done it in Boca Raton. They do it in Dallas. Heretics are coming into this with the 5th seed, arguably one of the biggest threats coming into this opening winners bracket round one.
They're one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. They play at a pace that makes it incredibly difficult for the rest of the league to keep up with, and that's why their opening round versus Surge is so important, because Surge is a more methodical and defensive-heavy team. And for Miami Heretics, I don't know what they're cooking up over there, but their rookies are unbelievable. You bring in Rancor, they automatically double their firepower. You go a couple of weeks in, and suddenly they're like, all right, our search and destroy needs to be cleaned up because our control hasn't been great. You bring in Super, dropping 1.4 averages overall on the season in that game mode. Disgusting from the side of Miami Heretics.
You've had guys like Metals playing in champs going back to 2019, but now you have two rookies, including this man. Rancor talked to the fans at the end of Major 1. Here's what he had to say, finishing top 3.
I'm feeling amazing, honestly. I'm so nervous. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my English. I'm shaking right now. I'm sorry, but I've been dreaming for this when I was child.
It's a great moment for him. You deserve it. Yes, hear all these people. Escúchalos, porque te lo mereces.
One thing we've learned about the Spanish, they play with that emotion. Rancor showing it on this stage, and they show it in game as well. 3 top 4 finishes. This is the best we have seen of any all one country team from Europe.
Absolutely, with good reason as well. I mean, the Heretics, this is the best they've looked for a long time. The best thing about MW3 was actually their team pack. So I'm a big fan of this Heretics squad. Look, they play great COD. They're a fun team to watch in and out of the game. I can't see how they do this weekend.
What I love about them is they break rules, right? You watch them in Hardpoint, as Ali was mentioning, how good they've gotten there. It's like they're not afraid to give up the back all chow. Like, this is a Miami team that they're rustling the feathers of some of the top squads. You've seen the beef, and they play with passion. So if you're just joining us for champs, they're a team to root for. They're going to be an incredible watch.
Miami technically underdogs against Vancouver. Optic also going to be underdogs in their matchup against Atlanta FaZe. And while Miami seemed to find their success instantly with Rancor and Super, Optic went through a number of roster rotations this year.
Number is certainly a way to word that. So this is our starting roster, right? It's the OG, the team that wins championships, and things just weren't panning out. So what happens? First, we're going to replace one of our SMGs in Pred. It's a household name. We know it. We love him. It is Hook the Nuke. He helps them in their online presence, but still something is missing. They need somebody to lead the troops. Kenny, typically able to fill that role, he gets swapped out for Caesar Skies. What has happened? There still is no immediate success. So Optic Texas, it has been a tossing of players trying to find the right puzzle piece, and I think they've almost found it, bringing back in Hook, replacing Skies with Mercury.
This is such a hard year for Optic, man. I mean, you go from winning the whole thing to having to make a team change, at times multiple team changes per stage. It's been a crazy run, man. I mean, it's been hard to watch as an Optic fan. I think it's been even harder to do as an Optic player. But right now, we'll see how they go. They had a good 3 weeks.
What was missing? Because you won a world championship with the same roster. So what were they looking for at the start of the year?
Yeah, I mean, it's unique in Call of Duty where we have a new title every single year, right? You have to have great transferable traits as a team unit in order to make that work. And we've seen the champs hangover time and time again. This is the hardest I've ever seen it hit for a team that kept that roster going into the next year. And it just seemed like it took a little bit to get Shotzi and Dashy going, right? Like, you have to have the right roster. Ali mentioned you need to have, like, an in-game leader who's going to step up to the table. It didn't seem like they had that all year long, right? And they were on the verge, guys, of not making it to champs. That was a real discussion. That almost happened. So Optic in a much better spot now, but man, it's been a hell season if you're a Greenwall fan.
It just feels like the difference between them right now and the other top teams, talking about Atlanta FaZe, talking about LA Thieves, is that they have the talent. They have the transferable talent when it comes to games, obviously, but the chemistry just hasn't been there. Something hasn't been gelling. 40 bombs weren't enough to solidify wins, but with Mercules, it feels like maybe the waters have calmed. Maybe there's some gelling there. They've had 3 weeks heading into champs, so hopefully if you're an Optic Texas fan, things are finally clicking because this is the final weekend.
Last time we saw them play was against FaZe. They played them tight. They've had 3 weeks of good practice. Anything is possible right now. If you're an Optic fan at home, if you're a believer, this could well be your moment, because let's face it, it's champs, man. The last time we saw them come into this tournament, dead last, rock bottom. What do? Win the whole thing.
Yep.
Last year was a bit of a heartbreaker if you were a Toronto fan. We are now in Canada. Can this new look Toronto Ultra make a run to a championship Sunday? Something that we saw from Kleenex and Insight since the beginning of their career, Allie.
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking about household names in Kleenex and Insight, and those are the two players that actually have been hitting their stride in the past two events. It was a lot of Joe to C's in the beginning. Those two, Beans and Joe, get added at the beginning of the season to this roster, and Joe is unbelievable in search and destroy, but the rest of his teammates hadn't really figured out the game yet when you hit stage 3 and suddenly the ball gets rolling. Beans starts getting some of his slaying up, and for Toronto, what keeps them in a lot of these series, they're one of the only teams disgusting at control right now. Control, to me, has been the win or lose for a lot of these top teams during this season, and for Toronto Ultra, they have been one of the few that have been disgusting in that game mode.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have some issues. Of all like the teams are coming in that could potentially be a contender, this is a team where you're like, man, they needed to have some progress in this last 3 weeks, particularly in search and destroy.
Yeah.
To start the year, incredible at the game mode. The subs were playing well. Joe was playing well. They had some great maps that were lockups headed into series. And then recently, they haven't been able to buy one, right? So this is a Toronto team that, yes, if they can figure out their search and destroy, get back to how they were in stage 1, they are a championship threat.
Toronto looking for ice once again. You can see the red hot start for Kleenex and Insight. Back-to-back grand finals. They finished 3rd last year in MW3. Looking to finish top 3 at a home champs would be a fantastic run once again. Who's going to try and get in their way? Well, it seems like Vancouver Surge. Surprise squads that made huge improvements after adding in pieces. We mentioned what Neptune has done during the regular season, but coming into champs, I want to turn the focus. Nasty and Abuza, the ARs, may be the players to watch. Talking with Easy Mac, our stats wizard, he says Nasty may be the most underrated player in the game. He's been dropping bombs against the big teams.
I love that you bring that up, because you know me, Nasty is one of the players that I was signaling of like, absolutely this team is built up of underrated players over the past couple of years, and it does feel like since the addition of Neptune, they have been completely enabled, right? And the funny thing about Nasty is he loves to turn up versus the top teams. He loves going up against LA Thieves. He loves going up against Atlanta FaZe. The only thing with Vancouver Surge right now is I feel like they need to find some consistency with their slaying. They bomb out at Major 4. That was a shock to everybody, and I think we do need to lean a little bit more on 04, especially right now for those opening duels.
Yeah, I mean, I think the slaying's there in the hardpoint. They've been one of the best hardpoint teams, arguably the best, over the course of the last 2 months. It's just their search and control. It is staggering how bad those game modes have been for them. They have had weeks to work on it, and you can see some of the high tides before and after Neptune. One of the biggest pickups of the year. Neptune has been sensational for this roster. Like we said, the hardpoint's still world class.
Ladies and gentlemen around the world, this is Call of Duty Championships 2025, and it begins with the winners bracket today. All 4 matches are happening live on YouTube.com. Let's take a look here at our opener. Vancouver Surge taking on Miami. LA Thieves versus Boston after. We've got the home squad in Toronto Ultra taking on Carolina, and we close it out with El Clasico, Atlanta FaZe, Optic Texas, round 1 of a champs bracket. It's going to get insane tonight,
It's so good. We start things off with such a good match as well. I mean, Surge, we just talked about them earlier. I think this is a known quantity, man. I mean, they've made it 2 grand finals back-to-back, but they don't manage to win a single map, which stings quite a lot, so I think confidence is an issue there. They've had 3 weeks to get through that. They've had 3 weeks to listen to some nice self-help podcasts and figure themselves out, but their opponents are honestly one of my favorites in this entire competition.
I agree, Miles. I mean, you've had the opportunity to cast a lot of their gameplay, kind of what I was talking about earlier, where like they're not afraid to break rules. And then you talk about like this roster bringing in Super, gave them this extra dynamic in Search and Destroy where you never know where they're coming from. And you can see Young Gunny in our Monster Energy pregame. The Rancor and Superman, these guys have just been sensational for them in the AR department. They're hard to keep up with, Allie.
They are very hard to keep up with, and that's kind of like one of the win conditions for a side of Miami, right? Is their hard point is disgusting. 3-game, 32 overall in the season. That's going to be 5th overall, and even their Search and Destroy, they've been incredibly clutch. That's with the addition of Super, who has been their leading force when it comes to S&D, and their Achilles heel right now, it's going to be control. 15 and 25, it's not been great. Bottom 2 overall in the league if we're counting all 12 teams. We've got to see what they've done with the past 3 weeks.
Miles, who is the X factor for Miami Heretics this weekend?
For the Heretics this weekend, I'm going to give it to Super. Renkor's a known quantity. Metals can be absolutely incredible to watch, but I'm going to put the pressure on the youngest of the rookies, or the newest of the rookies at the very least. He's going to be my guy.
Super, IGL in Search and Destroy, going to have his hands full in games 2 and 5 if it gets there. Let's take a look at our maps and modes for this one, Allie, because we've got Vault, twice. It's going to be there for hardpoint and control. Dealership and protocol will be our search maps.
Yeah, no, dealership is great for a side of Miami Heretics. Their standout maps, 87% win. And obviously, even if you get to that number 5 protocol, like for Miami, they love going to game 5 Zan.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is the longest break we've had before champs by 10 days. 10 extra days than you usually would have. So the search and destroy should almost feel rehearsed.
Yeah.
And if you're Vancouver, that's where you've needed to have the biggest improvement coming into this. I mean, statistically, it's like the worst search team we have here versus the best. So search is where I'm looking to see if Vancouver had some improvements.
Thousands of dollars on the line, a huge difference depending if you win or lose this opening match. And let's start it off red hot. As the Pick'ems leader on the season, our Scuff Pick'em locked in for the first prediction will be Miami Heretics.
Ooh.
Miles Ross?
Pick.
Well, man, I mean, you know, the way things have been going recently have been a little bit spicy. My head is telling me that the Miami Heretics should win this one, but my heart is telling me Vancouver Surge. They get it done.
Vancouver Surge, final answer. Alley Cat.
Wow, this is a battle looking across the maps and modes too. I'm going to go with Vancouver Surge. I believe in their 3 weeks off and the work that they put in.
Yeah, the last time we saw Vancouver, they lost to Vegas. Damn! They hit the lab. They had to have hit the lab. I got Vancouver winning this series. They're going to bounce back. They've had weeks to practice. They're going to get it done.
Rambo Ray has the boys dialed in. 3 of our experts all going with Vancouver. I've got Miami. Fans, let us know at home who you have. Get your pick'ems in across the board. Allie, 100% confident in your Vancouver pick here?
What do you mean? I mean, I'm standing on business for sure, but obviously Miami Heretics have been an unreal team. I wouldn't be shocked with an upset.
I'm told the players are ready. Guy Blaze is ready. Make some noise as we send it down to the stage for match number 1.
I am so ready, Chris, and let us know who you think is going to win at home, because those picks on the desk, muy caliente, getting very, very spicy, just like how this main stage is about to be. It's champs, everybody, make some noise. We're about to bring out the first 2 squads to get this weekend kicked off. Coming out first, get ready for the boys from the South Coast.
I gotta come in again like I know how to ball it. Check out my tactics, we get the frame and know they don't know how to call it. Hold up, we raising the bar, now we on the roof. Leaving no room for discussion, already know who we are, yeah, we the truth. Make room, no I do not have the time, I know what I'm doing. Better make sure to get out the way, give me the rock, I'm on the move, I know what I'm doing, and no I can't stop, that I gotta rush, Get out the way, better make room, we coming soon, look at the time, cause I'm enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to the Miami Heretics! Real, Ringcore, Super, and Medals. The Miami team has been hot fire the last few events, and they know it's time to peak. It's champs, and they ready to give it everything in which they got. One more time, the Miami Heretics.
This team has been on fire, and you can see the confidence from all 4 of those players. But I'm going to zone in on the AR duo. Rencor and Super making their debut here at Champs, looking to light up that stage. And they got an extremely tough round 1 draw. But man, would this give them some momentum. Let's get this match going, guy. Time to bring out Vancouver.
You know what? I'm ready to bring out this team right now, Nameless, because when it comes down to Vancouver, they know how to start a storm, and they're going to have to get it done now. Canada, show some love, because here comes Vancouver. Everybody show some love to the Vancouver Surge. 04, Abuza, Nasty, and Neptune. All season long, these boys have been trying to come out with a big And here at the apex of the season, they need to come out the apex of the storm and drown them out. One more time, it's the Vancouver Surge.
Listen, this was a team that was not in anybody's conversations at the beginning of this season. They were right there at the finish line. They add Neptune to push themselves through, contending against teams like LA, like Atlanta in the top 4. And now they have an opportunity to cause one of the greatest upsets that we will have seen in the past couple of years. But we've got to get through day 1 first, guy, and I can't wait to get it started.
I'm ready to get this one started, Allie. This is going to be a banger matchup to kick off Champs Weekend. And I can't think of a banger duo to hit the mic to get us started. Everybody show some love to Merc and Maven.
Thank you, Blaze. Let's get it going. All right, listen, thank you to these two teams, because if it wasn't for these two teams, this year would have been probably real boring when you think about the top 2 and how this has gone. These guys have led some interesting results, some interesting runs at these majors, but now comes Champs time. We'll see who can come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, it's 2 very different stories, right? You had, back-to-back sections here for Surge, and then last event, I mean, just a total bomb out, right? You have a tough winners round 1 versus LA Thieves. Then you play Vegas, you get 2, 3, 5, you're kicked out. That is not how you want to go into the final event. On the other side for Miami, it's super, and it has just been this tick on the up and up. It just, can you break through?
No, it absolutely has been. But I want to talk to you as a former competitor. A lot of times when you had your champs, it came about a week and a half after your last major, right? Like, it was very little lead up into champs. If you had an extra 2 weeks like this particular time, what would that change in your preparation?
Well, I mean, we had pool play, right? Like, I didn't know my matchup.
That's true.
For 3 weeks. True. That changes everything.
You know your matchups for a month.
This should be very rehearsed. You should have, if your coaches, a very good idea of what your maps are going to be. Maybe there's a couple of wild cards in there. But these teams, they know going into scrims, like, okay, these are probably going to be our maps, right? You're looking at breakoffs, sort of different strategies. I think there's going to be a lot of differences in Search and Destroy, right? That's why you saw like dealership in map number 2. That's Miami's best, but Surge have done everything that it can to counter that.
But I mean, a lot of people in the know probably understand this, but for those that don't, you're saying this is so rehearsed, so prep, but like, you don't scrim this particular team in this preparation for this. Like, you're not playing the people on the same side of your bracket.
No, you're playing everybody else, right? These two have probably played mostly LA Thieves, Atlanta FaZe, everyone else who's on that side of the bracket. So they haven't seen each other for a long time. And these two on the year haven't seen each other for a very long time.
Weird.
Only twice on the year. The last time was stage 2.
When you think about like the top 3s you've had for Miami, when you think about the couple of top 2s grand finals that you've had for Vancouver, you think that these teams would have bumped heads a lot, but they haven't, because there's only really been one major that both teams had good finishes, which was major 3 with the 2nd and 4th respectively. They haven't made run at a similar major, but you said they'd only played twice. They'd been so long. I was kind of shocked.
No, I was too.
Yeah.
Just 2 teams that were very much a part of the season, but they have not seen each other very much. But very different teams as well right now, because you have one team who is thriving in hardpoint, the #1 statistical hardpoint team in the game in Surge. On the other side, it's all about the Search and Destroy ever since adding Super. But you'd see right here, the road to champs for Miami, a great start for them. Then you obviously have a rough one, but you add Super into the lineup, and again, 4th into the 3rd and trying to beat LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, we were pumped when the Heretics organization first came in years and years ago, and they were talking about top 6s, top 8s. So it's really incredible to see, but this has been the best we have ever seen from a Spanish organization, what they've been able to do. This has been a sensational year, despite the results even this weekend. This is a successful year for this org and these players, but you really want to end this on a high note. You're looking to play somewhere in that top 3. Maybe you don't make it to Sunday. I'd love to see that run, but it's going to be tough when you think about FaZe and Thieves and what they've done this year.
Yeah, it's just, do they get upset right early?
Yeah.
Do you get here? I mean, listen, this is a Surge team. You would just think with the extra prep, knowing Rambo, knowing Ray, the guys on this team, the focus is absolutely Search and Destroy. I mean, their stage 3 Search and Destroy was great. Stage 4 was horrific. They were 2-7 in Search and Destroy. You can see just how good they've been, in hardpoint throughout the year. But it's at 2, 3, and 5. They have to improve if they want to win champs.
And it's tough because you talk about you talk about prep, and bear with us just for those in the video does at home. I think there's a PC restart on the main stage for one of the players, so a little bit of a delay. We'll be into it quickly here. But you talk about Ray and this team and the prep and the mentality they like to come into this with, but I like how Ant kind of talked about Miami, how they like to break the rules a little bit, because they can be an unpredictable team, and that applies to Search and Destroy, that applies to Hardpoint. And that unpredictability, it's got to be tough to prep for in some ways.
No, 100%. I think they've been creative. That's really the key. Since adding Super, and he's led them in Search and Destroy, right? He's been the one making the play calls. he just added this different flair to their Surge. Like, he has a really good understanding of it on some of the better maps. So, yeah, again, we'll just see what happens when we get to map number 2. But I think the key for them, I mean, if they come out hot here in map 1, Surge are in trouble. But the hard points that Surge got, if you look at the map in Vito's, you got your 2 best hard points here.
Yeah, 2 your best. I mean, the only good thing, I guess, on one side of this for Miami is what the Hacienda, they were like 3-1 last qualifier, right, or last stage. So they've really improved there as of late. So maybe one they'll really be ready to battle on that map 4. But here we go. All right, music starting. I think players likely ready. Let's get into this. We're starting it off on Vault. Listen, we're coming off a Major 4 that was sensational. The most fun tournament we probably had on the year. Looking to follow it up here at Champs with a $2 million on the line for these top 8 teams. A look at the hardpoint season on land for these squads. And you had to be your most successful hardpoint stretch really over that last stage if you're Miami. Is it enough, though, to battle against Surge if they're in form?
Yeah, I mean, what, 9-6 last stage, which I think ranked 3rd in throughout stage 4 for Miami. But again, Vancouver, it's what they've relied on. It's how they've gotten them back.
We just kill the lights. That's what we get a chance to.
Also, we'll see if they can do it one more time.
All right, map 1, here we go. Neptune came in, it was a difference maker immediately, looking to get right back into that form. And he'll get right into the fray. Here inside of this P1, he'll continue to hunt out of run out.
Dead Vault, one of their best maps, if not their best hardpoint map. Miami squaring up on it. Well, Abuza, Nasty able to find a couple AR kills. You have 04 3 in a row. He's locked in down. Spawns on this rotation, and while Neptune, he's starting to get to work.
Looking to get to work and keep it going, but yet the drop is 04. He's 2 to tango with right now. Going to get awkward timing through on the slide, but it'll be Nasty trying to pick up the scraps. He gets a little bit of a help from Abuza. And they'll at least hold for now. Just a couple of seconds remaining on this. We'll start to focus on the rotation. Number 2 and Abuza will be over early. Holding ammo side will be number 3 and Nasty. You still have Real here trying to make a mess of this. Does he keep it a little bit messy with the spawns? No, looks like for now, Vancouver Surge going to get into a good position, get into their setup. Trophy in for coverage. Here we go.
And Abuza pushed out quickly, so you do not have that sort of forward front pressure. Super's going to find one, though, on the pinch. So now it's just a question, where are Miami going to start this break from? It's going to be through the back. But Abuza controls that area with the AR. 04's got another one. That's going to be 3 dead. You flip the spawns, which you like if you're Miami, but you start to have to find some kills right now. And while Surge is all over this.
All over it and taking the routes. Neptune taking over the backside. Then Abuza's trying to get out through mid. We'll see if he can disrupt this even more. Take the pull side route. He knows he's got a couple above him here. Trying to be the playmaker, and I thought able to do just that, but it's actually going to be Super that gets 2, but whatever. I mean, all the time is the way of Surge. 60-2 is the scoreline. It is perfection out the gate for Surge.
Yeah, but we know when it comes to Vault, it's all about this P3 and P4, and you had an early rotation from Real to lock down Art. He's just making sure nobody causes any funny business from the Surge side. Trying to break those spawns, and there's going to be that pick, and there we go, right away. Neptune's going to spawn on up, and I mean, this is just a perfect start here for Vancouver Surge. Super is going to be the last one left, but an early break in such a good P1 and P2. You already have this 59-point lead.
We talk a lot about Surge's ability to take their time, right? Slow the game down, find the picks at crucial moments. I mean, they really just grouped up. Absolutely took their time there, found the opener, and now what kind of time can they turn this into? And can they continue to hold the spawn? But the pressure really here to Heretics early. They're going to need to flip this game, flip these spawns on their head in a hurry, because if this P4... Okay, well, here, keep an eye on number 6. We'll see if Franco is able to make a play.
Yeah, he just doesn't influence the spawns, though. He doesn't influence spawns, but yeah, he's just going to try to make this messy. But then all the time, still went to Surge. They want to deal with this quickly, but it feels like Surge is going to take their time. Abuza's going to spawn all the way out. You're going to let him maybe to pick up some kills with Neptune on that side of the map. Now they're just trying to isolate him. There is the quick trade. Is the pressure going to be here, though? Do you still have back spawns? 04 with a big win to influence that. Nice little play there from Surge and 04.
04 is 14-5 on 1. Early in this game as the lead continues to build. Surge looking to eclipse this 100-point mark and just putting in damage, putting in work against this Heretics team. It's 4 straight 404, 4 in the chamber, just trying to get a little more ammo here to work with. He's got some help in from Abuza, and they are locking this down. Heretics are getting slammed here in the map 1.
And you've had a couple of players from Miami get through the back, But I mean, they're just isolated. Nobody else can get there. And now you are very close to this Hellstorm if you're 0-4. But Super finally did get into the fight. Abuza, though, he's just going to get that trade. And well, look at that score. We talk about it, just how tough it can be. I mean, to win on both sides of the map and Surge do it. You are up 126-14.
Maybe your silver lining. Ford didn't get the streak. Abuza didn't get the streak. Both were very close just due to the kills and being throughout the hard point that entire time. Okay, now into our second set. Heretics have got to hit a different gear. You get slammed early. You're feeling the pressure here at Champs. You got to turn it around. You think about the guys that have really lit it up, taken over in a respawn, maybe turned it on after a slow start. Rancor is maybe one of the guys that can do that more than anybody. He's got to start to do it, but Neptune want no part of it.
Yeah, I mean, just any moment you think there's going to be a double kill or something to get Miami into the game a little bit, there's always one more. Real, he's trying to be that key playmaker, but Nasty off a spawn lines them up. Any white time is great for Vancouver Surge. They're just hanging on to this lead.
Hanging on to it, continuing to build it. Oh, so that would have been filthy if he somehow picks it with a pistol there, that range off the head. Not going to happen, but the lead still growing. Neptune still cruising. 17-11 out of him. Leading the way, though, still 0-4 as he is at 20-10. They had early P2 rotations, and Heretics not really able to sniff the hard point. They're trying to do that again here, but all right. Heretics going to maybe get some early time. Can they chain this into something to be early pressure again from Surge?
Yeah, I thought maybe with that spawn from Super, he was going to get a double or a triple kill there and just sort of alleviate the pressure, but they're doing a good job now. He got quickly traded, so you had front palm control. If you are Surge, maybe some angles on the hill, but you have just been staying alive inside of that. If you are a Miami Heretics, just trying to get back in the game, now a 100-point game. But Surge taking their time, grouping up as a 4. Here comes the break attempt. That's going to be all 3 dead. Metals, the last player alive, can't get the second. So you will take this 20 seconds all day long.
Oh, 100%. I mean, finally, like a decent hold out of Heretics, a nice little stretch. But the problem is you went down 120, so you're going to need something better than like okay or decent. You're going to need perfect. You're going to need just sensational if you're going to bring this back, as every second feels like a dagger in the back of the Heretic side. Ranker's just simply got too many in front. He's not able to finish it. You're in a similar position that you were in last time at the start of the P3. Remember, that was when they got the pick. Surge were able to get the pick inside of Art. They flip spawn so quickly. They're going to be trying to do that again here.
But this was what the difference when Surge became a great hardpoint team, right? The hills like this, they would just fight the time and then play the flip deeper into the hill. They have the chance to do that. With this lead, you can just fight from the front, get them off of the hill, force the players top Art to have to overchallenge. That's exactly what they're doing. The other 3 players, they know they have to worry about Nasty. Real's going to spawn out. Pressured through the street, goes Surge. Now it's all on Metals to lock this down.
Metals got pressure coming towards him. Nothing gonna happen for him. He's gonna get drop spawns once again over to Surge. Yeah, Heretics might take these final 20 seconds or so, or will they? Because Abuza is still lurking out towards mid. He's getting people off spawn. He's reading the map perfectly. He's trying to keep Heretics out of the point, but this is probably you had to chain it together if you were Heretics, and I don't even know if it was chaining together, because they didn't get a lot of the P3.
No, not at all. Yeah, just such a wonderful job both times breaking this setup here from Vancouver Surge, and this is why I very much question the Maps and Speedos. I have no idea why they gave them both Fault and Hacienda. You think you have more of a plan here if you're a Heretics, but this is not what you wanted.
Hold up, we're not done yet. Maybe it's comeback coming, but no, it's certainly feeling that way. They've been holding on to this.
I mean, Alfor's on another 6 spree at this hill. Every time this guy's got an AR in his hand, he's doing whatever he wants on the map, taking all the chows. Abuza right behind him.
Only thing he's not finding is this streak, but it hasn't seemed to matter. They've been doing it with the gunny, they've been doing it with the position, they've been doing it with the comps. This team has come in, prepped, locked, and loaded, and they're doing it so far in the map 1. But Search was always going to be the question mark for this team, so as much as you might be riding high for them, the true test is going to come in the map 2. Still, though, looking to close out this map 1, just 25 points away from sealing the deal.
Well, this is just a statement, map 1, just how locked these guys are. I mean, again, you know, you heard Nameless talk about it on the deck, a very young Heretics team, right? You have 2 rookies here in your first Champs weekend. We're on the other side a little bit more experienced. You know, Nasty gets a top 3 last year, so these guys know what they need to do to get onto that podium.
It's just the pressure helps get into a couple finals this year. I know it's different, but it's a different kind of pressure too that maybe helps you in positions like this early in a tournament. They look to close it out though. Before has been the hot hand. He'll get shut down, and we're going to this right over to Neptune and see what he is able to do from this spot. 11 now needed for the victory. Heretics trying their best to extend this. A multi from Rancor. makes it a little more interesting, but just seems to be a matter of time now for Surge.
Yeah, kind of what we talked about at this moment. If you are Heretics, if you're a Heretics fan, is just extend this game, like trying to get the guns a little bit hot. It feels like that's starting to get, happen. I think the biggest difference from them from stage 3 to stage 4 was like Real. I mean, he hit like superstar mode again, right?
Yeah,
so can he find that? Can he get the gun hot and then maybe take over map number 2?
We'll certainly try to do that. Right now, despite just being put in a body bag in this map 1. They can test around the point. Maybe another moment that Heretics can extend this game. They'll get the kills. They'll get into the hard point. Pressure now to Nasty to try and break on through. Nice little gunfight win off the back heady. I thought a nice reposition there from Real, but it's not going to work out because you've got 04 here as well as the 2-man pushes up through the front, and that will do it for map 1. Surge come in prepped, locked and loaded, and dominate in that map 1. But not that shocked. I mean, it's a vault. They're one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. I still think the question for them really starts with this map too, because now we're going to go to a dealership, which is the bread and butter for the other side.
Yeah, that's it. You allowed dealership through 7-1 here for Miami Heretics, but there's a reason for that. I think allowing a stronger Surge map makes a bit more sense than allowing a hardpoint map like Vault here for Surge, but listen, you just got to move past it if you are the Heretic side, and stick to your bread and butter, which is the Search and Destroy.
I just kept thinking there was going to be a moment where Heretics make a little bit of run, bring it back within 50, make it interesting. That moment just never really came. 04 put his foot on the gas to start and kept the pedal to the floor. 36-18, led the lobby in damage. Listen, one of the more underrated players in the league, and he has been terrific.
Yeah, on the other side, Metals, he's caught some flack always with this Miami team.
Yeah, he has these games sometimes.
But he does have these games. But, what we've seen from him in the last couple of stages has been, he's had these like takeover moments.
Yeah.
Absolute takeover moments. So, yeah, it's just a question of can these guys respond. But we know with Search and Destroy, yes, it's great to have this, even when we talk about FaZe, like the way their hardpoint has looked at times, very shaky. They lose the Surge, it is just like, Like we know they are in trouble. It's the same thing here for Heretics.
No, this is must win. Like you've got to take this Search and Destroy. Yeah, we've had some reverse sweeps on the year, but it just feels when you talk about the strengths for these teams, this has got to be an S&D win for Miami. But for Surge, what did you like from them just out of the gate? Is it more of just what you kind of expected? Like you viewed Last of It as kind of a fluke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right?
You have to.
You have to.
I mean, obviously, the winners won versus Thieves. You take it on the chin, but losing the Falcons, yeah, they didn't have many wins.
No,
that graphic was, it was a nice little line.
Oh, like the bar for the whole year? Yeah, no, they were
flatlined. They didn't go up much.
They were flatlined from the get-go. Yeah, test for those guys. I mean, yeah, now you have what 3.5 weeks to a month to actually prep, but how's it different prepping for something like Search and Destroy? Because you're not going to get the reps like that with your respawns and scripts.
Yeah, so I think what's interesting about Search and Destroy is obviously their sort of like default strategies, what they sort of rely on, but what's always tough is you try to incorporate new strats. And I think most of our teams, they're going to try and do that this weekend.
Yeah.
But you never know how it's going to be in a live atmosphere. You're scrimming it, but normally into a tournament, we have online matches where you try out some things. There may be a couple of strats this weekend or breakoffs that you try, and they just get stopped. Like, they just don't work. You have to adjust quickly on the fly.
And that's what's so tough, though. Once you get down to those 2v2s, 2v3s, like, it's hard to really prep for that or talk through it. I mean, sometimes that's why we've had, like, good Surge players and bad Surge players. Like, it's a difficult thing to prep for. You don't have the reps like you do in a respawn. It's just a completely different mental game than you have in the respawns. And it's somewhere where Surge have been trying to improve. You think if their Surge game got to a good point, I mean, they'd be winning tournaments.
Well, I mean, look at stage 3. It was very, very good. They were like a top 4 Surge team. It's just that you had this massive drop-off where I think they were trying to maybe focus on like control heavily. They went 2-7. You had 2 players with a 0.5 throughout the stage in Abuza and Nasty. Like over 9 maps, a 0.5?
Yeah.
That is horrific. So I'm sure they went back home, really locked in on that, maybe just got players in a little bit more comfortable positions. But again, all those adjustments, all those scrims, the practice you're going over, you don't know how it is going to play on this stage.
And we know for Miami, what is it, 7-1? The record on this is terrific. When you talk about dealership, Listen, we have given Abuza a lot of gas on this particular map. When you talk about his A-side play, like on the street, he's been good at getting picks from other side of it, getting bloods, locking down lanes. He has been terrific there, but you're going to go against a Rancor and a Super that are also so good from that position and finding openings. Curious to see what kind of success he's going to have, because it feels like if Abuza is able to find early kills, it makes this game a whole lot easier for this Surge team. Just respect the search and destroy.
And you have two of the best alert players, right? In 04 versus Real.
Yeah,
two guys who love to find openings, go on these wide flanks, just annoy you constantly, and they should have some key one-on-ones throughout this map.
Okay, here we go. Getting ready to get to map 2. Heretics going to look to try and respond after getting put in a body bag in that map 1. Dominated from the get-go, shut down, nothing really going. The guns, you said maybe they heat up a bit, but I don't even know if that's the case.
Well, that's what you're hoping for.
Yeah, I don't even know if they did, though. They were just getting dismantled really from
I
the
knew
get-go.
we were in trouble when, like, when's the last time we saw that clear of a P2 on that map?
No,
like
honestly,
P1 and P2, when it's like 75-2 off the start, you're in trouble.
Yeah, no.
You are in trouble.
You're not wrong. Well, then the immediate pick and arc flip, I was like, oh God, that's worst case. That was literal worst case scenario starting on a vault. But again, the bread and butter for Heretics now in Search and Destroy. It's their go-to. They've been lights out on dealership, the best team at it, and they'll look to keep it going here. They'll be off to the offensive start, and we'll see what the break-off will look like. You've got a hard counter here from Surge. They have gotten here very, very aggressively. All the numbers here. Subtech's going to stick to the door, going to back up Heretics here for a moment. But you've got everybody just grouped up, and there's Nasty with the opening pick. 04 follows it up with 2 right off the hot game. That's 2 for Nasty, 2 for 04, and that looks like the prep work, Joe, you were talking about.
And well, I mean, when it works, that's even better. That is even better. So, yeah, what we just had, that conversation, do these sort of breaks work as well. Metals tries to dive on out and bait, but 04 is there. He continues to have himself a series and shut down Miami.
I mean, you just saw instantly with Miami going to it. Hot-handed, heavy-handed, looking to take the action, but you had everybody there and ready, taking position for Surge to shut that down. 04 with 2, Nasty with 2, and a round win for Surge. Now, we'll flip the script. Surge will try to get out and work A. You had nobody here for Heretics early. This is just going to be a free opening plan. And look how aggressive you're able to get for your Neptune.
Well, they're going to sniff this out. Yeah, nice stun there for Miami. But yeah, Nasty's going to get aggressive. They're going to push on forward. They actually don't find Neptune. I thought maybe it was a team stun. Well, he's going to find 2, and just like that, it's a 1 versus 2 for Rancor. Trophy down, doesn't have any nades to work with, but he's got the gun, and one of the best gunnies in the league. He's just got to find the second. Nasty pushes on up, and Surge quickly up 2-0.
Yeah, that car, that final car there in the lane ends up being everything for Surge. They find, 3 or 4 kills from that position. And yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a team stun, if it was an enemy stun, but I thought they had Neptune sniffed out. Not the case at all.
Stun. Yeah, must have been a team stun, maybe trying to catch Miami right on rotation, sliding out, but well, they catch him anyways. And one of the keys we always talk about the A-bomb side is keeping street control. That is exactly what Surge did, always having someone push forward.
And so far, the call is perfect from Surge. They meet them there on defense. They've got a wide open sight on offense. As we get deeper into this, and some of the opening play calls work out a little bit better for Heretics, Real's going to go right up the gut. Get mid-map control. Try to be that mid-map inner lane demon.
Well, you got Nasty in a car, so he's locked in one part of the map down. Well, I talked about this sort of duel between 04 and Real. Both players lurking around middle of the map.
The lurk pays off. Real with the opener, finally a first blood for Heretics. They needed that desperately. Nettles able to win his one-on-one, and you've got numbers. You have needed it. You got to turn this into a round win, but Abuza and Nasty. And Nasty, who's on 4-0, by the way. So we'll try and clutch this up.
Yeah, Real, though, he just takes the route, placed all the way through again from that first kill on to 04. Gonna secure the next is Miami on the board.
Okay.
And that's just all timing, right? Because 04, we literally see from his POV, he's jumping up and down. They just get a little bit unlucky. They're hoping that Nasty, he's going to lock down the B site. Everybody else has middle of the map in A. He's got the car out, but yeah, 04, I'm not exactly sure how it worked on out, but
he just thought he had it cleared, maybe with the jump peaks.
With the jump peaks, just doesn't.
Didn't actually have it cleared. So finally, numbers early for Heretics. They'll turn that into a round. They'll try to bring it back. But it just felt like this is a must-win map, but it felt like a must-win round. Like they needed something, some positive momentum. Surge all out towards A in their opening offense. This time slowing down, spreading it out, trying to dish out some haircuts, but Metals will be able to reposition for now. All right, they were trading hands with Bomb over towards B. They'll get it to 04 and let him work it.
We're seeing this, right? So you go early A on defense, but you're going to leave Real number 5. It's just a question of, do Surge re-wrap this? If not, when does he get involved? Well, of course, just going to slide out to the Bomb, trust his teammates to look over him. Really, the key is there's nobody in the middle of the map, so he's going to get out with Bomb planted, but they give up a ton of space.
Yeah, they back this up completely, and again, Wayne's Real going to try and make the play, maybe through the flag. Metal clearing for info. Real, the timing he is in, and there's another first blood. He's up for the second chow as well. Teammate able to get the crossfire through. One player left, it's going to be Neptune, not able to clutch up. Heretics with the retake. They take the space, they take the fights. They've got the defuse, and we're tied up 2-2.
Yeah, and again, I think 04 just gets awful timing with Real. Just that one-on-one right now in the last couple of rounds has gone Real's way. But the problem is when you give up that much room, you're going to have to check the Bomb, right? So that's what happens is, I mean, I think Vancouver, they know they have to reposition. We're going to have to check this. So 2 players, one being 04, get ready to slide out of these doors to make sure they're not on the defuse. And well, that is when Real's able to pounce, and that starts the domino effect there for Miami.
No, I think you said perfectly right away. Like they gave up so much space. The entire Bomb site wide open. And you're just so stressed about somebody hopping bombs, stressed about the timing from Real. And well, nothing really works out in their favor, but battling back and tying it up is Heretics. Now, where do they look to go offensively this time around? Looks like we might be quickly out. Well, that trophy's gonna be gone. That's weak damage, and they gotta back up. That is, I was gonna say, that is almost real ugly, but it ends up being ugly. Bomb down, opening pick for Vancouver Surge, another defense where they read it perfectly. A little blessing there for Heretics, though, is the car will get one. Super able to trade out one, and now we're into a 2 versus 2 here for a moment as we take a breath.
You are very split, though, if you're 04 and Neptune. So you just have to find one if you're going to be one of these players. This is a 2-man game for Mentor and Super. Did he spot that? I think Super's going to spot him. And well, there we go. So now you have no trade potential. And what looked like such a good counter, again, a great start for Surge.
Yeah.
Now you're relying on a clutch.
I didn't see how it went down with the car, but that's got to be frustrating. You get first blood, bomb down, then suddenly you lose a player. Well, let's see if Neptune can play this. Plant not quite in yet, but it looks like, all right, going down now. Neptune to clutch now, 1 versus 2. And he's got to go. Pretty much opposite side of the map. By the time he gets involved, we're about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, I mean, you plant backside, you're going to have both ARs just, on power positions here. So this is going to be so difficult. You do have a nade if you are Neptune. Here's the slide out. He's going to spot both, and there we go. Rentor slides away. Super going to reposition. You still have some life if you are Neptune, but time working against you.
Chow on 1, able to win it. Under 15 to go.
No way.
Finds the second, wins it, and Neptune with the 1v2. And that just can't happen, as you said. No way.
You just have
no way.
I mean, these are the fundamentals where Miami have been so good since adding Super.
That was the opposite of fundamentals.
And that was the opposite, and that is the pressure of this stage, a Champs Weekend, as Neptune just wins the gunfight. And I mean, I think Super's just trying to buy time. But then Rentor slides thinking, I'm going to have an easy trade. He's weak. And then just gets caught on the cross back through. And you just need to run away. You have 2 seconds.
Yeah. That's just, you shouldn't be thinking fight at all.
No, not at all.
You should not be thinking fight whatsoever. Oh, Lord, that is a painful one. But on the other side, glory for Neptune. Massive clutch here on the main stage of Champs. As they go back in front after, well, Heretics take their back-to-back rounds. Neptune, when he gets this spot, he has been deadly. Did he get spotted, though?
He didn't get spotted, but the nades were on point. Not a lot of trophies. Well, they saved all their nades in Miami. So now you have given this up. 04 wants to hold this. Real with the door. Car going to be coming out as well. Going to be dealt with right away. 30 seconds for Real on 04. It keeps them numbers. Neptune trying to do what he can. His heroics going to be cut down.
Abusa, it's all on him. Nobody on bomb yet. He's got a trophy here to work with, but the gunny not going to be there. He's shut down, and that is a brilliant answer and bounce back after throwing one away. Heretics tie it up.
Yeah, it just starts with the nades. You're going to give up the A bomb site. You have the nade spots, though. Nasty ends up getting caught. He blows up to one, and yeah, then the stun on the Neptune. We're going to let you maybe get away with that one time, but not this second. We were using everything on you.
Yeah, I thought when he slid out, like Rancor or whoever is deep might have got eyes on him, and well, it kind of seemed that way. It's everything in the kitchen sink came flying forward quickly after that. But the back and forth affair continues. On one side, you've got Rancor at 7-3. I gassed up Abuza on this particular map, not having a solid one, but we'll see if he can start to find more success. But well, to be fair, this is a tough matchup, the toughest matchup you're gonna get on this map. But from that spot deep is usually where I feel like he's just so good at finding one-on-ones, finding picks. Just getting a headshot through, and suddenly he gives his team numbers. He hasn't been able to do it much yet.
Well, now he's trying to get some shots in. Bomb not going down quite yet, so 0-4 is going to play patient, because you can run back. Well, Neptune, he's going to take the fight, and well, Abuza gets involved, and now it's a 2 versus 4. They're hoping to catch them on the bomb. Now 0-4 is here, and it just feels like when Surge have a read on things, they are winning these rounds with ease.
Yeah. I mean, I've got to think that's a lot to the prep, right? I mean, you talked about all the prep that'll go into this when you have a month to work with, especially talking through things in Search and Destroy. Sometimes the prep, well, things don't play out the way you're going to. And there's been some rounds of that, but yeah, when they've been there and they've kind of got what they've expected, they've handled business easily. Beautifully done again. Neptune winning a key one, and well, Abuza, called his name to maybe get a kill from deep there. He was able to.
It's the opposite of a Taster curse. Taster blessing
yeah. Bless the hell out of him. Still a team looking for a 2-round separation, a little bit of breathing room, not able to find it yet. Neptune, he's 8-4 plus the 1v2 clutch. Sensational map out of him. The first blood to his name as well, but just trying not to get blooded early in this one. It's Abuza that's going to get dropped. Super appealing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you take mid control, but what does mid control get you on this map? It's going to be tough. There's not a bomb site in here, so you're just hoping to catch them off guard instead. As you said, Abuza's going to get blooded, and now Real. He's going to take his route to try to get involved and catch them on the rotation. The problem is, though, he's going to be the one getting caught.
Oh.
Metals, though, wins a big one.
Yeah, so you win that if you're a 4, and how quickly this round flips on its head. But big win from Metals. Some damage in from Nasty, but players kind of split for now. Not able to recoup bomb either, so they're just getting aggressive around his Heretics. Here comes the timing, though, from Neptune. How's it going to pay off? Already a 1v2 clutch. Look at a clutch up here. He's able to pounce on one. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Neptune on 4 straight, on double digits. Oh, he gets caught, though. Hit the 48, the pre-fire. Just not going to work out. Heretics survive.
Well, Super, so good at search and destroy. There for the trades. I mean, yeah, you win both gunfights there in the 3 versus 2. If you are Surge, and turn that into a one-on-one. Rancor was picking up the flank, but Neptune must have just gunned him, cut him off guard, but you had the Jackal in your back pocket. Well, he's going to win it both, as you're going to see right here. He's got the AR, switches to the sub, gets the early damage, is ready for the slide out instead. He's going to be the one that slides out and catches Neptune.
He got the first blood onto Abuza. Got 3 in the round. Icy. They're out of Super. Nearly a Neptune takeover again. Right into this and right into Chow, and Metals with the first blood. 0-4 going to get dropped. That's going to be site control over at B. Real just trying to find the angle here. Just slips underneath him. He's got a little bit of help.
Yeah, he just needs to get out. Yeah, his teammates, they have B bomb control. So yeah, with that first blood for Metals, bomb's already planted. Neptune's in a car. Quickly out of that. But it's a tough scenario here for Surge.
Nearly tougher. Neptune just about dropped. Abuza maybe getting 2-on-1 isolated, or well, Metals is going to take down another one. Everybody in front of Neptune, all on him. No ammo left in the sub, and he will drop. Heretics stringing together rounds late, a round away from tying this up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, what, you have back-to-back offensive sort of mid-pushes. The only difference is for Surge, when they jump out to B, we saw from Neptune's POV, there are multiple players from Miami looking at the middle of the map. This time, Metals jumps out, and it's just a one-on-one, right? So there's no trade potential, nobody looking over that player towards B. So the play call works out, and they know they have bomb site control. Beautifully done there as well. They take a lead.
A match point here in the search for Miami. They have got to win this map, and they're close to getting it done. We'll see if we're going the whole way to around 11. Abuza will struggle on this one. We'll see if I can bless him again to walk away with the kill. Neptune, a little bit different this time, has AR in hands. He tries to get aggressive. Usually it's played up close with the Jackal. Gonna get greeted from some bullets there from Rancor, and he's going to back it up. All the utilities starting to come in over the top. Everyone going to survive it this time around. The car is, I don't know where that with the Mordor. Super's gonna get a pick. Metal's gonna find one. He'll force some damage in, but can't find the kill. Everyone getting shut down. It's all now on Abuza. 1 versus 4. Map is done. Heretics on the board. We're tied up 1-1.
And well, they still have to stick with their dealership guns right now. 8-1 on that map. And I think for both teams, maybe going to the vetoes, you have an idea of what you want to do. Maybe you want to play a ball hard point if you're Miami, even though it's their best map. Same with Surge. Let's play dealership, even though it's their best map. Let's prep and try to counter this. And it didn't work.
They did in some rounds. I mean, they did really well in some rounds.
Yeah,
but not enough to get the victory.
Yeah, and every time they went A, I mean, just the retakes, especially the second half of the game, the utility, the nades for Miami, gave them such an advantage. So difficult for Surge to win that on that side of the bomb.
You take it 6-4 in the round count. You take it 6-4 in the first blood count as Heretics make the run late to close it out. Nobody could find 2-round separation until they do it to win it. And a real team effort, really. You get work done out of everybody, but who was that 1,500 damage in that? Was it Rancor? I mean, somebody was putting in a ton of work in the damage department, but here's how it looks in your overall best of 5 for maps and modes. A blowout in the map 1, a tight one in the map 2. It was super okay. They had the 1,500 damage, huge one out of him. Some clutch moments as well in the 1v1, the 3 kills he got as well within that round. But now we get to Control, and Control's been
I think the start of the series is just sort of what we expected. I think if either of those teams, maybe, if Miami wins Vault, Surge wins the dealership, we know probably who wins this series. But this is what we thought was
yeah, pretty much what we expected. So tied up 1-1. We get to the Control. Before we go there, though, Des, talk to us about the first 2.
2 in the books. We're tied 1-1. It's all a lot of fun here in Canada. We've got Miles Ross joining Rosalie and Nameless at the desk. And I want to start here with our Search and Destroy breakdown because Vancouver shocked the world with how fast they won game number 1. Game 2, they go up 2-0, but Miami doesn't go away. And I want to start with you. Who is making the moves for Vancouver early, and then who corrected the ship for Miami?
Yeah, I mean, well, you saw Neptune, massive 1v2, and it's looking like, okay, Vancouver are here to play. And just the way that they were approaching it, right? Like, they had some instant pushes on the defensive side where we're just stopping the A push entirely. And if you're Miami, you had to figure out how you wanted to deal with that. And I thought it was a nice audible late in the game. It's like, hey, let's go play towards B. We're getting caught early. Let's not allow this to happen. Let's get a bomb down and force Vancouver to have like an excellent retake. And, that was the round to sort of give them the lead where they ultimately closed it out with a wonderful retake on this side.
Ali, I thought this was all Vancouver's game after that Neptune 1v2 clutch.
No, I completely agree with you. I was sat right there with you. Honestly, it's more so you just got to take your hat 1 to the clutch play from the side of Metals in that final round there. He able to find 2 and stay alive. Vent causes a lot of chaos on the side of Vancouver Surge's camp after that post plant, and as well as Miami Heretics. I mean, they're a top 3 defense team on dealership Search and Destroy. Top 3 retake across the board, so it doesn't shock me in the fashion that they won, but it took a couple of rounds for us to get there.
I asked who your player to watch was. You said Super. He gets the clutches. He drops 1,571 damage, the most in the lobby for Surge.
Chris, that's what he's been doing for the Heretics since they picked him up. He transformed their Search and Destroy game, setting wonderful pace for them in the mode, and does it right there. Certainly helps get things going, and especially after the Vault loss, we're testing the mental of the Heretics. 2 rookies in their first matchup at Champs. How does that first map go? Real bad. They bounce back in a great way.
Let's take a look here at that Vault because it was a flawless opening for Vancouver. You're looking at 90 points basically across your first 2 hills. You are doing everything right. You finish with your opponent 105 points to your 250. What was separating Vancouver from Miami in the first game? Because that was one-sided.
It was the fundamentals, one that Vancouver Surge already have when it comes to this map and mode, but also the aggression. I mean, 0-4 and Neptune were freaking frying Miami Heretics, and that's something that we don't see often, not as early in a series, especially versus a team like Miami, and they just could not get the ball rolling. You give Vancouver an inch in a map and mode like Hardpoint, they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, I mean, I love the call in 0-4. I mean, the guy went 36 and 18.
Yeah.
Bam! balling, the amount of two pieces that he had. But yeah, I mean, you look back at this map one, and from like a strategic standpoint, like Vancouver was playing chess, Miami was playing checkers. You let Nasty get all the way through to your back building. Nobody's pushing to contest them. You don't really know how you want to approach that rotation, and you see what happens. The P4s go on the side of Vancouver is going to lead to a dominant map one. But nevertheless, tied 1-1, and you know where we're headed. Control.
Go, come on, guys. That's us. That is us. Siobhan. That is us. And Neptune letting the boys from Vancouver know they are doing it the right way. Let's take a look at game 3, though, because when it comes to control, is this Vancouver's strength? How do they shape up in game 3?
Well, listen.
It's very bad.
Yeah.
And it's a very bad watch. Because these guys, I mean, they're like 10 and 30 round count in control specifically over their last 10 controls.
They win 1 out of 4, though. That's good, right?
It has been so bad. And I keep going back to the interview we did with Neptune after one of their games, and he's just kind of like, we don't play ratty enough. We get caught, like people flanking us, making huge plays. Like we just got to extend our life. So they've had a couple of weeks, as we keep on mentioning, it has to be better here. It's the key in this series because you don't want to go all the way to that game 5. You want to close it out, maps 3 and 4.
Vancouver Surge has 4 players in their second year. If you're taking a look on the other side, Miami Heretics, who have Real in his second year, he sent this Vancouver squad packing last year. Can Real and the crew take this game 3 and finish it on a game 4 Hacienda, or how do you see this playing out?
I mean, I can see the Hacienda going the way of either team right now. I still think the Vancouver have got the edge when it comes to hardpoint. They're just so damn good. The game 5, though, whoa, that's where things get real spicy. For me, though, again, it comes down to the mental game. And we talk about this, I think, at every single champs. First time you're in this venue, first time you see the C word, it changes the way you feel. It gives you a little bit of extra energy. It makes you a bit more nervous. And it's that 30% better, 30% worse scenario you're in. How tough is it as a player to do that?
Yeah, I think it benefits you like in hardpoint. You can play more aggressive, start steamrolling. We saw with 04, it's champs. He got that first couple 2 pieces, proceeded to have an incredible game. In control, though, it can hurt you a lot. You try to go out and fry, spawn camp, make some huge plays. You throw your life away. That could have been an incredible situation. So time to reel it back in, play a little bit slower, and hold down the map. Control. It's a simple game. Just got to execute.
Allie, we've got friends playing fantasy all over the world for our champs weekend. Who do you have dropping most kills in game number 3?
Ooh, dropping most kills in game number 3. I'm actually going to go with Neptune because of that hot start. I think he's playing with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder right now, so I'm hyped to see him in this game 3.
She's going Neptune in Vancouver Surge. We send it over to our casters for game 3, gentlemen.
Well, the one good thing about the statistic you showed for Surge is, well, they hadn't played Vault at all over that entire stretch, right?
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah, if they have.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, last qualifier or last stage, they were 0-0, right?
Yeah, did not play Vault Control. It really looked elsewhere. Where Miami, they've played it a good amount. It was one where, you know, when they added Super, they really focused on Hacienda Control. They got better at it. Teams started to veto it. They go back to Vault a good amount. And it's been okay. Both teams are in a very similar spot here. It's below a 50%. One's like 3 and 4 last stage. The other one was 4 and 5. It's one where if you look at these two teams and you say, how do we get over the hump of beating FaZe and Thieves? They have to improve in this game.
100%. Was it as simple in this series as like, listen, I know Heretics hardpoints would have been better, but simple as like good search team, good hardpoint team, who wins control? Like, could you simplify that?
I think that is sort of probably the easy narrative into this, and it's played out that way.
Yeah. We still got some series to go, though. Tied up 1-1. First to 3 takes the series and moves on to your second round. Loser at David the Loser's bracket, but still alive and fighting. You see Neptune, his season control, reverse Heretics, 1.14. He's been terrific. Can he turn it on here as we get into map 3, battling out on Vault, the control?
Oh, I think that's what talked about, right? Control is just one you want to wait for your teammates. Don't want to overplay. Throw those lives away. That's when things can get ugly. Maybe trying to throw a little B start here was Miami Heretics, but Surge, they're going to just ramp it up, shift on over, find the kills, and well, 04, right back to it.
Yeah, that's one where you want to catch them. Maybe flat-footed and get some kind of success early, but it turns into absolutely nothing. So some time milking off the clock. Heretics' next wave of kills could be a big one to kind of get them out and fighting around the actual point. They've chained together too. And now battling here for position. Retaining numbers around A. We'll see if they can work this first tick. About halfway there, looking for an opening though. Keep an eye on that number 3 and Nasty as he'll look to pounce. Will do just that, and that's a clean wave off the point. Beautiful there from Nasty and company.
And well, you just find all 4 kills, you only lose 1. That's immediate forward pressure here for Vancouver Surge. Well, you have 3 players around ammo. They are hunting them down, the subs, in their face. Metal's yet to find a kill. The first player off spawn, that's going to be Super, but Abuza's going to pick that up right away.
Oh, 4th dying back cool. Like, that's when you know you've got some map control. Will the over-aggression maybe end up costing him? So far, looking okay, but now with several kills in a row for Heretic, the chance to keep this fighting, maybe get them in an extension. There's at least your first bit of progress. Still lurking in behind enemy lines is going to be Nasty. They're trying to look for the timing to deal with him. Metal's trying to sniff it out. Not going to sniff out anything but the gunny as Nasty puts him down. So now you still have to keep your head on a swivel. Inside, you get caught from both sides. It's 5 straight from Nasty. And looking like a round 1 dub here from Surge, barring a late round miracle.
And well, that is just both teams know they're missing 1 player, right? Nasty's looking for Metals, Metals is looking for Nasty, and you're just hoping you just stay in that corner, get an easy kill, but doesn't happen. Great plays out of Nasty. He is still alive. Rencor trying to do what he can with the help of his teammates to extend this round, winning some big gunfights, but still, he is the only player forward.
Maybe it's hoping you can get a 3rd tick. You somehow get the extension, not going to happen. So 2 ticks for Heretics. I mean, nothing that surprising. We know how difficult offense has been on Vault, especially later we've gotten into the year. So they'll take their 2 ticks. We'll see how that adds up in the total scheme of things as we get deeper. But really just great defense from Surge. Dealing with the opening B look. Playing together, not I don't know. Kind of like Nasty talked about in the interview, like,
Throwing away lives, yeah.
Not throwing away lives, like playing together, getting good position. And yeah, they could have got caught maybe when they played really, really aggressive in towards ammo, but they found the next wave of kills, and then that story was kind of over.
Yeah, just waiting for each other off spawn, and again, just the 0-4. Guys on fire. We saw it in map number 1. Him and Nasty go on some big sprees there in that round. On the other side for Miami, it's been a trend in the respawns. You want to see Metals pick it up here for them.
Okay, so we're thinking B off the break here as well for Vancouver Surge. Will they find a little more success? They're looking that way. They've already got 2, make it 3.
Set it up with Neptune. He's the only player that goes cat, so everybody's looking B side for Miami, except they allow him to go on 3. A massive window for Real to give them arc control.
Yeah, that's a big one-on-one. You lose that, that might be the B point done, but you're still here and fighting. And already got some progress. Neptune snapping back, looking to help. Well, he's going to get some help in the way of a teammate. It's going to take him down.
Not a great round for Nasty so far.
No, it's not. No, it's not. He had a great round 1.
Yeah, great round 1.
Not the best round 2, but still, some time to go. At least they were able to turn that into a tick.
Yeah, you would just love to turn that into more. That was such a great chance. You had arc control, you had Neptune pushed up, and then even you recover from it, you still have Neptune pushed up. And well, as you said, the teammate, it's going to hurt you because this is the problem. It's only 1 tick, but you lose all map control now as Miami finds 6 kills in a row.
They really do need to get Metals going a bit. He had kind of a double negative map 1. Cost him a bit. He'll have those every now and then. You're going to want to try and avoid that here in the control. It's 3 and 9, but hey, still the position now on the map for round 2 to tie this up. 4 straight for Rancor, 3 straight for Super. Have a good position here, but pressure onto B yet again. Looks like they're dealing with it, or are they? Able to pick off 1 on the point, but that's all they're going to actually drop. The rest of the kills going to go the way of Surge.
Round 2 for Nasty. Redemption time. He does a great job playing his life forward. Now everyone from Miami off spawn has to focus on him, and well, not able to find him 3 in a row as the progress is being made over towards the A point. He's going to force everyone to have to deal with him. Well, now you have to take advantage if you are Surge.
Take advantage of looking for the extension. Only 23 seconds remaining in this. Heretics trying to go huge to maybe stop any kind of extension. They've done that. Nasty, the lone man alive. Good job just waiting for his teammates. A big one-on-one to try and shut down Super, who's playing out towards Palms. They'll win that fight. Now they'll try to battle back towards the point. Just a little bit left to get done at A. Can they win the fights on the point? They're able to do it. That should be the extension.
And while you can see the way Surge, they're kind of mixing it up. You know, it's the 2nd or 3rd time now where they're all off a spawn, and what they've been doing is taking B Street and then winning the gunfights inside a connector to transfer that over towards A, just putting pressure on the street. A lot of the times it's pressure through catwalk. Maybe you're just trying to flood the middle of the doors.
Well, those fights can be so hard. You're fighting top art. You're fighting like a palm heady. Like, it's not the easiest.
No, not easy at all. But yeah, that has been their key to success throughout this round. Metals, though, going on a wide play through ammo. But all of Surge just going to try to focus on this point. Maybe get another tick.
It's real close. And no respawns remaining, though. I don't know if the tick got done.
I don't think so.
I don't think it did. No, it didn't. Didn't get done. It was so close. I thought there was a body on it, but never actually popped up and said they got it. 4 versus 8 now. Only a 4 nasty enough remaining here to try and make some magic happen. Love to somehow get that final tick over towards B, and maybe you got a chance to do it. That's going to be everybody dead, despite the fact they're in a 3v4 on the map.
It's a massive kill there from Rentor.
Are they going to get it? They do get the tick.
Yeah, they get the tick. They're now just trying to win the round, but going to be difficult in a 2 versus 4. Rentor, as I said, wins that gunfight middle of the map, goes on the flank, but you take that if you're Surge, and I mean, you're a couple of gunfights maybe from winning that round.
I mean, the fact that you get that tick in a 3v, whatever it is, 3v8, yeah, you'll take that. And we'll see it again once we get deeper into this, how much that will matter. But what, 5-2 in the round count? Or sorry, not the round count, 5-2 in the tick count. But that's one you're probably thinking Surge. I mean, yeah, a couple little situations go different. You're definitely taking that round. But that's about as close as you're going to get to a round win as you can. Just think about how defensively favored this has been. Can Heretics find some success? The opening didn't go well. There were not really many positive moments. I mean, there were some little skirmishes on A that they won when you talk about numbers, but that was about it. And they were never like a big one. It was like you won it by a player. And wow,
that did not go well either.
No.
I mean, it is a 4-for-1. All 8 players right through both mid doors.
That was at 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, people started shooting, and all of Heretics was just dead.
And now you're going to have Neptune flanking you. You're trying to deal with Nat. You are not winning anything.
Okay, well, was wondering if maybe it started off a little better. The answer, no. Now, you take a breath and try to turn this around. Maybe Real can find some openings and get out hunting. All right, we'll get on to A, maybe turn some heads. Just trying to slip away. Slippery little snake. He'll get out of harm's way and then rely on his teammates to step up. Real right back then into the conversation. Just elusive. And that's a great stretch now from Miami. The point you're only down 2 lives, you fought back.
Yeah, I mean, they've recovered well. They had to deal with Neptune in their base a number of times. Now you have 2 ticks on this 8 point, but Surge, they know they have another crack at this. A couple of players on the Yotat side. Super's on 3 in a row, though. He's ready for the next gunfight, and well, has the help from his teammates. Pistols on point. 04 is going to go on a wide flank, a wide route, but it may not matter. This is going to be on a Neptune to contest this. Just guesses the wrong corner. So extension is in. You're very much in the round, and Real is hitting.
Beautiful triple there out of Real. And yeah, after just getting thumped in the opening seconds of this round, great recovery. 12 versus 12, the battle to the point. Just trying to keep a body on this. I don't know how much the clock is really going to matter at a 10 versus 10. Getting the off angle to try and pinch this will be Super. He's got eyes here with the AR, helping his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a try. You're going to rely on nades. Real's going to be out spawn. You're going to maybe have 3 players on this. A big pick from Abuza, but that is it. Neptune has to hunt down Super. As well, now it's a 5 versus 8. Miami in a great position to win this offensive round.
What a recovery if they pull this off. Thwarted in the opening moments, 6v2 now. Nasty trying to do his best to battle, but it's all going to be on to 04. But you've got bodies on the point. They're close to closing this out. The utility's going to hit, and they'll shut down any sort of miracle. And after all the frustration in the previous round and the struggles here off the break, it is nothing but Miami after that. That is incredible.
And while your big 3 just take over, you get multi-kills from Real, you get multi-kills from Rentor, multi-kills from Super. That setup, sort of that B setup. And I mean, then Super's able to get inside of Art. So Surge off spawn. They know there's multiple players on the objective. You have to deal with Super. That is so much time. And well, time was against them.
It felt like that moment where Real finessed, like once he got on A and just got away 1 bullet. Like after that, bro, the tidal wave that is Miami just started going nuts. Absolutely incredible there. Now, as close as Surge were, and as much as I thought those 5 rounds were everything, I mean, now you've got to get an offensive victory. You need one badly. Well, you're losing the map.
Yeah, that just
break
feels
off
like
goes the way of
that
Miami.
round. I mean, the momentum has shifted. Just the gunfights starting to go the way of Miami. Their stars are starting to really pick it up. Well, Abuza, we saw what he did in map 2. Wasn't the best from him, and now he is -9 on a vault control.
See if he can turn it around a bit. Within this round, within this map, within this series. 04 just stunned to hell. No opportunity to really do anything. Beautiful utility. They're out of Heretics.
Again, look at top right. This big 3.
The big 3. Keep it going. Nice little gunfight window, 404. Bringing a second behind that. Maybe an opening now for Vancouver Surge to turn this into something. I think they're trying to deal with Real on the other side of it. They're able to do that. 04 can't play his angles right. Knock comes to Boozik. Can he take down one? No, gets damaged, I think, into both. But you're down to, what, sub 30 seconds. And really your first progress on the point is happening now. A big sequence for both teams around the point. The dominoes seem to go the way Heretics is Metals. It's able to get 3. Huge moment from him. He was struggling early in this map. He has turned it around here despite the fact he's talking about big 3. He's had his moments as well, and they shut them down there. Only 10 lives remaining for Surge. What has been these last 2 rounds from Heretics?
It just feels like they've hit another deer, man. I don't know. They're playing with more confidence. They're winning more gunfights. You just see it for Mentor. He is taking those chows all day. Well, they are locked in now. As well, Surge, they just have to win this round somehow. Maybe it's behind Nasty. Have to extend it, but 7 versus 13. It'll be so difficult to do.
Bodies on the point. Extension about to be in. Route, though, through for Rancor. Let's see what he's going to be able to come away with. You need perfection right now from Surge, and so far you are getting it. What a clutch this would be if they somehow pull off this round. Real's been sniffed out. It's going to be Metals, though, that's trying to find the opening. You just have to read the route over and over and over, and it feels like eventually a player from Heretics is going to make their play. They'll at least only allow Metals to get 1, but then you have to deal with Real. Good bit of finesse and footwork out of him yet again.
Yeah, and every trade is just it's a win. It's a win here from Miami. Well, you can see number 4, Neptune. He's just trying to play his life inside of vault doors, but not going to happen. They're going to end up cutting him down. And now everybody from Surge has to wait for each other off spawn, and good luck. You're going to layer this map. Real trying to throw in a little theatrics there, but his AR is looking over it. Rentor's gonna find one. Rentor gonna win the map with 2. And you can see what it means for these guys to go up 2-1.
Yeah, no, I think you said it. They hit another gear, bro.
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
It felt, I think that's what Neptune's thinking. Like, what the hell just happened? Like, we had that a really good defensive start. We had a really good offensive round getting 5 ticks. And then suddenly, like, what the hell? It's like they were thunderstruck, bro. Like, what happened to us?
And that's kind of what we talk about, like the end of map 1. You're hoping the guns get hot. You start to win some more gunfights, some more multi-kills pop up. It didn't happen in map 1, but it very much, they came alive there in that map number 3. I mean, Surge is a couple of gunfights away going up 2-0.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact they survived that round 2, Heretics, gives them that life. They carried on to that round 3 and win the offense.
Taking a quick look through the stats, you talked about the big 3 turning it on Real, Rancor, and Super, and they absolutely did. Rancor and Super are kind of those super ARs leading the way in damage, and they have been terrific. Well, at least within that map 3, we'll see. Can they carry it now into map 4? And, well, the respawns were an interesting conversation as we take a look through some of the highlights. I mean, a tale of what 2 halves it felt like within this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, Surge like so dominant on defense.
Yeah.
Their offense was close, and then even the start to round 3, you had that counter.
That was the quickest forward ad, like in the control round.
Right after that, everybody from Miami starting to, I don't know, find the multi-kills. Teamwork was on point. You got a sub in his Super's hand. He was doing whatever he wanted. But playing with some swagger was Heretics they're able to win this control.
The swagger, the confidence, everything's certainly there and aligning for Heretics.
It's just right after this.
Yeah, no. Right after this, they just never looked back. It just felt like, once control slipped away from Surge, they just never were able to get it back. They were never able to slow the game down again.
No, and this is what, they've struggled with. It just feels like once it gets out of control for them, when things start not going their way, it spirals big time.
And it's weird because, like, in hardpoint, they can be so good at that reset. Like, they have a bad hardpoint, they have a bad little stretch, they're able to slow it down, flip it. But in control, sometimes they just can't do it. You just cannot do it. You know, Heretics, once they get to their spots, or once they just find freedom on the map, to the point where the team is constantly just second guessing like when their routes are going to come through, when the flanks are going to be there, they're so deadly. They're so deadly.
And it's always the worst, too, when you like start getting pieced.
Oh, yeah.
And you just hear in the comms, like, I've been there, like, it's all good. Like, we got this. It's just like, it's not all good.
No,
we're getting gunned right now.
You just felt it shift, bro.
Yeah.
You felt it shift. That was electric. Out of Heretics. But now, okay, let's talk about the hard point. You were surprised to see what Hacienda and Vault be the two that came through. And despite maybe Hacienda not being the best map on the year for Heretics, they were, what, 3-1
No, this is a better
right?
one than Vault. Like, I thought we would see one of these. I just didn't think we'd see the Vault come through.
Yeah, yeah. The Vault was surprising.
These are the two best for Surge. But, yeah, it's been better here for Miami Heretics. One they've, looked to improve on. It has gotten better. Again, they've been a solid hardpoint team since adding Super. It's just I was just very surprised to see both of these. But now, I mean, who knows what's going to happen. But if you are Surge, you are relying on this hardpoint again to get you to win Game 5.
And if you get to a Game 5, at least you're getting to your Surge pick, right? You're getting, what, Proto was the map 5, right?
Yeah.
You're getting to your Surge pick. Proto, a map that they can be very, very good at. I mean, you want to lean the way of Miami when it comes to Search and Destroy in general, just because how good this team has been. But that is a very, very winnable map for this team. Now you just got to get there. We take a look at some of the map 1 statistics as we get ready to fire back into a hard point. Metals struggled. 0-4, the opposite of that. Double positive, takeover map out of him. Let's see if they can slow 0-4 down, if Metals can really get going in this map 4.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it at the end of the map number 3. These stats, they don't matter no more. But
no,
it was great stuff from 0-4. But it feels like the rest of Heretics are locked in now. Momentum on their side.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, okay, we saw Heretics kind of brush off the map 1, right? Like, you brush that off, you bounce back, you win the Search and Destroy. Now you kind of get thunderstruck, you destroyed if you are Vancouver, and now you try to bounce back and do the same thing. They just brush that off, bring it in a hard point. You can be so dangerous in that particular mode. They'll try to do it as we get ready for Hacienda. But they are fueling the pressure. I mean, yeah, this is a double elimination bracket. A loss here isn't the end of the world. It's a very tough matchup for both teams, but man, your road gets harder if you get the losers early.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, it's 8-7 on the year, but the last 5 for Miami, 4-1. And look at who they're winning against, by the way. At one point, maybe the best hard point of the year. That 250 to 249 versus FaZe. You also were able to take down LA Thieves.
Yeah, that one was something, huh?
Yeah, that was a that was a banger. Back at DreamHack Dallas, but now it is Champs time.
Moose are not having the best series. Maybe here is where he can start to take over, or at least set up Neptune some damage in, and he'll get his 2. But you heard them talking about they struggle with some of the ratty plays, some of the off positions, the pace of play. This is definitely one of those maps that they can get under your skin. Real will annoy the hell out of you here.
And I just think on the other side, for Abuza, I feel like this is the map when this Surge team really become a staple this year. Like the ARs, especially like P2. I feel like Nasty and Abuza have both had some insane garage plays where they should set themselves up. So can they do it here? You can see on rotation, a nice start for Surge, but 2 players going to be putting some pressure on here for Heretics.
Yeah, just an awkward timing there for Booz as he tracked back to it. So you'll have the back spawns right now if you are Surge, but it's going to be Heretics battling from the point. 2 players going to be spawning out, 1 from either team. A little bit of a blessing there with the vehicle kill for Heretics. They'll take down 3, and now you're able to layer the map and push out a bit. Everything you want in that opening sequence.
Yeah, you get fences spawned, so they're just trying to realize where are the spawns. They had somebody pushed on up. You weren't able to spot fences, so immediate pressure here from Surge. What was looking so darn good. Well, you had a clean 4 dead, but yeah, just not ready for the fences push.
Yeah, no, it looked so good. It looked near perfect, I thought, after you got that 3 dead.
I feel you have to be ready for that. You have Rencor, who was out towards the front. He's not seeing nothing. Where's that pressure going to come from? And 2 players get caught. 1 lobby, 1 all the way back statue. And Surge, no, it is just go time. Let us trade. Let's use our numbers on the hill.
Oh, one of the best teams in the game with knowing when to flip the switch and push the tempo in hard point. Surge, beautiful job there, but all right. We'll be up about 30 as we now head to fences, and we'll see if Heretics, they can get the hold here early. You lose a couple of players, though. Might be a little bit scrappy in the opening moments. Neptune trying to make it real scrappy. He gets 2, looking to go over the top maybe for a 3rd. Nice tracking, though, there from Super, and then the help comes in from his teammates. solid engagement there from Heretics.
I mean, you have the numbers right there if you're Surge, but Super just buys enough time and gets the double kill, right? So it allows his teammates all spawn to get in a better position to deal with that first push. That was looking like a chance for Surge to get the momentum on their side, give themselves a big lead, but Super holds on.
They hold on again, this time Real with his 2. 20 seconds remaining here to earn. Lead change going back the way of Heretics. They'll continue to fight for this scrap time. Nasty little double will kind of get them in. They'll secure the final 10 seconds or so. Early on rotation will be Heretics with 2 players here and 2 players trying to battle over a boat. It's going to be interesting at the setup for Rock. Now, what are you seeing on the map, Joe?
Well, I mean, you left what, around 10 seconds if you were 0-4 to try to get involved. So they need to find this break because they gave up some big time. They were trying to figure out the spawns, but does not work out. Miami, again, relying on their holds. This is the best break team in Stage 4 versus the best hold team in Miami. And while they are staying at that #1 spot on Hacienda, is what you can see 6 in a row right here for Heretics.
Beautiful hold. Lead pushing out to 20. Water round in from 0-4. We'll see what the timing works, or how it works out as they go to Pounce. Just waiting on him to get there and maybe make the play. With 20 or so seconds remaining, he will get through. Not gonna be able to chain that into 2 though. And Metal's multi keeps them battling on the point. They continue to hold despite the routes.
And well, that's why I was surprised to see Nasty go mid through connector. Like, just you spawn up and you have a choice, right? Am I just gonna rotate, rely on the brace towards P4? But it feels like, I don't know how many times throughout the year have we seen P4 be that hill for teams that find a 40 or 50 seconds to get right back into the game. And well, you opt for it to try to go for the break. Does not work out at all.
I think it was 48-18, Surge round. And since then, it has been all Heretics, and it continues to be all Heretics. When they turn it on, man, they turn it on. It was 7 straight for Metals before he fell. Want to see if he can turn it around after the map 1 dud. My God, he's doing it so far here. And yeah, when you have map control, it allows them to tuck away in corners, be annoying, shut down any pushes from Surge. This has been a truly remarkable stretch out of Heretics. We'll see how long they continue to flood this.
Yeah, well, good thing we showed that. Maybe that stats graphic. What a turnaround here for Metals. Just such a great job from him to turn it up here. But Miami Heretics right now, they're up 60 points on rotation. A big one here for Miami, maybe to run away with the game and the series. Let's hear the comms here from Miami.
Estoy contigo, Chema. Esa gusta el lobby, tú. Se puede colar side el siguiente. No. Mira el pozo, tengo el punto. Tenéis el punto, ¿no? Ya tengo unos puntos. Voy a pinchar el pozo, Chema. Vale, dame un segundo, Sí, está
pinchando el pozo.
un tiro nada. Y otro fondo León Close. A tu derecha, Chema, uno. Chavales, hay dos. Y si no, hace nada. Yo estoy bloqueando de frente. Vale, pues sale pozo. Sí, hacen pozo. Muerto. Vestimos a la frente. Quédate pushado. Sí. Vale, no tengo side, te pido side ahora.
Una bala 04 fondo. Está en la curva. Son dos ya. Son dos ya, ayuda.
Cuidado side. Close izquierda. Concha a la izquierda. Side. Voy a pillar roca rápido.
Abusa de cara checkers. Abusa aquí meta.
Roca,
muerto conmigo, mente, Chema.
Te han tiro. A la derecha. Va a haber otra arriba blanco, ¿vale?
¿Vamos a matarle?
P4 toca en Neptune. Una derecha ya en blanco en Neptune. Derecha, una bala en Neptune.
Le da 2, Chema.
Blanco out.
No puedo dar.
Son de frente. Bueno. Queda en Neptune P4. Vamos por el punto.
Sí, ha nacido.
Vamos rápido al punto.
Creo que 2 mínimo.
Se ha salido de punto. Se ha metido tío.
Vale, sí.
Puede ser que
está
aguantando el fondo.
Es plat y van a ir gente pozo, chales. Plata arriba.
Uno inner. Uno de frente. Los dos que quedan de frente. Los dos de frente. Son dos.
Una bala.
Ir para el fondo a alguien.
Van a flanquear.
Sí, cuidado, sigue. Vamos por el plan. Voy para Sigrid, aguantar.
Vale, ahí no, chapa dentro.
A otro caseta un tiro.
Inner conmigo, entonces.
Voy siguiente yo. Pueden hacer el fondo. Pueden hacer el fondo.
Sí, nacen atrás. No. Algunos sí.
Doble no veo.
Vale.
Estoy en el siguiente.
Doble ese.
¿Le tienes el marcadero, ¿sabes algo?
Sí, lo tengo yo.
Nacen. No te tengo en medio.
Dos, check. Tres. Muerto, una bala.
It all comes down to this rock hold. Miami can hold it. They'll basically put away the map, and so far, so good. They were perfect here last time through. perfect here early.
And I mean, you win scrap time plus the rotation just ahead of the game. Well, you had a 2 versus 3, a chance there for Surge, but again, you locked this down. An early contest, you're gonna need a break. Relied on it at that P3. It looks like you're going to find it here at P4, and it was much needed there for Surge.
That keeps their dream alive. A massive break for Surge. Now you still have to hold this time, but you get the rest of this, you're right back in the hunt. You'll be down about 30 or so points. What, 30, 40? With a chance to do this. We've had some insane haciendas, maybe setting up for another one, but you still got to hold. A big multi there from Abuza. That is a huge one. Now the help in to deal with the final player in trade. He had a big moment, I think a big double at the break at P3 to get in there for a moment, break up some of the time. But okay, about 40 seconds between them. Here we go into the third set. Abuza's gonna get caught. Everyone's gonna get caught.
Yeah, you think you have a chance maybe to just set up top halls, get some map control there after finding those 3 kills. Instead, you run into everybody. You're just getting caught sprinting right now if you are Surge and you're not finding the kills. So you're going to rely on a break again. I mean, this is such good time here for Miami. They are going to chip away here at this P1.
Up over 200. And continuing to volley on the points, as you said. Back and forth, but it looks like numbers, I think, going to be Surge here for a second. Not able to turn it into time, but still holding that right side of the map. But they need to make sure Heretics also don't get any more time here. Super's route up through halls, going to get him in behind 2 players. And well,
flip here.
able to get both. The flip is going to happen. You see number 1 spawning out deep, and as you say, oh no, the wheels may come off for Surge. You're going to have numbers at the P2 early here for Heretics.
Well, now the numbers are going to go away. So still 10 seconds left. Number 5 in Real going to spawn all the way out. 3 versus 3, but Rentor, he's going to find 2. Neptune trying to do what he can, but Rentor gets 3. Super with the 4th. We didn't see his POV, but Rentor locks down the spawns himself. 26 and 17. He continues to have himself a year.
Maybe the numbers don't matter. Thought they were there for a second for Surge, and then they disappeared, just getting shot in the back, shot from corners, and frustrated. But so far, you're in the point if you are Surge. You might not have numbers here for long. You got to win this from the front and continue to hold. Only 22 points needed for this Heretic squad, and Metals is clipping Wiggs. 28 and 20 out of him, and right into the hard point they go. Enough time here to close it out. Will Surge have one last push? Here it comes, some massive gunfights. Metal's able to take the first. Real there with the second. 2 players remaining on the push for Surge. Abuza trying to get him in. Will his multi be enough? No. Super and Metals hold. And moving on to the winner's bracket early in chance, it is Miami Heretics.
Well, the boys fired up, and what a response after getting blown out on Bald Hardpoint. But they win 3 maps in a row. You tested on the Search and Destroy. It was looking like Surge was going to run away with the control, but they held on. And then they just dominate Hacienda from start to finish.
Oh, they do. That was incredible there. They have had the hardpoint improvements on Hacienda over the last couple of months. You wonder if much will change in the 1-month break leading up to this event, but still locked and loaded is this Heretics roster. It just feels like, yeah, from what, 2 rounds into that control, something shifted. Something changed. These Heretics boys turned into animals.
Yeah, and we talked about it, right? Like, you know, Surge throughout the year has been such a good team at rebounding in hardpoint, like finding another break, but it just felt like at times, like this Miami team just kind of outskilled them. Like the multi-kills were just so one-sided. It started in that control.
It felt like they just gapped them at times. They're 100% right. Like the steal ceiling just seemed a little bit higher for Heretics when they really started flowing. Didn't feel that way in the map 1.
No, but just look at the team effort. Everybody was over a minute. Everybody was, 20 to 30 kills in the Miami side. You had a little push there towards the end there if you were Surge, just try to stay alive in the game, but Big Rentor held that down at that last P2.
And this just seems to be a nightmare matchup. Like, I know they haven't played much this year, but like when you look at it on paper, this is a tough matchup for Surge.
Well, if their Surge is going to continue to struggle like this, then absolutely.
Yeah. So just with the Surge pedigree you have on the Miami side, but overall, look at the maps and modes and how that one played out. Incredible win from Heretics. They will move on, continue to fight deeper in champs, and For Surge, yeah, you're going to have to do it through losers. Is this a team that we think is capable of pulling off some upsets, maybe making a run? Absolutely, but seems like clearly some improvements need to be made. But the man that came in, changed the identity of this team, has helped propel them to several top 4 placements. We've got Super, and he's on stage after the big win.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Miami Heretics as they win their winners round 1 matchup. I got Super with me on the main stage, and Super, you know, we have seen you guys play this team twice before in the season, and you lost both times. How does it feel to get a win against this Vancouver team here at Champs?
I mean, you were right. They played 2 times against Surge. It's my first time ever playing against them in a real match.
Okay.
And it feels amazing because everyone knows how good this team is. And yeah, it's a great win for us.
You know, and I like how you said that, okay? You know, they lost against them before in the past, but not with you on the team, okay? And you have been an X factor for them, you know, throughout these last few events. And one thing that we know you for is being so good at Search and Destroy. How important was it to win the S&D map in this series, especially after seeing Neptune clutch up on you guys, and they have a lot of momentum?
Yeah, it definitely was the most important map in the series. It was so important to win it because otherwise we will have been 0-2 in the map count. And yeah, it was so good winning that map, and we gained a lot of momentum after the map.
You definitely did, okay? You took that momentum throughout the rest of the series, and you guys get that first win. Now, earlier today, you know, I got a chance to honor your teammate, Rencor, as he's an all-star this season. How does it feel to see your duo make it on an all-star team?
I'm so proud of him. I knew, like, he was so good because I've been teaming with him the last 2 or 3 years, I don't remember now. And I knew he was capable of this and much more. He's going to keep improving as a player, and I'm so proud of him.
Hey, man, and the Miami fans are proud of you all, okay? You got a few fans in the venue that's been cheering for you guys throughout this series. What do you want to say to them as you get ready for your next match?
I want to say I appreciate you all, and the team appreciate you all. Thank you so much for supporting us. This is just the beginning. We have another important match tomorrow.
You heard it here from Super. It is just the beginning, okay? They got a big match coming up tomorrow. That's going to do it for me and him on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Back-to-back years, Miami sends Surge packing. This time, the Surge not out completely. They will go down to the elimination bracket, but well done for this Miami squad. Let's talk about the Heretics because all 3 of you went Vancouver, who convincingly won that first game. Second half was all Miami. Allie, who shocked you today?
Metals, 100%. Whenever Metals is playing like that, you can almost guarantee a Miami Heretics win. He normally is putting up like a 0.9. He's very much the dirty work player for this team. When you think about slaying, when you think about connecting multi-kills, usually the name's Brencor, Super, even Real has his moments come to mind. But when Metals is able to put up a performance like that and get going, it feels impossible to slow down the aggression and the pressure put on from the side of Miami Heretics.
I asked Stats, what was the difference from game 1 to game 4? And they said it was a 1.08. He had a 0.4 in the first game, a 1.5 in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, so many multi-kills that we were seeing from him. It didn't matter what gun he had in his hands. And, you know, honestly, that was the cleanest hardpoint we've seen from Heretics. You can see when they're set up in good positions, he's able to go on these streaks and make these huge plays. I mean, they had every single P2, masterful plays, aware of every single spawn. When they were spawning out well, we're instantly picking it up. We're setting up pinches, huge plays. Miami looks so clean on that Hacienda. Definitely ready for champs.
Hey, and it's a nice win against a team like Surge as well. A squad with that kind of pedigree and hardpoint is such a great win for them. Again, we didn't really know exactly how this one was going to go. The Heretics have shown us the goods on Hacienda in the past. Without a doubt, though, the right way to start your champs. For the 2 rookies on that stage, that is huge. The toughest task now for Surge. Bounce back after that difficult loss. Make the lower bracket run. They have been in tough spots all year, and it hasn't been great for them.
Vancouver,
that is a tough spot to be in.
That was the best that Miami have looked all year long, and they've been incredible. Like, legitimately, they played that really good in that hard point. The control was phenomenal, and then the Surge battle-tested. You had to adjust. They answered every question for me. Miami's a contender.
Yeah.
Miami gets the dub. They also earn your Scuff play of the game, and this one belongs to 2 gentlemen. They go by the names of Super and Real. Let's take a look at the young guns in control. The rookie Super, second-year player in Real. Both having their impact felt. This was the swing game 3.
Yeah, this was the most important map, I feel, of this series. This was 2 really bad control teams going at it, and for Miami Heretics, they needed it to be Vault. They are not strong on Protocol or Hacienda, so they get the win in the vetoes, and they get the win in the spawn-in. From the side of, you got Super and Real shooting like this and controlling top hallways, it's not going to look good for the side of Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, effectively shut Abuza down, right? Like so much pressure coming in. You're losing track of players. I mean, Real popped a massive three-piece to give them the momentum on one of their offensive rounds. Like, you got the players and you got the knowledge now at this time of the year. They could figure out their control and make a run at this thing.
Miles, unfortunately, I have to lose you on the desk after this segment.
Get
but
outta here.
before you go, tell me what's going to be the best match of the day. Which one of these goes to a Game 5? Because we have 3 more in our bracket as Vancouver falls to elimination. Heretics are in that winner's round 2.
Where do I start, Chris? They're all beautiful games. Well, if Thieves Breach could go the way, I mean, FaZe Optic, you've got no idea how that was going to go. For right now, for me, I mean, my eyes are on Ultra Ravens. That is historically quite a good matchup. I think there's a great energy in here for the Toronto Ultra fans. Ravens, let's see how they've looked after 3 good weeks in the lab.
It's going to be a great night. This is match 1. It is done. The Heretics power into Saturday. We'll find out who joins them next. Don't go anywhere. When we return, the battles continue live at the Call of Duty League Championship 2025.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in Ontario, Canada. This is Championship Weekend 2025. We are here for Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and you are about to see the best team on the planet. After the regular season in 4 majors, LA Thieves have stolen the #1 seed from Atlanta FaZe. They are our reigning champions in the favorite here at Champs, currently taking on Boston Breach. Let's start with the Thieves, Maven, because we knew as soon as Nate Shot made the announcement that he was building a super team, this was going to be a squad to watch.
Yeah, no, I thought right away this team had the highest ceiling. We just talk about their capability. If they were in form, they would be the best, and they seem to be hitting that. And it felt like just getting over the hump, getting that 1 win, they were just going to get even better. Now they're going for back-to-back-to-back. It's been awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, some of their numbers are
absurd.
Ridiculous. I mean, guys, like, we're talking Respawn specifically on the season, 91-33. That is just absolutely bonkers. I mean, you got 2 players that are on the first team All-Stars. Everybody can take over at any given moment, and they're coming off of back-to-back championships. Like, this team is truly special. Excited to get to see, you know, if they've gotten even better over the last couple of weeks.
And the worst part of it is, like, they're disgusting at Respawn. They have the deepest map pool in the entire of the league. So you can take them on any map. It's not great. But specifically, you go to Control, dude. They have, like, combined, like, 9 losses across all maps. That is disgusting.
It feels like we're at the point where, like, they're their own worst enemy. Like, the only thing that can beat them is them. Like, if they come out flat, like they have a couple of times, we're worried. But they're playing their game, bro.
Chris, you know who's been a nightmare matchup for them?
Boston?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we'll talked with Coach Sender about this matchup. Lottie's backstage. What do you have to say, Lottie?
Coach Sender, back-to-back chips for you guys and the team. Incredible stuff, but you're coming into Champs. How are you keeping the boys motivated for the big one of the season?
Obviously, none of us have really been in a position like this before. Honestly, just working super hard. You know, it's before the first match, so I feel like we haven't really settled in yet. But I think the second the match comes around and we get the vetoes done, I feel like it's going to really wake us up and lock us in for the rest of the tournament.
Love to hear it. Now, talking about vetoes, obviously a lot of strategy behind what you guys have to do here. And speaking of strategy, I've heard you're quite the nerd, in a good way. You know, when it comes especially down to S&D, and it's been a big difference maker for the boys. So have you cooked up anything different? I'm not expecting you to tell me what, but has something been going on where you're bringing something new to Champs?
I mean, we'll see. Obviously, it's like one of those things where you don't really game plan around it, but it's all situational. As long as we're focused on adapting and just being on the fly and just pulling out all the bag of tricks that we have, you know, I feel very confident going into every search that we play. So.
A big part of that obviously was Envoy back in Major 4. He was absolutely phenomenal. 1.10 finish on the Major 4, 39 bomb plants, incredible stuff. But he was also just incredibly clutch as well. As a coach, how do you lean on a player like that in those big moments, but also alleviate pressure so it doesn't become too much?
Honestly, I just try to make my players feel like as good as possible going into the match. I feel like that's my ultimate goal as a coach. I try to take as much pressure on me and just relieve it off them so they can go into it just free-flowing. Any single time I tell them to do something and it doesn't work, honestly, I'm the first one to hold myself accountable and just be like, guys, that's on me. Don't worry about it. Just trying to keep them locked in as much as possible. So.
I love it. Send a huge support system around them. Thank you so much and best of luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Sender, part of that coaching camp that won the ring for subliners, now over at LA Thieves, feeling confident. On the other side of this matchup, Boston Breach have the lowest seed in the tournament. They're coming in with the 8th spot. The bad news, you're looking really rough at Major 4, but you have taken down LA Thieves in the past, so let's focus on that.
Okay.
What can Boston do after missing out on champs last year? How could they play spoiler in 2025?
Yeah, you know, you're finally here, right? You're in a position where you can do something special. You've beaten these guys on land before. They played once on land, and they beat them in both of the hard points, where you look at this matchup on the year, 2-2. Snoopy and Big Wake have played exceptionally well up against the LA Thieves, putting down damage. Snoopy in the kill department, lighting it up with like a 1.07 KD. So they feel confident in this matchup. The problem is what you started out with there, Chris. Their game is trending downwards.
Yeah, and they're kind of like, they play up and down to their competition sometimes, and that's why you find that they're kind of in the middle of the pack, but you can't necessarily count them out because of some of the talent on this roster. If you get Snoopy going, or say Cammy, like the last time they went up versus LA Thieves, has a good match, they could steal away insane wins.
I'm looking at this matchup, and I see experience from LA Thieves. You have Envoy, who has been to champs 6 times. This is his 7th. On the other side, Purge is in his first ever champs. What do you need to see from that guy? Because he can be an X factor for the squad, Maven.
No, he's a guy who's going to make the right decisions. He's going to be entry when he's playing well. He makes the game easier for the rest of his teammates. I don't know. He doesn't strike me as someone to be super phased by this. Like, this is a guy that literally had the worst KD in the league and still, like, turned it around. So I don't know that he's going to be that phased. But, yeah, some pressure on him, surely.
I mean, he just makes huge plays. And, you know, there were times where the AR duo, particularly this last split, wasn't playing well. And it was Purge getting them through a lot of the maps that they were able to take.
Yeah.
You know, I look at this Boston team, and we talk about why they played LA so well. It's a lot of the maps that LA like to play, Boston are comfortable on. You look at it.
Pause it right there and take a look at our maps and modes. So where do we have an advantage if I'm a Boston fan? Do I have one?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know if you can argue that.
You can't really call it an advantage, but...
You can't call it an advantage, but there are some maps that you like. I mean, how many times have you seen Hacienda, Purge making massive plays on their side of the map? And then you look at the Rewind, 3-1 on Rewind if you're Boston. It's just a lot of maps that they really enjoy. LA are comfortable allowing into the series.
Listen, if you look at this layout, you look inside of LA, I mean, they have abundant, like, double positive records on every one of these maps. Okay. On the flip side for Boston, 1, 2, and 4 are going to be the ones they're focused in on. And even if they do force that game 5, it's not that bad because it's one of the worst search and destroys for LA Thieves, and they haven't been that strong in that distance in some of these series. So for Boston, there is some light at the end of the tunnel looking at this layout.
I mean, listen, if you're Boston, you're just thankful you're here. Like, it got real scary. You're kind of blessed to be here. And the fact is, if you're going to beat them, you need Thieves to come out flat. They have done that. Can you catch them coming out flat here at the biggest event of the year?
We've seen it on land. Like, this exact situation. Round 1, it has happened before.
It has happened before, and I know a lot of people's pick'ems are already fried. I'm 1 for 1, and I'm about to be 2 for 2. I'm going LA Thieves in 3.
3 is crazy.
Thieves, yeah, 3-4.
Yeah, you gotta go LA Thieves. Gotta go red.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with LA Thieves. They look unbelievable.
When we all go one way, chaos tends to follow. We will find out. Can Boston play spoiler? It is match 2, winners bracket round 1, and we got Guy Blaze on the stage.
Yeah, I'm ready to keep this day going. Ontario, make some noise here because we're about to hop into our second matchup of the day. And the next squad coming to the stage does not care about any firewall you got up. They're going to break through whatever. Here comes the Boston Breach.
Listen, that's just too easy, right? He just slid out, and his boys are eating on point. This is Cammy! It's gonna be down to Cammy in versus the world. What do you want? Holy Cammy! No, it's Demon Joe. And there he is. Awakening sets you up. Purge knocks him down. There's the final 3. Purge is playing campaign. Like what? Purge, the heretic.
Ladies and gentlemen, get loud for the Boston Breach. Purge, Cammy, Awakening, and Snoopy. Into the Breach we go. This team knows that the only thing that matters is what they do on land. And they have taken down their opponents before on this stage. But can they do it again? Make some noise for the Boston Breach.
You don't get many opportunities to place well at champs. Trust me, I know. And I'm looking at this roster. They're the underdog. They know that. Last time they were the underdog as well, and we saw what Snoopy was able to do. A superstar on that stage up against LA Thieves. He took over across the board. Gonna have to have that same performance, Guy. Time to bring out the champs, though.
I agree with you, Ant. They're going to have that exact same performance. They were hot 2 events ago, but since then, the LA Thieves have been popping off. Everybody get ready, because here comes your current back-to-back defending champions.
names. Listen to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Ready to take it all. Here comes the LA Thieves. Scrap, Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty. The LA Thieves have shown us the last 2 events. They are not anyone to play with. They want to run it up. They want it all. The LA Thieves are ready to play.
I mean, these are your back-to-back event winners taking the stage right now. A lot of bark and a lot of bite for the LA Thieves, but we've seen them in this spot before, and if they do anything, it's learn from their mistakes. I cannot wait to get this match started, guy.
I'm ready to get it started. Are you guys at home ready to get it started? Are you guys in the venue ready to go? Chance, Miles, let's roll. Shift and study, let's go.
Okay. Whoever it happens to be, let's get this thing going. Why not? Hey, #1 seed coming in, back-to-back winners. The odds are obviously very much so stacked in favor of LA, but there has been a bit of a curse around #1 seeds at major events this year, and Boston has been the byproduct of upsets in the past.
Yeah, and LA Thieves have been that #1 seed. Sometimes that have been upsetted by this roster on the opposing end. Boston just can't afford a slow start. That's hit on it perfectly. With the form that LA Thieves are currently in, they're basically locking down search and destroys. They've been the best control team all season long, but when you make them uncomfortable, that's by taking map #1. So Boston, they have a lot on their hands with this map #1 on Vault, but this is their best chance taking map.
Yeah, I mean, I think Elliot said that's on the desk really nicely. It's just whenever you look at a series layout against LA, especially as a team that's in the, kind of middle of the pack, it's not going to look all that great in terms of map record, because simply put, Thieves have been so consistent across a variety of maps. Maybe some vulnerabilities in search and destroy at certain points in the year, but that is starting to change a lot in the last couple of majors. And now just coming in and seeing how prepped up could Boston be with a month essentially worth of getting ready for this matchup. What do you have up your sleeves, and can you start hot?
Yeah, I was able to have a conversation yesterday with Purge. Me and him have a great connection, and I love to pick his mind on what he's thinking going into tournaments. And he was saying, versus matchup versus Thieves, obviously everyone is counting us out. Yeah. And sometimes that might play into the team that's the underdog's favor, because no one expects you to win. You just got to go out there and play your game. But he told me our biggest focus so far in this last 3 to 4 weeks was hardpoint. If they can lock down their HPs, they feel like they're decent enough in search and destroy and competitive enough in control to stack with any roster.
Then the other part about this is the AR matchup. Cammy has not done well against the Thieves in the past, whereas Scrap has feasted. So that could be another kind of minuscule storyline to keep your eyes on if there were to be some sort of a major upset here early on day 1 of World Champs. Let's get things going. We got LA, we got Boston, and a lot of also pressure, I think, just riding on to Snoopy. Can he keep up? Can he keep the pace in favor of Boston, especially in the respawns?
Oh yeah, 1.14 KD versus the best hardpoint team in the game. You got to keep that very consistent, because like you said, Cammy has had a tough time going up against LA Thieves ARs on the opposing end. A 0.7 in this matchup. You need to turn it around. At LA Thieves, our back-to-back champions, trying to make it a third one to start with their first match.
Well, let's get it on. Hydra, one of our first team all-stars already kicking things off, trying to play aggressively through square. Turned away immediately, but it will be Envoy, and Ghosty will get it done. Early little 2v4 from those boys in LA are in the hardpoint early.
In the hardpoint early, and also in control of the spawns that they want. Both ARs locking down the lanes, SMGs causing mayhem through the middle of the map. They're finding the trades, 2v2, making it 3v2, last man standing awakening. Another clean for that. Thieves still in control.
Yeah, absolute polished gameplay coming out here from LA off this opening break off. They don't really get the aggression they wanted on the Hydra, but the lockdown around the hard point is perfect. Now Hydra with an AR in hand, trying to do some damage over towards the entry for Boston. Gets some damage in, but is allowing now Scrap to clean things up. And no, Purge able to find a double. That'll get Boston in for a little bit of scrap time here in the last 5 seconds as you rotate to P2.
Yeah, they have a little bit of mid-map control to make their rotation attempt a little bit easier, but Thieves are going to be the team here early. Snoopy trying to apply pressure through the back, is only able to take down one, but Awakening finds a double. That secures the close spawns there for Boston. Now they're in the time.
Can they get a read, though, with this long route from Hydra starting to develop over towards the proximal spawns? Purge able to find the first blood and get to work on a route, trying to cut off this enforcement hit over the top, but he gets shut down. Now spawns will start to move around a touch. Full surround coming in with LA spawning close. Hydra able to find one, make that a second, and that'll be LA now in from the back. Still having to fight against a close Boston in control.
Yeah, that's beautiful pressure there from Hydra to attack through the front side at Truck, find an opening double, even though his teammates don't want the spawn towards the back end. They're still making this scrappy to close this one out. Hydra now on 5 in a row. Yeah, let's just go for the ego, Chow. You already know that you're filling yourself, but
more focused on soaking up this final 15 seconds, giving themselves a little bit more of a comfortable lead heading over towards P3.
One of the macro factors about this matchup you have to keep your eye on here for the hard points is the rotation game. LA has been one of the best teams through Major 4 and DreamHack at rotating early, and they did try to get Envoy around the back to flip the spawns around. Actually, they do get benefited with the spawn over towards Art. Doesn't look like Awakening is going to expect that initially. Envoy trying to find the easy follow-up and will. So now things start to stabilize LA on the left side of the map while Boston are in the hard point.
Yeah, now Boston has to play for the time and keep them away from it. Potentially trying to flip these spawns on its head. There's only 40 seconds still to fight for here. Scrap off to a slow start at 2 and 8. But the same thing could be said for Cammy on the opposing edge. Boston, though, so far, are managing a lot of time here at the P3, are dominating that mid-map presence, and Thieves have not been able to get close.
Yeah, Boston just not really putting the effort through the middle of the map, though. Just still focused on the hard point. And Envoy's double right under the hard point gets LA back in for some time. Hydra shuts down the play over towards Stair side, and now things start to look a little bit trepidatious here as Boston have to try to work across the map and try to get some sort of a setup over towards P4.
Yeah, this is where it starts to spiral out of control when you're going up against this kind of lineup. Thieves just hit some egregious routes sometimes that work out for their messages and catch Boston off guard. You're up by 30. You have the P4 side on lock. You're finding every single kill in the feed. And now Boston looking for another break through the front.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. I mean, this is the #1 rotation-based team in LA on this map throughout Major 4. Their holds have been maybe a little bit subject to question at times, but so far in this map, they've been pretty much perfect. Boston trying to set up something for a break attempt here early at 4, but the cutoff from Scrap is decent. You mentioned his slow start, but now starting to heat up a touch on 3 in a row.
Already up by 50. Can be up by 80 if you can lock down the rest of this time. We're just going 1 by 1 right now. If you're breached, we cannot afford that because we're losing those initial gunfights. Knowing you're the team trying to set up for a hold, the first kill is the most important, and Thieves are just lighting up the kill feed. No one dropping. Hydra again on another streak. The final 15 is going to be theirs, and Boston have a tall ladder to climb to get back in now.
Yeah, the 2 storylines we're talking about for Boston players are, well, coming into the narrative very quickly here. Cammy, we talked about how he has just struggled versus LA team. 4 in 12. Snoopy, one of the X factors for Boston at hardpoint, also over double negative. So Boston just not really getting anything going at the moment. Need to wake up in the second rotation if they want to have a chance.
So far, he's doing this job right. Securing the P2 spawns, dominating that mid-map control. That's a clean 4 dead, but no one hard blocking. Envoy hitting a route. He's at 21 and 9. All of Thieves spawn over towards ammo. Now they have the numbers for the break.
Yeah, he's got 5 seconds of hardpoint time. He is just running around as soon as Hydra falls. Kind of passed to the top to the SMG players. Ghosty has also been great when he's on his lonesome, but this time overwhelmed as now Boston have 30 seconds to fight for. But the big question is not just what happens over this 30. They need to get this next P2 to have a chance to get back in this game.
Without question, but they can also lock down this final 20 and keep them, or give them a lot of opportunities for an early break, but Thieves find every single kill in the feed. Cammy, last man standing, finds a double at the right time, and that secures the spawns there for Awakening. So spawns now flip. Boston's still down by a hefty margin, but they have the spawns that they want for P2 to lock this one down.
Have to hold it. Boston have not been a great hold percentage team in the last couple of months, but they have a good line of scrimmage set, but they don't get a read necessarily that the spawns had been so quick around the back, so now they have to try to play recovery. Cammy on 4 in a row, can't quite get his fit. Awakening trying to stay safe inside the hard point. Purge trying to assist, and he's good for 1, almost another, but it does give enough space for Wake to get some help from poolside. Still has not been challenged yet inside the hard point.
So far uncontested for the first 20 seconds, but now the Thieves are winning gunfight after gunfight. That's already 3 dead. Purge, last man standing over towards Cat. You have 2 players from Boston, though, still spawning on the backside of this P2, so they have pressure from every single angle. Just going to fly their way right back on in, soak up this final time, and get themselves right back into this game. This has been a great hold from Boston.
Yeah, it really has been. Cammy also stepping up just a touchdown, 12 and 15. Nade tags onto a member up top. Chase is on, can't quite find Scrap, and Cammy says, all right, on to the next. That's going to be a play over through Vault Stairs, trying to get some sort of a setup here. Going Scrap to initial from 2 to 3 could be really beneficial here for Boston as they track past the 100-point mark.
Cammy trying to bleed a nuisance on the bottom side of Art. Teammate there to assist onto the gunfight on Ghosty, but this is the most important one. Envoy's able to secure the first, but Snoopy there for the trade. And now Snoop's the only one on this side of the map. All of LA Thieves, they find the break. They bombard their way back over towards top part. Now they're in the control of the map again.
Got lots of damage, though, from Wake. Doesn't have the help to necessarily push all the way forward into the hard point, but he does take Ghosty out of the time to keep it neutral. Now the play over towards Palms. Good kills at mid-map for Breach. Awakening trying to do a little bit more over towards this back position at Vans, but a tough look at the gunfight, and he's got nowhere to go. Thieves able to respond, and will again keep this hard point open.
keep it open, but you're also dominating the side of the map that you want for the P4. It was basically a full 60 the last go around. And now Boston know, if we're not going to get this time, someone has to develop on the route. So Purge going to work his way through bottom side of Vault. Teammate's going to get the player off the point. And he's just hoping to sneak on by, but Scrap's not going to get caught slipping. Spawn secures for Thieves. They're set up again.
Yeah, the long route on the bottom side of the map also kept honest by Envoy. So this will be Thieves set up for P4. Boston still struggling to get back over the middle of the map, and Hydra's going to try to play contestant to that. He's already found one. Trying to finesse around for another, but Snoopy finds the trade. So Boston will get a little bit of a closer spawn at poolside, and the pressure could start to amount over towards the right side of the map.
Snoopy just has to find an opening. You need your teammates to win some gunfights, but everyone is falling at the wrong time. It's already 3 dead. Scrap on 5 in a row. He knows that he's still looking for one. Locates the final one onto Snoopy. All the pressure going to be through the right side, and Boston just cannot get close towards B4.
Yeah, they just keep moving him around. You have to hit through B Street, now you have to hit through Pool Street. It's just not comfortable at all for Boston. Last 20 seconds, maybe an opportunity here to try to get into the side door. Can't be able to find one, maybe a pinch to be set up. Pinch strike to kill Feet. Ghosty, last one left. Stays alive, gets the reload, and now the pistol has just got enough help to make sure Awakening cannot find a way in. So 184 to 104 the count. Heading back over to P1, Boston in control, at least initially, of the setup, but the gunfight wins are not convincing enough to get early time.
Now if you are the Thieves, we can just play keep away a little bit. We'll turn this into like just we get a couple kills, then we flood our way in towards the HP. You're up by 80, almost 90. You're finding the trades around the mid-map. Envoy is still dominating here on the opening ball. Just going back and forth between the guns, but the hell time's right. You would take this if you're Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely you will. I mean, the lead is just so significant at this point that it would have to be something miraculous for Boston to work their way back in. Good couple of kills here with 30 seconds to fight for on P1. You can see number 7, Cammy, just trying to lock things down over towards P2 to keep the spawn safe. That is the only lifeline they have at the moment. They need to get a full 60 and then try to win over towards P4, and you can see the graphic looming. They have not found a single point there. So lots of things need to change here for Boston, but doing a decent job over the top of the remaining time of P1.
Yeah, I think you're banking now on the perfect setup at P2 like you had last go around to keep yourself in the game. As the spawn's currently on lock, the AR's holding down the long distance lanes. Awakening finds a big one-on-one, and Purge is now going to get the info onto Envoy as well. So you're set up again here at P2. The initial kill goes your way, the second kill goes your way. Now Boston are fully set up.
Yeah, get this trade over the middle of the map though. Spawns for Boston, still going to be good behind P2. Awakening still searching for Ghosty, who has eluded him. And that's going to be enough now for Envoy to call the Hellstorm and to try to supply some sort of a break attempt here from the front. Ordnance gets called out, Purge will fall. Scrap Hydra finding kills behind that. Now the spawns start to move around a bit. There's a pinch on the way. Can you hold if you're Boston? You absolutely have to, but no. Awakening Cammy both taken out, and Thieves will get past 200 points.
Yeah, perfect timing there on Envoy to invest the cruise missile. Gets a kill with it, forces the spawn out, then just bombards their way back into the P2 with their numbers. They know that this is a very good time if we can walk away with it, and Boston are not going to give this one up for free, but Scrap is able to find the double. Envoy again with a big one-on-one. Final 15 is going to be theirs, and now running all the way across the map to put yourself in a better spot for P3.
Yeah, all 4 falling right there is just the worst possible situation for Boston, because you're now not going to have a chance to even stop LA from possibly getting early time at P3. Every second is going to feel like the dagger digging deeper into your back, and opening kill from Envoy. We'll now have LA, again, winning mid-map and looking over towards P3.
Yeah, this is what makes it so much more difficult now for Boston. Being down by 80, they know that they need to maintain this P4 side of the map and play keep away, but they're just focused on, let's just get the hell time.
Why not?
Scrap on 5 in a row, that's already 3 dead. Last man right in front of you. Let's just sit down and soak.
But spawn situation, big gunfight win from Cammy. Awakening able to use that off spawn to get 2. So hold on a second. Boston have some situations to work with right here, especially with a follow-up killing off Ghosty from the middle of the map. So you look at the last 20 seconds, it really just comes down to, can you find the kills on the overextension? And so far, Boston are good. It just comes down to now, can Boston hold as we head over to P4?
Snoopy's in a very crucial position, at least able to find one before falling. Still going to spawn right next to his teammates at the new HP. But Thieves only need 1 break. They breached that 240 mark. All the pressure through that right side. ARs need to lock it down.
Yeah, Boston is just completely buttoned up and bunkering down on this hard point. I don't even know if anyone can really even see how many members are hitting over through B Street here. You've got Snoopy down low trying to cover. He's able to find one. Cammy with some support up top will find another. But LA are still working their way around over towards vault stairs. Cammy gonna relinquish the position up high to move down in towards the low ground, and Cammy's now on 7 in a row. After a miserable start, Boston now have a chance to hold, but you do get Envoy around the back, and just comes down to, does he find an opening? No, Perk shuts it down, and Boston are still alive.
Finally, Boston gets some P4 time. They put themselves in position to win the rotation. So far, this has been flawless to keep themselves into this game, gain some momentum in this series. Only down by 60 now. Gambi on 7 in a row, cannot earn himself the cruise missile, but Boston gained a lot of momentum after that P4.
Can you start to string together kills, though, as you rotate over to P1? Trade is good on the Hydra. Ghosty seen that mid-map, tagged and turned on as Awakening snaps back over to find the kill. Purge, he has earned himself a Hellstorm. 199 to 242. Not a lot of room to breathe with here for Boston. He's built to place a perfect hard point, but they are providing. Hydra able to find 2, but Awakening there for the trade. 1v1 over the time, and Ghosty finds the win. Any chance for Boston to get here is going to have to be by the way of a mad dash, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to get there. Maybe Purge? No, not going to happen. LA take map 1.
That's just easy right there for LAT. When you're dominating the P4s the way that you did on the first 2 go-arounds. Uncontested, 98 seconds to none after we ended our second rotation of HPs. They were just in the driver's seat, man. The SMGs causing mayhem. The ARs having a sort of a slow start, but that's where the SMGs were able to pick them up there. It's just LADs are too much to handle sometimes in hard point. Boston start to give themselves a fight with a great P2 hold, finally securing spawns for the P4, but at that point, it's too late.
Yeah, and that's just the kind of power that LA is going to throw at you, especially on a map like Vault that can snowball out of control very quickly. Helps that Envoy goes 38-27. Just behind him is Hydra at 38-29. But the non-traded kill percentage is also kind of standing out with the assists on top of that, double digits across the board. So again, just the team play from LA. Too strong opening things up. Got to give some credit, though, that Cammy and Snoopy both turned the game around. Cammy in particular, able to go 27 and 29 after only finding 3 or 4 kills in the first 5 hard points. So that's just that slow start that really is the difference maker here.
Yeah, and that's what Vault is. It's like if you're winning a majority of your rotations on the first and also the second rotation of the HPs, you're most likely going to walk away with the W. It was just Boston started getting their guns a little bit hot very late into that game. Cammy started to turn up, found a lot more consistency with the SMG early on, and when he needed to whip out the AR, finally when they had some P4 control, you saw what he was capable of, but Thieves just have too much firepower. The fundamentals are always in play. They are the best rotation team that we've had throughout this entire season, and they continue to show it.
Yeah, really clean stuff. Again, just building on the narratives that were already being established at DreamHack. And that's important. I mean, again, like it feels weird to say, but I mean, that was a month ago, essentially at this point. So lots of things could change over the course of scrims. You kind of maybe sometimes get in your head if things aren't going as well as they were just at the events, but everything seems to be pretty much baked into the recipe here for LA completely. Now, Boston, like we talked about, is coming into this as nothing to lose, kind of. You know, it's the 8th seed into a #1 seed that you haven't beaten before. You know, there's a lot to be said about not really losing any muster or really kind of any confidence in a map that looks like that. But now you start talking about map number 2. It has to be a win.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to come out and win the Search and Destroy now, because it looks like the only path forward to beat this LA team is through the 2-4-5.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because, you know, we're 0-4 in this matchup versus them in control. So that's basically going to be a down 0-2 if we lose the Search and Destroy. But the S&D, like you said, is a must-win, man. The only thing that's more difficult now, though, is the form that LA Thieves have found themselves in recently in Search and Destroy. They are 9-1 in their last 10 S&Ds.
Yeah.
And a bunch of those S&Ds are coming from some of the best teams that we have in Search and Destroy in this title. They have just been making easy work of every single person. And the biggest thing as well is that LA Thieves don't have a slow start to this series.
Yeah.
The biggest thing was that map #1. And the fact that they were able to manage, even when the chaos was starting to brew in the middle of that game, they still were able to put the closing bow on it.
I think one of the things that, at least for me, and we can have the conversation now, the LA win at DreamHack over Atlanta, I think, was most impressive because of how they looked in the Search and Destroy in
100%.
particular. Because I think we were all looking at LA saying, all right, you know, hard points, win your controls, that's your path to victory. Kind of the story when they had won their first major in Major 3 in Boca, but that was against a different opponent. I mean, it was a 4-0 beat down onto Vancouver. But I think that impressively, you look at that head-to-head versus Atlanta, a team that we hold in high regard in the Search and Destroy. You look at LA, a team we hold in high regard for control, but it really wasn't necessarily those two stories there. And I think that just helps build towards how does LA go 3 in a row like Atlanta had done. So we'll see how things kind of unfold as we take a look at the land records between these two teams. And again, kind of speaking to the point, LA second overall in the search and destroy, whereas Boston have not been able to find the same sauce that they do on land.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because when you watch this Boston team, the way that they like to play search and destroy is just taking a lot of risks early on into the map. We know how aggressive Purge likes to play. The Soul Man, the Island player, try to take a very aggressive angle to either gain early information or find early information to set up his teams with it. And if you're playing against this LA Thieves roster who love to play that spread map setup, you cannot afford to give them that first blood.
Can't have it. But a Hacienda in front of us has not been a regular map, really, for either of these two teams. You see it in the last 5 here for LA. They've only played it once, and that was against Toronto, what feels like an eternity ago. They've been playing a lot of red card. And that's another story for if we do get to map 5. They are 7-0 in their last 7 red card attempts. So this is, again, just helps build towards that same story of how unlikely this matchup seems to feel for Boston just after losing map number 1, but you have to take this search and destroy, and they're going to kick things off on the opening attack.
Yeah, Purge is going to be the difference maker for me on the side of Breach. It's the way he likes to play S&D. Usually with the aggression, able to gain early info. Snoopy finds the first one and they instantly get the bomb down. So 9-man advantage. Let's just play our trades.
Yeah, and I love this back up here from Purge. You know someone's pushing over towards bottom secret. There should be someone up top, and he's able to find Hydra for the second kill of the round. Down low, Snoopy giving a bit of a battle over towards Scrap, who cannot handle it. And now it's just on to Ghosty top side window. And this is one of those good luck, have fun 1v3s as he's got absolutely nowhere to go. Quick opening round for Boston, set the tone.
Yeah, perfect tone setting round right there out of Boston. The aggression over towards the B site. Purge gaining info that no one was going to be aggressive through mid fountain. So they don't have top secret. They are not mid and bottom connector. Instantly get the bomb down. It also helps as soon as that bomb gets planted, you find that first blood. So everything after that is just a trade. Boston play it perfect to secure the first round.
Yeah, you see Envoy making a mad dash through fountain. You know there's someone else up top. There's no way he's making that play by himself. So great awareness on Boston. That little tactical retreat. Finding the first 2 kills and making the round very, very simple. Now Thieves, their time to rebuttal, and it looks like they're going to head the same direction. Just an opening hit over towards A.
This is usually the side of the map that they dominate on. Is their attacks. They find the early first blow, but Snoopy instantly finds a double. Gives the number advantage in favor of Boston, and they gain that info that the bomb is down.
Yeah.
3v2, play the trade.
Yeah, I just don't know if they've been able to stay forward far enough to guarantee that info. Deep push to the door. Envoy for 2 and slips away.
No way.
Also gets a read that the third was nearby. And that's enough for the bomb to be recovered, and now take this to a 2v1 where Snoopy would have to ace.
Clear out the bottom connector. Realize nobody's at the A site. Just hoping to catch the timing, potentially if they go towards B. But these are taking their sweet time on this approach. I don't know if no Snoop's going to get this info here.
Oh, falls out up top, but now Thieves head in a swivel. Either hear it or just Spidey sense tingling, turn, find it, and that's just a huge play from Envoy up top at mid to get those 2 kills back. Oh.
I feel like Envoy always has plays like that, especially in Search and Destroy. You're thinking, okay, man advantage, there's no way in hell we should lose this round. We're all running around together. But he times it to perfection on the pinch and towards office by finding a double and then getting out of dodge. But Snoopy doesn't spot anything there. They're hugging the walls. It's a beautiful play there from the Thieves to not get the bad timing on their end. Tied 1-1 now.
He gets the right read on it, just cannot quite find that first gunfight. All right, see what Snoopy can provide here. Get the controller cam from Scuff up just to see how cracked out the movement is. It is one of the most fun POVs in the league, and it's already a first blood. Read on to Scrap, backs away from the fight, doesn't need to overchow, and we're going to get a 4v3 here for Boston, resetting.
What's the play call here? He's going to wrap back over towards garage side and Scrap. He hears the door break, so he's going to be ready for a couple of these. He's able to find a double, make it a 2v2, and Hydra with 36 HP gains the info as well.
Nade does not connect, but look at Ghosty on the quick wrap. Trying to stop them from exiting. Boston will hold their ground, kill the noise, and try to create a little bit of doubt here for LA in terms of have they backed all the way up? Have they pushed forward? And it looks like the Thieves will re-clear Lambo and get the info they want. Cammy deciding how he wants to plant this is actually going to allow Thieves a chance to come back over, but a supporting nade from Awakening keeps them away, and we're going to get the 2v2 post plant.
Yeah, that's actually such a beautiful nade there from Awakening. But now Hydra's not going to waste any time.
Why would you? Cammy able to find the first. Hydra. Oh, Ice in the Blood just sticks it. Cammy doesn't even bother checking. I think you're right. It's just you get that little separation with the nade. You're thinking we can reset this on our own terms, but LA just immediately counter with the same kind of persistence. Jumping on, hitting the defuse, that works.
Yeah, I just don't understand the play right there from Awakening. Like, once we get that first blood onto the player on the site, we need to put ourselves in position to watch over the bomb.
Yeah, not be back by boat.
Yeah, he was watching on the backside of 10 area. If you put yourself towards top office, you have an angle to make sure that the bomb is safe, but Hydra does not waste any time there. Sticks the defuse, go see the bait. That works out there for LA. Now they're going right into their aggressive play over towards B.
Yeah, and this time Thieves just holding back a little bit after seeing Boston play so aggressively through fences, but it doesn't stop Snoopy. Another double on the outside. This time the bomb not being carried as a part of that play, though. So LA will have a little bit of freedom to try to work around this 2v4 with a bomb in hand, but a lot of work to be done here to try to even see a bomb site, let alone plan.
So far, Boston have thrown away 2 rounds now where they have had the man advantage. It's not in a position to either wrap back into the wrong player or just catch really bad timing. But the 4v2, everyone's still roaming around together. Envoy in a position to almost find one. But now it's Scrap left in a 1v4.
There's not a lot of room to go over back towards open hall, and Boston will shut that down. Snoopy, a big difference maker already, at least on the defensive side. Provided the opening first bloods that they needed. He's actually got 3 of the 4 rounds worth of first bloods at this point. That's a nice little up and over. Feels the advantage for the second. Great replay, Cam, as Snoopy is good for the majority of the kills here in this round.
He's just Mr. Out of Fence right now. So for LAT, probably use a couple stuns and nades to potentially put him out of that position, because he's been a difference maker so far in the 2 defensive rounds for Boston. Tied 2-2 now. Snoopy on a heater. But we just got to play our man advantages a little bit better. You realistically should be up 4-0 necessity.
We're going to get a little bit of a mad dash here over the top of Rock. Defensive nade, stun, both being tossed as the stun had already given information to LA that there was at least some sort of Boston presence over towards Lambo. They don't like the look of that, so now you back up. Cammy, who was on a kind of a solo mission here over towards A, has not seen anything either. So Boston will use that as a chance to jump on and say, okay, no one here, we'll just go ahead and plan.
Bob's going to get planted for free. No one in a position on the side of the Thieves to potentially spot the exit, but everyone rallying over towards Tid's side. Trying to make sure you clear out top secret. Looks to be cleared out because Scrap's in that position.
Yeah.
But Boston is stalling out a lot of this game clock so far.
Here comes the first play. Nice initiation from Purge. Clears out connector. That gives Boston's post plant a little bit of space to work with over the middle of the map. Scrap does take down Snoopy, though. Here's the pinch from Purge. Good for 1, and the help is good enough for Cammy to just hold on top of the bomb site as he finds the final couple. And that is just a really good, clean rewrap from Boston. Gets the read that, okay, LA are putting their defensive numbers over towards the top of Rock. We can just go to Cammy's direction where he hasn't seen anything, and it works out beautifully.
Yeah, and they did that with so much pace as well. They didn't waste any time because they had basically every single player over towards that garage side. By the time they decided to hit that rotation, when they gained that early information, they did not hesitate on the play. They said, okay, there's multiple people on this side. Let's not waste any time on the objective. Let's instantly get it down. When you're able to stall out the first 15 seconds and then be the initiator on the side of Purge to find that first blood, makes it so much easier to hold down your post plant. Boston in the advantage now.
I just love that they're not playing reactive. Still playing their own game. 4 in a row still for Cammy. 8-3 overall for Snoopy. Hydra not on the board yet. Not often you say that, especially in Search and Destroy. 2-2 split, though, for Thieves on this offense. Showing force through B. Has Boston leaning that direction. A couple of shots also come out over towards those back canopies, but the bomb is, meanwhile, making its way towards A, and Snap has found first blood out again.
Look how fast, though, Boston are, though. The bomb's not even going to get planted. Purge is able to take care of Envoy. The Scrap in a position to find the trade. 2v2 now with Snoopy at 61 HP. But Awakening is able to keep him alive, and neither one of these players were in a position to instantly contest it, so now you have no idea where they just went.
Yeah, and I like this from Boston. Get out of the low ground, put yourself in position to rewrap office. Actually, no, they're going to go over towards 10. And another quick commitment on the objective here for LA. Snoopy, though, gets the gun up quick enough to find Ghosty. Finds the AR, and now it's just down to can they find Hydra, which they do quickly. And a nice 1v2 there.
How many times did we praise Optic for their ability early on in this game?
Is that you?
I don't know what I'm hearing right now.
Boston, they get the round win. I love that initial play call right there from the breach. to realize, okay, the only player we had sitting over towards that A site was Cammy. He instantly falls, and they know that if that bomb gets down and then they get themselves in that post-plant setup, it's going to be a lot more difficult to break them down. So they set the tone through bottom connector. Purge is able to stop the bomb plant from going down. And an Awakening makes it a 2v2 and resets on the round for Boston. So now have a hefty 2-lead advantage.
Do you throw something crazy into the mix here for Boston with this lead? Try to catch LA off guard. Similar setup as the last round. Again, that game plan that they had from the last offense did not go as intended. Cammy was playing a solo mission. They were looking to get some force through B. And this time, there is no resistance. So they're immediately going to push on through and just hop for a plant. Does LA have a chance to retake or even contest this early? The answer is no. And now you keep your eye a little bit onto Cammy to see what his timing is on this long flank.
He's going to take his sweet time on this late pitch. As he knows his teammates still have rock control. Yet to be able to find an opening kill.
Here he
First
comes.
strikes for the first, but here comes Cammy on the pitch. Lines up the first, lines up the second. It's a 1v3, and that's a quick round there for the Breach to be at game point now.
And that's exactly what the game plan was meant to be in their last offensive round. This time they don't get the read that there are any LA nades. You just immediately jump forward, you trust your numbers. At worst, we have a 3v2. So why not just go ahead and hit for a plant, throw shoulders to the backside of the bomb site, make sure no one challenges you through open, and then Cammy can make the route as soon as he knows where the recontest is coming from. Absolutely perfect for Boston.
They are making beautiful plays right now. This is their best search and destroy so far in the season, and they are showing why. Because there's no hesitation on their play calls. Every single time they're committing on a site, they're just like, all right, no one's here, let's get the bomb down. All right, they're here, instantly wrap back and get the bomb down on the other side. No hesitation on their side. That's what allows them to be at game point current.
Also helps when Hydra is 0-6. One away from being in the agency.
Damn it.
Indeed. We'll see if he can find anything over here towards topside Vines. 2v4 early, though. Boston winning the opening first blood battle convincingly. And Hydra will be sent to the 007 agency as Boston pull off a flawless round in a 6-2 search and destroy.
That was all teamwork makes the dream work and preparation on the side of Boston Breach. Understanding who you were going to play in round number one, realizing what the maps were most likely going to be in this matchup. And thankfully, it was your best search and destroy highlighted here on the Hasi for map number 2. Because realistically, they should have won that map 8-0.
Oh,
they
facts.
threw away a 3v2,
Yeah.
they threw away a 4v3, but every single time they went on that offensive side, their play calls were absolutely beautiful. You find 6 first bloods, you're most likely going to walk away with the round win, but Thieves are just a little bit late to react to things on that map right there.
I agree, and I think there's just a level of, I think in particular, you look at those most recent 2 Boston offenses. It's the same 3-1 split up, and you can see how they mold and adjust depending on what they're receiving from the defense. It never really felt like they allowed LA to do what they wanted to do because, like you mentioned, the quick game calling in the mid-round. You're seeing nades over the top from B. All right, well, let's go back over to Cammy's direction. There's nothing there. All right, we'll plant. We'll let Cammy come back to us. It just works out really beautifully when you have those protocols so well ironed out. So great stuff from Boston. And you got to keep in mind that this comes after a bit of a resurgence after the really, really slow start on Vault. Cammy, Snoopy start to pick things up. They get this to a pretty close map number 1. Does that change the dynamic of the series in your mind?
A little bit, because Cammy didn't struggle in that map number 1. He was here to play. It's just they were playing from the consistent back foot on a map like Vault, where like if you're not getting the spawns, you're most likely going to lose it. But that was a heavy momentum gainer there in that S&D to now, in my mind, make this a very good series.
We're still looking at possibly the 2-4-5 though, because LA is just really good at control. We'll see what the Desk thinks as we head back over for our mid-break.
Not very often you're going to see Hydra drop numbers like that.
Yeah, not often at all.
Causing problems in search and destroy for one of our all-stars at the event. Maven,
And
we all called
call.
LA Thieves. Boston's 1-1.
And call that map, though. You thought that might go that way.
It's just some maps that they like to play that LA will allow in this series, just given the way that Boston's map pool works. And, you see it. Snoopy early on in that search and destroy, electrifying, just taking Secret away from them, throws the entire dynamic off for the LA Thieves, works out in the end with a big dub.
Ali, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game number 2, Search and Destroy. We mentioned Boston. They have a strong map pool. Certain maps can play in their favor.
Yes.
They're able to expose it here against LA Thieves. Do they have more of this in the tank?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about one of the best search and destroys outside of Boston Breach, right? 8-4. But on the flip side, it's a top 2 S&D for LA Thieves as well. I just think this was some really good VOD review from the side of Boston Breach. It felt like everything they were doing, and the caster said it best, it was concise decision making. And obviously, Snoopy, Secret, bottom and top were his playground. They were unable to train him multiple times in those situations, which closes off a lot of the map. I mean, you even saw when, I believe it was Envoy or Hydra, was trying to hit bottom middle to hit a rewrap over towards that B side, instantly caught out by the Boston Breach, instantly caught out by Snoopy, and that's going to throw you off for LA Thieves, who's used to be able to getting through some of these open lanes and causing some chaos.
Yeah, I just think it's just such a great way to set pace on this map early on, right? You take it away, and then we want to do a conventional push over towards fences. We know that they're going to be trying to gain that control back, and once they do, we're just going to finesse our life on the fence. We can get into Barn. You saw Awakening playing his life and just allowing 3 kills for the rest of his team. That was excellently played and kind of speaks to what we talked about with the extra time you had before champs to prepare, Clint.
And now it's like a little interesting in the sense, okay, like Thieves are heavily favoring the control, but like Breach has been 2 forms of control. They've been 3, or they had that stretch where they were
stage 3,
a very solid control team. Will we get that control? Now, listen, this would be a monumental upset. The fact is the Search and Destroy was a must win for Breach. They need to come away with the dub, but hell, even the map 1 was like more competitive than I expected once they got going.
Within 60.
Yeah, and Allie, you were talking to me in the green room. You know, you walked past the practice area for the Boston Breach, and there were some interesting things you said about it.
Yeah, Boston didn't get a warm-up heading into this, so it makes the map 1 make a little bit more sense in the sense that, like, Snoopy was not starting off hot, same with Cammy. They were, like, double neg. On the flip side of LA Thieves, obviously, you give them minutes, they're going to take a mile. So when you're coming in cold and you have got Hydra dropping 20 and 20 on your forehead at the midway of the game, and Envoy going on a spree, it's going to be difficult. That's why we saw near the end Boston Breach starting to turn up just a little bit. But again, you got to give hands to LA Thieves. The rotations, the fundamentals were on point during this vault.
Yeah, and you know, there's life in this series, Clint. I mean, you look at the rewind, 3-1 if you're Boston on that map. Extremely comfortable when we do get to that game 4, so you can afford a loss here. Like, you're looking at a game 5 if you're Boston.
Listen, the fact is, one team should be feeling a lot of pressure, and one team's not feeling any. I mean, like, Thieves are a favorite for this, a heavy favorite for this tournament. I mean, Breach, like, again, you're, like, blessed to be here. So there are levels to this. I think the fact that you tie up 1-1, like, if the control were to slip away from Thieves, you're okay. You're feeling it, bro.
Well,
like,
yes, if Thieves lose this control.
Yeah.
Wait, that would be insane. Thieves have not lost the control in this matchup yet.
Yeah, I do not think they're going to lose control here. But if they were to, ooh, this shifts the time.
Let's take a look at some of the Thieves numbers here, because it has been a fun ride to champs for our #1 team on the regular season. They walked away with 2 trophies, and they've done it through the respawn. Search and Destroy, not bad as well. Second best in the league at 40 and 22.
They can do it all.
131 to 55. That is just a ridiculous success rate in this league.
No, control, what's funny is the most dangerous game mode for them, even though they are disgusting across the board. Like, even when they went up against Boston Breach most recently, it was 3-0'd on the vault control. Like, this is a team that is very difficult to take down in the middle of these series.
It's the 8th month of the game. Will they get their 10th loss? It's time to find out. We send it over to Shift and Study.
Yeah, the stats are compelling, to put it plainly. It is hard to find vulnerabilities into the LA Thieves, but teams have surprised them in the past. And I think, again, you look at this, if you're Boston, this isn't a map you're scheduling yourself out and saying, we have to win map 3 against these guys. I think you're trying to build your series around the control. But if you do start to find some success and you're able to kind of surprise this LA team, take map number 3, wow, that changes the whole dynamic of this entire series.
Oh, yeah, without question. Like, if you're LAT, you're thinking, all right, let's just spawn into map 4 already.
Yeah.
We know that we're playing Vault. We only have 3 losses on the entire season. We're the best team on offense. We're the best team on defense. So Boston realistically should stand no chance here. But the good thing for Boston is that the last time that they played, which was Major 4 qualifiers, you played this map versus them. You knew exactly what they were going to throw at you, and realistically, it's going to come down to the slaying. Boston, they can somewhat hang on the defensive side, but LAD sometimes can get lost with those SMGs. I know Hydra's definitely looking to make up for that 0-7 in that Search and Destroy here on the control, but if Boston can figure out this side of the map, which is their offenses, where they do tend to get outslayed by 6 to 7 kills, then it's anyone's game.
Oh, well, there's Envoy. First 2 kills go the way of LA. Cammy stunned, but he's able to find 1 trade before Hydra gets involved, and LA are already putting the pressure on the Boston spawn. Good rebuttal, though, as a couple of kills come through for the Breach, and Awakening has put some pressure on towards the B zone. Good win versus Envoy. And now all of a sudden, you got a second member here trying to stack this, but there are no trophies yet, and that means nades are going to find value to get them off the zone.
Yeah, that's MTech's hit Awakening right in the forehead. That allows LA Thieves to have an easy approach to shut down that early B pressure. But Boston don't waste any time. They hit the transition over towards A. First segment already locked in. You're just looking for the trades from Cat and double doors. And Cammy did not make the right decision on who he wants to shoot, but at least finds one and gives Snoopy a one-on-one to still hold the map.
Second tick of progress looking likely, especially with the follow-up onto Envoy, and now you've got the stack for all 3 ticks. Gonna be an extra minute on the clock. LA looking to play for some exit eliminations. They find one on a Hydra. Envoy and Scrap follow up, and that will pretty much suffocate the Breach from being able to find a transition to B.
Their first go around on their breakout. Worked out perfectly with Purge and Awakening, finding a double on their both ends. Now LAT are just gonna take their time. Allow the game clock to keep on ticking down, lock down every single lane and force Boston to work the OE.
They're doing a nice job of avoiding the spawn trap, though. I will say that much. That is something that Thieves have been able to really pack a punch on against a lot of teams, especially on this map. The Purge now pushing forward. A couple of kills come through, and hold on a second, a little bit of an Uno reverse card. Now all of a sudden, Boston have a bit of a spawn trap going with pressure with 2 members on the zone. Making 3, stacked up onto B. First tick is done. Second on the way. Purge with another elimination, topside card. And how about this for Boston? Looking good for all 3 ticks over towards the B zone. LA trying to get there to contest, but they cannot get there in time. And Boston with a statement to open up Vault.
That's beautifully played right there out of the breach. 2 times where they go clean 4 dead, and on their first break attempt out of the spawn, they instantly find it. That's unreal, because if you're LA, you're thinking, all right, this is the map we usually play. We got AR, so we're going to lock down the lanes, but they were just not really valuing their life in certain situations. Hydra gets caught on the pinch. That's the worst first kill to have, because now you know our flank is going to be watched. No one's going to be able to work in that angle. So if we win these couple more gunfights to the front side, it's going to be a GG on the round. And Purge is taking so much space with the AR and the SMG in hand. Allowed Boston off the respawn to retake the map control and realistically dominate that opening offense.
I mean, Boston's playing with that same confidence that we saw when they upset LA long while back on land. Just not backing down whatsoever. Trophy systems in. Hydra immediately onto the point. Envoy for first blood and second. And now you've got an opportunity here with a free route for Envoy to get over towards B to get a little bit of progress on both zones at the same time. But once again, Boston, a nice rebuttal, able to get some control over towards Palms and only do 1 tick of progress earned so far onto A.
Now they sort of have the numbers to work their way back on in, but big one-on-one secured there from Ghosty and Hydra. Still maintain mid-map control. Ghosty gets the info on the last 2. Second segment already locked, and Thieves realistically should now be able to extend time early on. And this is not good if you're Boston, because now everyone's coming off the respawn. You got no map control to go with it. The big opening kill there from Awakening gives them another shot.
Yeah, but there's already a double stack on the B point. First tick of progress just about gone. As Scrap comes off spawn and will join the effort on the point. Hydra, the only one kind of playing forward to deny the defense space to work with. That only finds one of the 2 in front of him. So a chance here for Boston trying to get themselves set up, but the first tick already gone, and the kills are not stopping as LA get right back onto the zone.
Oh yeah, trophies are down. You got a double stack going. Second segment about to be locked, and now you're just banking on a route that Snoopy can potentially find through the middle of the map. He finds an opening kill. A car bomb is still available there for Awakening, and now that's 3 dead with Ghosty on 6 in a row. Just going to value his life in towards bottom vault. Allow his teammates off the respawn to get closer before he decides to make a play. But he's got a cruise miss as well in the back pocket.
He's just looking for information to find out where these Boston defenders have gone, and there we go. That will be the clearance of mid-map. 19 plays 14, major advantage in the lives for Thieves as they make their way back over towards B. Cammy will fall. He is the only defender near the B point. And with Snoopy also dropping, now it's just down to the last 2 Breach members. Purge over towards the backside of the car. He's going to be surrounded as Hydra's on the chase, and that should be enough to try to keep at least 1 member alive on the zone. Third tick of progress looking likely as Hydra turns back around to find the kill. Envoy shuts down the reinforcements over mid-map, and it's an offense for offensive start here on Control.
Thieves get all 6 segments. That one realistically wasn't as dominant as Boston's, but they got a lot more from it. You got cruise missiles now going forward in the rest of these rounds. SMGs are starting to find their timings. And Boston, realistically, every time they went for it on the defensive side and forced themselves to try to fight their way out of art. Just too many angles that Thieves decided to take that never gave them a clean push on in. Tied up at 1, tied up in the segments. Boston, again, need to have a response on offense.
Another slow start in the map here on the respawn for Cammy. 5 in 11. Continues to be kind of a storyline in the AR battle of this matchup, but really this has been respawns dictated by what we're getting out of Envoy and what we're getting out of players like Snoopy, who Again, doing a nice job just keeping the tempo up for Boston. Purge now the one following up as that opening trade is very successful for Boston. Only has one member alive, that's Envoy, who is able to at least stop this Boston spawn. We'll push him out towards poolside, and now here comes the re-attempt to break for LA.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful play there from Envoy. He realized, okay, I don't have the numbers to fight my way back on in, so let me play for a spawner and then give ourselves the numbers to work our way back towards the 8 point. But once he falls, all of Boston have everything cut off. That was a 5-3 before Cammy does fall. Now this second segment should be locked in. Just got to win another 1v1. Snoopy's able to find it. Should find a trade on the Envoy, but again, he finds another massive double. He's made so many big plays in both the respawns so far in this series.
Been the story for a lot of the last couple of really key matches for LA. He may not have the craziest stat line in the world, but the single and double kills that he finds in critical moments have been really pertinent towards LA finding success. And in particular right here, that's enough to stop that second progress before it gets captured and depleted fully. So now Boston back to the drawing board off spawn as they're being crossed up, mixed up, and completely decimated. 2 life advantage with only 35 seconds on the clock here for Thieves.
Yeah, now you got Envoy roaming over towards ammo side. He knows that they're going to try to get a read on him, but Cammy's able to win that one-on-one gunfight. Now you can apply pressure over towards B Street. Ghosty's able to find one. Now you might be forced to make the transition back over towards A. Cammy's not able to win the one-on-one. Snoopy's not able to find a double. Now 20 seconds to go. You only got 1 segment. We got to get it towards A.
Yeah, Purge able to find one over the middle of the map. That'll be enough for him to hopefully stop the clock, and he will by jumping over towards B, re-wrapping back over to A as you have to get the extra 60. And Purge has lost track of 1. Scrap with the knife almost gets 2, but that will be shut down. 9.7 on the clock. Even live count. Keep that in mind, especially if you get the extra 60 seconds. But LA will keep that clock ticking with those eliminations over the middle. Snoopy has to try to do something heroic, and no, going to be shut down. Envoy just enough of a buffer to stop Boston from getting back over towards the A zone, and LA will take the defense.
Yeah, D's played that a whole lot better on that defensive side. Just valuing their lives, not really taking risks, or just forcing space that they realistically are not going to find the timing on. They were playing their trades around the middle of the map. Boston were making it scattered, going back and forth between the points. They had an SMG always behind enemy lines to at least find one and keep them on their toes. They only allow 1 segment to get away from them there. So now if you're LA, we get 2. We got defense around number 5 just in case.
Yep. With how successful they were in the last offense, they're probably thinking, let's just get this thing done now. And like you said, let's just go to map 4. See how it goes. Need to see Cammy start to get right back into the mix here if you're Boston. 3-1 split off here for the Boston defense. Hard focus over towards A. They don't really even see an opening breakoff attempt because everything is making their way over through vault to B. That's shut down. 3 straight eliminations for Boston. Ghosty kind of forced to have to use this as his battleground. Has gotten 1. Pistol out, not going to be allowed to get anything more than that, and LA are sent back to respawn.
All map control now in favor of Breach. Love the fact that they were able to read that early play coming in from LA. Preparation again is starting to show on the side of Boston. They find every single kill and defeat besides Envoy. Another massive double. Gives his team an opportunity off the respawn to get out of their spawn for free. Now Hydra, your turn to get a couple spawners.
Yeah. Able to track down 2 defensive players, and that should be enough for a couple of freebies here for Hydra. Focus for LA is purely on the A zone, and yeah, Hydra will find 2 before being traded. Follow-up for LA, a little bit more slow than you would think it would be. That allows an opportunity for Cammy to kind of be surprising from the back. Takes down 2, and once again, just keeps the clock moving. 30 seconds on the clock, a little less than that is Scrap. Is able to, like you mentioned, find 2, almost gets the 3rd onto Awakening, but him and Purge do the nice job and keep the clock moving.
Now it's a 1v1. Purge is still in a position with the advantage, but with 100 HP to win that one-on-one gunfight. Now there's only 18 seconds left. LAT, they were banking on potentially closing out the map here, but now you need a couple segments to guarantee yourself defense. You find a double, you're able to hop on the 8 point. That's already 3 dead. Now the stack should be good enough to at least secure 2.
Yeah, Boston really cannot challenge this with any sort of force. So yeah, it's not even just the 2 segments. It's going to be a 4-man stack for an extra 60 seconds worth of time. 3 life advantage though for Boston. Set up exactly how they want to be. Over the top and really around this B point. Snoopy able to find 1, looking on the overextension. Purge working on the mid-map control, able to find himself 2, and Boston will grow their life lead to now 6.
Now Cammy trying to value his life in towards ammo. Unfortunately, Envoy spawns right next to you. He was ready for the gunfight. Now you're banking on your AR, so hold down the long distance lane. You go 2 for 2 in a split. Now Snoopy on the pinch, gonna find the 3rd player. Thieves all spawning over towards Waterside, and they only have 35 seconds left to go.
Well, they've got an opportunity to potentially keep playing through Pool, but you can see LA are trying to get Snoopy out of topside gold, and he is.
My God, that guy's eating.
I'm saying. Trying to finish it off, and will eventually get the kill. A little drama there between Snoopy and Hydra, and Snoopy will be able to reset this and find more. Okay, that's enough damage to likely win the round, but like you mentioned, the damage in the ticks has already been felt. And beyond that, there is still one more chance here for Thieves to get on the B point with 8.5 on the clock.
First, got to get something done through mid double doors. The car bomb is going to have that player weak, and you're going to allow your team to just fly on in and find that double. It's a 2v8. Purge last man standing, but Boston are going to be able to tie up the game. So just in those final 15 seconds before time gets extended, they would have really loved to not give up those segments, because now they got to go back on the offense for round 5.
We'll have trophy systems to help support this opening offensive break, though. The question will be, do you commit and just try to get the early 60 again over towards A, or do you have something that may move this LA defense around a bit? Because honestly speaking, their first 2 offensive rounds, their breakoffs have not been all that great. They've staved off the LA Thieves spawn trap, but off the break, LA has had an advantage when they played on the defensive side so far.
Yeah, we just got to stay away from Envoy, because I'm pretty sure both times on their offense, they get 2-pieced early into the round. Still puts himself in the right position at the right time. But the break off is usually everything in control. Boss is going to take a different approach, work the OE through water side, and have a different angle here at Cat.
Yeah, and they're going to go find Envoy through Pool. First 2 kills go to Boston. No trades beyond that until Scrap gets involved at square, but he really can't do too much with that position. So Boston will have an early pause of the clock, looking at the first pick of progress. Push out from Snoopy, met with resistance. Awakening has to make a decision. He tries to commit forward, and in that effort, there's Envoy. Another double for him, and Cammy, the last one left alive, will put a little bit of pressure to keep the clock paused at B.
A minute and 6 seconds left to go. All of your teammates are coming off the respawn, so just try to give them a little bit more time to make plays happen. Purge on 30 and 18. Really been a difference maker for Breach, but Hydra, this time for yourself to find a double. You have the numbers to fudge your way back on him. Cammy, can you get some done? Absolutely nothing, and now Awakening, last man, falls. Thieves, mid-map control again.
Yeah, team kill, though, does leave an opportunity here for Boston to quickly reapproach the A point. The only question is, can they find Envoy? And he's already found one. A little turnaround, almost gets a second, but goes through there to follow up on the trade. And Boston are only left with the trophy system and 2 members over towards the B point. That's not going to feel all that great, so Cammy will bounce back over towards A, where once again, Ghosty's there to meet him, and LA defensively continue to keep a bit of an edge over the objective.
And now you lose 2 initial gunfights, so Snoopy on the pinch has to make something out of nothing. He's able to win on one-on-one. Purge strikes for the second. Cammy off the respawn finds the third. So the stack should be good enough at A to extend the game clock. The only one that you have to worry about is going to be Hydra. He's going to work his way through Cat. Cammy going back and forth on the timing, and I don't know if Hydra's going to be in a position to contest it, or is he? Does he find one, makes it scrappy, and they make it only 20 seconds now. Boston do not extend the time.
Cammy coming back over to the point, though. There is no depletion of that progress, so it's a 4-life edge, 14 plays 10. Minute 15 on the clock. Envoy on the long route around the back. So a lot of pressure for the Thieves to just at least trade from the front to give Envoy some time to stave off this play towards B. Here comes the action. Envoy, Hydra, they find the first 3 eliminations, and it will not be much damage dealt on the B point.
Envoy could just value his life over towards ammo side. Know that all of Boston is spawning towards water. They have to try to work this OE or waste a lot of time on the wrap back. But Ghosty just wants to make sure everything is safe. Everyone is accounted for. Use it strictly off of information. If you can find a kill, even better. With 45 seconds to go, 8v9.
Envoy still behind the play. LA's defense finding kills from the front. Has Boston just essentially flooding through mid-map. And look at how much patience LA is executing on, just allowing this to happen, knowing that they have to work through these AR hard sites. But there's the first 2 kills. Boston now on the point. Scrap's the only one who's here. He'll fall immediately. Envoy is still deep behind this play, but is he in a position to do too much with this? 8v5. Hydra gets the opener. 2 ticks of progress going to come through. Envoy's still not part of the play yet. Here comes the 3rd tick of progress. Can Boston find the second map by winning it here? Scrap on the point, good for 2. Pistol out. Trying to find the player topside art, and everything will reset with 18 on the clock.
And Purge is finessing. He's able to find a one-on-one gunfight, able to find the second. Now it's a 1v5. Scrap, can you make a Cammy play? No, you cannot. And the Breach take the control versus LA. They haven't been able to do it all season, but when it matters the most, they get it done to go up 2-1 in the series.
Unbelievable. And I have to wonder, What was it that was keeping Envoy so far out of the play? He was stuck over towards gold, it felt like, for 45 seconds in that last spree. I don't know if they just didn't realize that after the Hellstorm came in, that Boston was not going to re-wrap back over to Palms. It was all going to be a play through Vault Stairs and over towards Lion, but Envoy is just not a part of that play whatsoever. Scrap is left on an island, and to be fair, he produces, but there just isn't enough help to come back over to the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's just tough, though, because if you're Envoy, you're stuck between a really hard decision to make. Because you know you're the only player out of your spawn. You know that Boston know your position over towards ammo, but if you die early on, then Boston have a 4v3. All they have to do is watch in front of them. So he was just begging on his teammates to find a little bit of kills off of the respawn, but the only one that was able to find a double and still in the man disadvantage was Scrap. By the time Envoy gets into play, they're simply outnumbered, and Purge, just a magnificent play there to finesse his life in towards out, value his life the way that he did it, and find a multi-kill in the biggest moment for Boston to take the advantage here.
41 and 22 from Purge on top of that. Just casually dominating the best control team in the game here on the world's biggest stage. And it just, again, like, I have to go back and rewatch it. I'm wondering if this is Envoy just thinking that there's going to be players through street, he doesn't find it. Maybe he's not trusting that all 4 members of Boston are hitting from the front, but regardless of it, in the life disadvantage situation with pressure on the zone, LA just cannot move, you know, with what's happening with this hit from the front. Again, Scrap does a decent job, but he was on his lonesome for a lot of those final moments, and you can kind of see it here. Envoy gets a couple, and then it's after this point where he's just kind of stuck behind the play, and eventually gets traded out. Purge able to find the kills they need, and then the flood from the front is just enough to take down Scrap.
It's just insane how much confidence Purge is playing with right now, because those are plays out of SMGs you don't really want to see taking that much of a risk, but when it works, it's definitely going to show. That's an unreal play out of that young man in his first ever champs on the big stage, making big time plays versus the best control team in the game. Goes almost positive 20. All of his teammates smiling from cheek to cheek because they know that guy just took over. And now if you're Boston, you're feeling fantastic going into this map number 4.
Yeah, 3-1 on it, I believe, is the numbers. And a lot of that has come in the last couple of weeks of this regular season. They did start off playing this map at the beginning of the year pretty darn well. Same can be said for LA. They've only dropped the map once, and it was a nail-biter versus Atlanta. But really, again, you just look at this map and you say, we got this. I mean, we've been playing it just as much as LA have, really, in the last bit of the regular season. And as you look kind of over what happened at Major 2, this is how the upset had happened there. It was by way of both the respawns there. They've also taken down LA on land, or online rather, pardon me, where they won both Search and Destroys. But I don't know, it just feels like one of those maps that it could go either way. And I think if you are Boston, we talked about the 2-4-5, but Map 5 does not feel great going into an LA team that's won 7 of their last 7 on Red Card Search. So, I don't know. Could happen here.
Well, I'm excited to see this former Boston, man, because we said it before the series started. You want to make LA Thieves uncomfortable. You weren't able to do it in that map number 1. LA were probably thinking, all right, the control is going to be locked down. But since they lose their best game mode on the season, now their backs are against the wall potentially for another upset versus the squad on the opposite side, rocking green. Boston have all of the momentum on their side. They have been able to add Rewind Hardpoint to the mix at the beginning of stage 4, finding a lot more consistency in their game. They don't really bank on their rotations. They most likely are going to bank on their breaking percentage. But you need your ARs to set up. You need to have the power spots from P3 to P4 and not allow LA to dominate the same way they did on map number 1.
One of the things that we definitely have noticed about Boston when they do find success on this map is when they can pull out multiple SMGs. They can play inside of generators, things of that nature. But you're right. It has to be, again, when the map asks you to pull out a third AR, you have to win those opening gunfights. Can Boston muster a major upset? LA making their way over, trying to get to map number 5 as we head into Rewind in the opening. Good for Thieves, the first 2 kills.
Oh yeah, you stand no chance. You saw those nades over the top. Everyone one shot as soon as they worked their way back in towards glass. And that's already a clean 4 dead with Thieves spawning on the preferred side of the map that they want. Chained it early on over towards P2, but now the second attempt here for Boston. All out aggression through the middle of the street. Purge trying to line up the third, but the break is good enough, and the spawn's flip.
Yeah, Purge is gunning right now. definitely feel he's got the hot hand. Up and over. Tough to get a read of where exactly LA were contesting from. Cammy can only follow up for one trade. Snoopy in the final battle also falls. So opening hard point will be won by Thieves. Now the focus heads over to the bottom left-hand side of the minimap as we look towards B2.
Boston are finding every kill in the feed so far. A lot of pressure over through Burger's side. 2 players from LA are going to spawn across the map. And Boston now have the side of the map that they want. They just don't have themselves in the proper positions. Ghosty contesting over from Cop Car. Hydra here to assist him. He knows it's going to be all out pressure through the backside of Yellow, but Boston are winning the gunfights. 2v2 in the split.
Spawns are still up here for Boston, but the trophy system in Hydra's position is a tough one to wiggle him out from, and that's enough for Awakening to eventually push forward, get the pistol win, and Boston will win the spawns and the opening time largely onto P2. From the front, though, LA quick to recontest. Ghosty in as the challenger, and, well, he's just got really nowhere to go. Snoopy's double has Boston feeling good, at least initially, over to the top of B2.
Locate the last player in Hydra. Now you can get yourself back into the HP to take yourself a little bit of a lead. But now in the final 20 seconds, you need to find these kills and get aggressive through the front side. To potentially flip these behind you, but Envoy just being a nuisance. Again, almost lines up a double, but these are just creating so much space to be free at that next HP.
Yeah, looking really solid. That last little play forward, finding as much success as it has. As you mentioned, gives Scrap just all of the world to play with over the top of P3. Ghosty nades, trying to create some more space as Boston are trying to wrap this in through DVD. Envoy for one, but traded by Snoopy. And now Boston have a chance to actually pinch onto this hard point. Pending they can take care of Hydro, who is just running around and doing what he wants, and that's the clue because of the whip on the Cammy.
And everyone falls on the side of Boston besides Snoopy. He's trying to contest for these back spawns. Hydra knows. I'm still trying to locate where the hell he has gone, but you're able to find them. Now all of your focus on towards Burger. Still 30 seconds here at the P3. Thieves are trying to chain the P3 over to the P4. Boston, no, we can't give up this time because we have to try to break through midstream.
Yeah, they're just not fun to the kills, though. Team nade helps. Boston will get a momentary break over the scrap time. Spawns are still up, though, for LA. You can see what Boston are trying to do. Hold on to the scrap where you can. Get Cammy to start to work on a route through the middle of the map, but in that moment, LA recover, find every single kill, and that will be a full team wipe and setting up LA perfectly for P4 and Beavers.
And now let's see how Boston is going to set up a break here at P4 because it's basically the same impact that it has on a map like Vault. Very difficult to find angles of approach. You have to work your way in instant gunfight battle angles. And so far, they have yet to win any. Purge finds a trade onto Scrap. Hydra instantly there for the response. Awakening finds one, but it still does not matter. Thieves keep on trading. They're still dominating the map.
Yeah, and this is one of those hard points that we talk about when it comes to pulling out more ARs and just having to win those long-range gunfights. Has not worked out really whatsoever here for Boston as LA will double up the score. Last hit here, though, with 25 seconds to hard point. Not insignificant until Ghosty gets a shutdown, forces Awakening in, and there's scrap time here for Boston. Not bad at all.
That's big time right there because Boston, no, we're going over towards P5. That's where we like to have fun. Whip out an extra SMG. Just consistently play trade. Snoopy on 2 in a row. Spawns already flipped. You have one player trying to contest at the old time, but everyone from Boston going to be trying to set up over towards Genocide. We're all losing our one-on-ones. Thieves win the rotation. Now you need a break.
Cammy first one to try to challenge here for Boston. Stuns the nades for LA, littering the front door as Cammy tries to push his way in. Finds one, but can't quite get the hip fire on the scrap for a second. Enough for Purge to get a trade. Pinch on the way here from Boston with the off spawn, but it does not get there in time to help Purge on the break. So LA, once again, continue to grow their lead.
You know exactly where all the pressure's going to come in from. Already find the initial 2 kills. That player's going to be weak. That's already 3 dead. And you're just holding down Chens. Absolutely perfect. Consistently growing the lead. Envoy finds another double. You're already up by 70. Let's just step aside and go to listening with the squad in red.
I'm going to nice. Keep blocking it. P2. Where are you at, Bucko?
P2, one bullet in blue.
Yo, P2.
Came in soup. P2.
Right side crate.
I love side crate. One left side crate.
One crate.
One more crate.
Yo, could be both.
Snoopy should be blue.
He's going mid door. Hole.
Right side left bird. Oh, he's hole. He's soda set time. Triple gas, boys.
I'm going single.
Let's go glass in their pocket. Let's go right side.
P2 right now, one shot. Where'd he go? On the crate.
Left side. Oh, my bad, Pac. You got left side. Going single.
Inside. Outer.
One need P2.
Yeah, single. Just make time,
Just go back. Cover out of the play, boys.
Go back. They spawned P2.
I hit him 130.
Nice. I'm coming glass 2.
P2, one bullet. P2, one bullet awakening going book.
Come here, come here.
Yeah, it's gonna be book, awakening. Book.
He's gonna be soda.
Book right now.
Nice, soda. Stun.
Mid door. Watch out, absolute mid door.
Hold that. 20 burger.
Nice. First guy book.
Streak for new, bro.
Yo, win orange. He went orange. Go fast. Go.
I knew. I'm the white card.
Not streaking.
Yo, 2 here. 1 steep left.
There's 3 here. Keep up, spawn out. We fight this.
On the cop car and 1 white car.
And then on the white car.
White car's gonna be one shot. 2 graffiti. It looks like 1 shot white car.
What's the
Nice. Yo, 2018.
Graffiti dead. One time in orange. In orange and one burning at orange door.
Urge, I'm coming to you, Paka.
One shot orange. One bullet orange.
I can streak here now.
Yeah. Streak down. Go 20 up.
Deep hedge.
Streaking from the white truck. Everyone iron up. Get blue and book control. We're gonna go blue. We're gonna be stuck in orange.
I'm coming blue. Whoever's there.
Alright, listen. 2 in orange. 1 guy front. Jets. Yo, 2 in orange. 1 guy jets.
Yeah, focus the guy jets.
One shot. Orange, one shot.
Gen
Yeah,
set.
Cammy left. Or wait, left.
Orange weak.
They split. Last
Nice.
time. All front. All flip. Great 30 here.
Yeah, big 30. Hold it.
First crate. On the crate. 1 shot weak.
And then maybe blue.
Yeah, more. There's one more. On the crate. Gonna be native.
Other crate, Cammy. 1 shot. Miss. 1 shot outer.
Well, two on time.
Use our decks.
On the front deck.
Nice. Let's do.
Vent weak. Vent in one time. Or no, vent.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm going.
There's one else.
Yeah, that guy's one
At least two of them. No, 2 of them, 100%.
I don't see anything glass.
Nothing glass.
He's in yellow.
In yellow.
In yellow on you.
About as polished as it gets. You even hear Ghosty just quarterback in the break attempt where it's going to be when we're calling in the streak. Boston putting together a bit of a comeback effort, but LA continue to find these momentary breaks that continue to give them the lead.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be scary there because Boston, they were dominating that second half out of the P1. They were able to win the rotation over towards New, but thankfully Ghosty, like you said, being the quarterback, setting up the play call to not use the cruise missile on the first attempt since they had the numbers advantage, but on the second, which guaranteed themselves at least 30 seconds off for that P2. You're up by 60. You don't have the spawns that you want for the P4, but who cares? Let's just keep soaking up time.
Might not matter at all. Purge trying to break in from the front. Ghosty going to give him a little bit of space here on the challenge and then immediately step on in. Trophies just to try to support this hold. Again, just dancing with the devil is Ghosty, who's had a great map to this point, but Snoopy does take away 3. Chance now into this big 1v1 over towards New. Cammy with the win. Spawns are still up for Thieves. Cammy does not expect that, and Boston are being held at 202-132. You've got Scrap still with this with Ghosty, and it's just down to can Thieves win this next wave and likely win the map with that.
Yeah, they just dominated that wave. Everyone, as soon as that new hill pops, spawns right outside towards the 18-wheeler street. Find every single kill in the feed. Close out the game here at P4. You're Boston, you're trying to find an opening for a gunfight, and so far 2 players already falling. Thieves only need 30 more seconds.
Looking solid if it's not going to happen here to happen very soon. Can't be able to find one from the front, throwing shoulders, just trying to work for his team to get on for a break. Damage is decent, but Ghosty once again doubles up looking for 3, and Dan Ghosty will, he's going to find all 4. Oh, goodness gracious, 30 and 17, 7 in a row, and Ghosty's almost got himself another Hellstorm. A little bit more hardpoint time will get it, not that they need it. Map will come to an end here momentarily as there's no way for Boston to touch another great hardpoint from LA.
So far, that has been the story on both HPs in this series. Thieves just starting off on the right foot, slaying to the best of them, earning early cruise missiles, but dominating off the rotation, realizing, okay, we need to put ourselves in this position to dominate the map. They want P4 spawns twice. That's all they needed. The P2 spawns, they had it the second go around, but even the first go around when they early lost it, Boston were not able to secure a lot of time with the way that LA Thieves were just contesting or just being nuisances, working so many different angles and truly not allowing Boston to get fully set up. That's just what it looks like when you win the majority of your rotations. ARs start to dominate. SMGs just need to give you a kill here and there, but that was all Dan Ghosty there on map 4.
Yeah, 30 and 17, 26 non-traded, 218 in the hard point, including 16 objective kills. Map MVP to be sure. And now we start to take that into the follow-up conversation point, which is a map that LA is going to like to see. Red card, search and destroy for map number 5. Their overall season record might not be as great as you would think, but it's just the fact that they've won all 7 of their last 7 attempts, and most of them have been beatdowns on that map.
It's insane to watch how consistent they are on a map like Red Card, where you're usually thinking, all right, it's going to be chaos every single time. But they understand on both ends what they need to do. You Take a look back, though, at the game flow. It's just Thieves in full control of the map. When you go from 98 to 147, basically a full 60 hold at the P4. You keep everything scrappy until you get to that point again.
Yeah.
It's just dominance there from LA.
Using the power hard points to really rack up the time, and more importantly, again, they're just a team that if they do get their hold setups, they're not going to let a lot of time go. So here's a look back over how this series has come together to this point. The big surprise happened in map number 3. Boston taking the round 5 control, giving them a chance at this. But the 2-3-5 LA, not a lot of teams have even looked at that as being an opportunity. That would be what would have to happen here for Boston to get map number 5. But again, the storyline here, as much as Boston have gotten some good reps on it, this has been a map that LA have really utilized to great success in the last handful of times they've played it.
It's just looking at Boston and what they did on map number 2. No hesitation on their play calls. You do that same thing here on map 5, you're going to stand a pretty good chance.
I tee it up, he knocks it out of the park. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, it's map 5 for what could be a huge upset here at the World Championships in Ontario, Canada. Boston looking to do the unthinkable. We'll see if they can find a way to do it when we come back.
Come on, man. I promise you these guys aren't fucking up.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too. I think it would make the viewing experience worse.
What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that?
No.
What was that guy?
I don't know.
Welcome
what
to
happened on the
Citizens over
screen?
there
I
on
missed it.
YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable. Okay. I knew we were coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
Oh, boys and girls, we've got ourselves a map 5. Won't say it's unexpected, but a little bit. It's map 5 here, LA, Boston. Number 1 versus the number 8 seed and the most recent back-to-back major champs. And with a lot of expectations about making another grand finals here, are sweating a little bit as we head on into the Search and Destroy. And another fun little champs graphic here for you guys. A little comparison between Snoopy and Envoy, who have both had really good, I would say, just series overall to this point.
Oh yeah, S&D so far has been dominating the side of Snoopy. 1.38, 3.67 KD in that mode. He has been lights out, at least on the map number 2, but Envoy was the difference maker in every single respawn so far. He just finds multi-kill after multi-kill and is never the guy to worry about what numbers he puts up at the end. He's always playing for the W. But now they're in the mix of a game 5.
Yeah.
Probably weren't expecting to be in this position with how dominant they have been so far all season in control, but now you're testing yourself on your best S&D map.
And the thing to think about this here, if you are Boston, is, let's be honest, like when this game first came out and we were watching Boston on red card, whether it was hardpoint or Search and Destroy, it was Snoopy and Purge running around, creating a havoc. So there is a level of, can they pull that off again? There's some responsibility there for the ARs to provide the support that they need to do so. But this is a David versus Goliath type storyline with the number 1 versus the number 8. And you look at kind of how this series has gone. Again, that's map 2 is the one that really stands out. Boston had every advantage. You even said it word for word. They should have won that search 8-0.
They found basically every single first blood on the map. No hesitation on their play call. But now this is going to be a different beast going up against this LA squad on their best S&D map. They have yet to lose the last 7 times in a row that they have played it. First bloods are going to be a big key factor because Boston on the defensive side, they're actually dead last at finding first bloods. But what we saw in map number 2, if they can be successful in that category, this is a mixy one.
Well, the auditorium has woken up. Let's get it on here for map number 5. Opening offensive hit. Starting to build aggressively towards B. Cammy is the only defender here, but he's calling for help. Boston already quickly able to wrap back over, but this is not a commitment here for LA. Just trying to move around Boston as much as they can. Envoy in some trouble, and Cammy will have first blood.
Now you have the man-up advantage if you are Boston. Force them to work one of these objectives. 50 seconds left to play with. Thieves know we don't really have the angles that we want to approach in towards the B site. Someone has to edge their way on out. As the rotation over towards A is coming in.
Love it.
Boston read it perfectly. Yeah. Purge finds a second.
Just on a manhunt right now where Boston stacked up together, just trying to run this one down. Hydra traded out. And now it's just down to Ghosty for what would have to be a 1v3. Has a decent look at Snoopy, but shots are coming from everywhere, and Boston able to take the opening defense.
It's a beautiful round there from Boston to just wait for the play to come to them. I love the way that Cammy plays over towards the B side, gains the info, repositions himself, forces LA Thieves to try to put a lot of focus on him, potentially for the first blood, but just stalls out so much time for his teammates to fly right back on in, find that first kill, and then they just played their numbers to close out that round. Boston 1-0.
Love the fact, too, that even in that first blood moment, Boston do not get baited out as LA were trying to catch a couple members on rotation. You heard them breaking glass, trying to fool the Boston defense at touch, but no. Good discipline coming through, good decision-making. It's a team ace for Boston, everyone finding a kill. Now it's just down to what do you find here in this next offensive attempt as trophy systems have been earned, and Snoopy not able to get his stun, nor will this nade land to clear off that back player over towards Hedges.
Look how much space. Already taking over towards
the wall bang?
Was that a wall bang?
Yes.
With an SMG, you can always count on Taco. Whipping around chance time, but now you're going to set up your teammate for the first death. Purge finds another first blood. Boston had the man advantage, but 50 seconds to go. Don't really have an opportunity to hit that rotation back towards A.
It's champs, Jay. We're going to be seeing a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
All the wall bang spots that people are finding. I think I saw a Reddit post, someone showing all the different wall bang spots on the different maps. We'll see. Boston will find entry, though, on to B. Committing for the plant. Looks like it will not be tested, so 3v4 retake is the current ask here for Thieves.
Trophies are down as well, so attacks are not going to be very impactful here. Ghosty doesn't have any to work with. It's every single player from Thieves trying to break through the top side.
Scrap does find one. That opens up a little bit of space over towards Ticket side, but how do you get into this bar position? That's the real question. Ghosty not able to do so. Scrap finds an entry, but nothing beyond that. And Boston will go up early, 2-0.
I love these rounds right now out of Breach, just taking their time, allowing Thieves to think that they're taking the map away from them, but then you're running right into the preems on the side of Boston. Quickly up 2-0 in the search to destroy, but we got to take a look at this again.
Notebooks.
He might be hacking. There is no way in hell he should have gained that info onto Cammy. And Cammy's also probably jaw dropped. Like, where the hell am I getting shot from?
For real.
Does not matter, though. Boston 2-0.
Notebooks out, friends. I imagine that's not the last time we'll see that this weekend. But for Thieves, need to find something to work with here early. 3-1 split off. Scrap trying to show some force over towards B. A couple of shots, then he'll back away into the concourse. The rest of Thieves, seeing that there's really not any defensive pressure down low, is just going to take the free stage presence and then likely keep their eyes up towards the windows here as they make their way over towards A.
Yeah, this round's all banking on what Purge can get done. The aggressor over towards the A site.
Wow, I love this.
Might have chose the wrong timing to do it. It's going to walk right into the pre-aim. But Envoy, they already find the second kill onto Cammy. And now Awakening Snoopy. Left to try to clutch up on a massive round here. Big Wake's able to find one, but he instantly should get traded. 1v3 for Snoop.
Yeah. And Snoopy's spot does find himself one elimination. The turn, the snap is decent, but not the health pool to survive. And initially, I kind of liked the idea of Awakening and Purge right there and try to show some recontest effort. And they get Hydra down to a bullet, but LA respond beautifully and get their first round on the board.
Yeah, they just switched up the pacing right there. If they would have waited an extra 5 seconds, Purge potentially finds another first blood on the map. But just catches some really bad timing, thinking that they were already around that A site. When you give up that positioning, give that first blood to the opposing team, they instantly find the second and then just play their numbers to close out the round. These finally put one on the board.
Boston's focus on their next offensive attempt, largely over towards mid-hedges once again. Snoopy's nades were denied by a trophy system when he played this position last time, and instead, he's just going to kind of hold. They're going to show a little bit more pressure through stage and then quickly re-wrap back over to B, where Envoy is the only defender inside the site. Just over to the right. I don't know if Purge has heard this. Damage is out, but no kills come through. First 2 kills go to Boston.
That is massive. The fact that no one's going to drop with Envoy in that positioning, and now Hydra knows I have to do something out of nothing. 9 HP in the dream. He is dancing with death, but still in a man disadvantage. Bomb does get planted. Have Snoopy working on this late pitch.
Yeah, they know Snoopy's here, but they push him back, and maybe now they can take their focus to the 2v2 inside the site. It's just such a tough battle to try to fight from if you're Hydra. Nades do land onto Awakening. Does catch the close corner? Sure does. Gets the first. Sprays down over towards the second. Now you got help nearby. Awakening wins one, and Snoopy right there to confirm the trade. It got tight. Hydra nearly created an opportunity, but Boston hold on to the numbers.
These slow and steady rounds right now for Boston are the difference makers in this game 5. They're just allowing the plays to come to them. They go for a split setup. The one player who was camping over towards hedges is keeping everyone from Thieves on a defensive side on that side of the map. And Envoy just simply gets overwhelmed by the amount of players from Boston approaching over towards B. That's 3 first bloods for Breach. That's 3 rounds for Breach. 2-round advantage now.
It's just there's also the same level of confidence that Boston were showing on the Hacienda search is starting to come to fruition again on the offensive side here on Red Card, where we're going to show force here that the game plan calls for us to quickly re-wrap back over depending on what we see. And those commitments are working out nicely. Hydra pushing up, trying to keep Boston's defense interested. LA not really creating much noise over towards A, but Boston are just kind of holding their ground, holding their positions, and waiting for the next bit of info.
Again, the preparation on the side of Boston might work out for the first blood because Snoopy knows who's going to be the island player potentially trying to make a late pitch. 50 seconds to go. Your teammates haven't given you any comps. They're being aggressive over towards hedge. Continue to hold on your setup.
Oh, Cammy's going to find first blood. That's onto the bomb carrier of Envoy. So now Hydra is going to feel like he has to make some sort of a play. Does he have the timing to get through the door? It's Snoopy in position as the defender here at B, but hasn't seen him. Doesn't see him at all. And in the meantime, Scrap has found a trade onto Cammy. So now you've got Hydra as an opportunistic player to just open up this defense completely. The big 1v1 win onto Snoopy there. And the bomb can rotate behind this for a free plant at B.
It's instantly going to get planted as well. Both players from Boston are not in a position to contest it. They're instantly going to try to fight their way back on in. Purge going to slide, puts down shots, sets up Awakening for the kill. 1v2. but simply going to be outnumbered. Thieves, more specifically Hydra, just catch these tremendously great timing there onto Snoopy to get by him and eventually take care of him and lock down the B side for his team.
Yeah, I don't think Snoopy's in a position to necessarily, especially with that much time on the clock, to be, I'm not going to play for the one guy to get through. I'm here to try to pop up and stop a plant if it happens. But it's the former of the two that come out, and Hydra wins the round because of it.
And the crazy thing is, like, Snoopy was laying down over towards the pillar. He stands up and sees that the door is open.
Yeah,
and at that point, he's like, someone is here. I just don't know where the hell he went. And Hydra, just being as quick as he is on the map, is able to get out of dodge and make himself impactful. Thieves now only down by 1. Going to be aggressive through B Street. Scrap taking all of mid-map away. They are getting an early read that the play is going to be over towards Hedge.
The thing about this is, do you know how quickly Boston have gotten their way over, not just through Hedge, but onto the bomb site itself? It's going to be a retake from around the back here for LA. You've got Hydra once again on the route. Does Cammy have the spidey sense to know that there's a player just underneath him? Defense for LA needs to start showing its force, though, because Hydra can't find anything yet.
Scrap just puts down shots to potentially set up Cammy. But he gets the read onto Hydra. Purge finds the second. There's only 20 seconds left to go, and Ghosty is trapped in a corner. Boston again not hesitating on their play calls. Win another offense and are up by 2 again.
4-2 the count. And I think initially you're looking at the round prior to this. You got first blood. You're thinking we should be on match point 5-1 up. So Boston's search and destroy.
Lights out right now.
I'll say. This is a huge round right here. You have to have this one if you're LA. Just considering how the patterns have started to unfold, Boston have had the edge in just about every single round to this point, save one where Envoy had a first blood.
Yeah, Envoy, though, has 4 first deaths on his tally. He's been a tremendous playmaker for LA in search and destroy. So far has not yet been able to get anything going. Back on the offensive side, you see 2 nades getting invested over the top. Wow. Potentially are going to have the numbers. They're sending it.
Yeah, LA's looking for this 3v2. Hydra able to get around the back for the first. They should know a second is nearby. Nice shot sense combination with Envoy. Purge. Do they know that he's here? They know that there were 2 members that were there, but do they get prediction on the Purge? Oh, the door gets in the way, and LA will quickly wipe the floor and take a critical 3rd round.
Yeah, and that was just a confidence round right there from LA. They said, what the hell are we doing? Let's just go put something together and chow the gunfights. We are simply better than them in that aspect. When they commit as hard as they did with the early information that they gained, they knew that not every single player is going to be stacking over towards B. So with 2 nades getting invested over towards the P5 side, you know that we have the numbers. Let's just fly on in and find our kills. The Thieves make a very quick round on that offense to make up, now only down by 1 round.
And that's huge for the mental game as well,
100%.
just for what it's worth. Can you do that on defense, though? Boston, same 2-2 split we saw from a couple of offenses ago. Stung over the top. This is different. Purge is trying to play a little more aggressively towards Ticket, but has an AR, so it can only go so far. Snoopy, once again, just kind of laying prone towards the staircase, and Thieves are once again showing tempo, showing force, trying to play with a bit of aggression, and they will feel out that, no, we cannot go any further than that. No first blood at this point, but an opportunity here for Snoopy, and he finds the first.
The way that Snoopy played this round, he heard so much gunfire all around him, around that hedge area, but he was going to move at the right time to guarantee himself a kill. Boston with 6 first bloods on the map. Purge able to find his second, and that's already round done. The Breach looking for a major upset here in day number 1 of champs are now at game point versus the back-to-back champions.
That's LA just trying to, again, instill their will upon this Boston team, trying to play with aggression, and Boston's just not having any of it. A team that when this team was built, all of us in the community were like, what? Are we kidding? And then they stick together even through what was a lot of adversity, a lot of criticism, but now a chance to do the unthinkable here at World Championships, the number 8 seed. They have beaten LA before. In fact, in terms of the league overall, they're one of the more successful teams against this Thieves squad. Can they finish it off here?
Just don't let your foot off the gas. Continue to play as consistent, continue to buy your life. Because Thieves know that they have to go for a pacing change. The slow and steady stuff is not working. And last time they were aggressive on the offense, they won the round in 15 seconds. But this time they're going to do it over towards the A side. A couple stunts. They're able to connect for Boston to realize where the play is coming in. And it's already 30 seconds wiped off.
And Boston have voluntarily given away the backside of stage, though, looking to once again play this same setup with Awakening and Purge. They tried this the last time. It didn't work as Purge was found. This time it's a different setup. Hydra through mid-map. Takes down Cammy. It puts Boston in a bit of a split situation between the B and the A defense, but they will get together at least somewhat as the bomb is yet to commit.
Look at Snoopy. Look at Snoopy. He was thinking that the play is going to be over towards B. Potentially, he's going to have a big one-on-one on the cards. Is able to locate Hydra, and that is going to be the series. Young Purge letting the back-to-back champs know you can't mess with me, Boston. Get the upset on day one.
You cannot come in comatose after a month off. And after an initial start that looked like LA was going to be all business, they can't take the 2-3-5 against Boston. A team that has never won a control versus them. A team that has only found success by way of winning either both hard points or both searches, but never a control. And how about that? Boston will send the #1 seed down to the lower bracket in day one. The unthinkable has occurred.
3 to 4 weeks of practice, non-stop grinding, realizing who you were going up against in round #1, and most likely the entire world was going to count you out. You just locked in, man. They were able to take the control. That was the most important one for me.
Oh, yeah.
I had a conversation with Purge and said, all right, we got better at hard point, but you're still playing against the best hard point team in the game. Their S&D play calls were outstanding, but the fact that they were able to take the control the way that they did, matches slaying on the side of LA, that was the map that decided everything for me. The underdog prevails again.
Unreal. Someone check on Octane. Wow. Boston with the statement here early, and you can see it again. How about the SMGs? 8-3 for Snoopy, 8-7 for Purge. That really is the big story point for me in this matchup. I mean, we talked about how Cammy has struggled versus LA in the past. Is it you need him to step up, or do you need the SMGs to take it a step further? I think we more so got that the SMGs took it a step further in this head-to-head matchup.
Oh yeah, they outclassed him to Search and Destroy. Hydra goes 0-7 on map number 2. Map number 5, Envoy has 4 first steps. The SMGs couldn't clutch up on their one-on-ones. Purge is playing with the utmost confidence. The same thing could be said alongside with Snoopy. And that is just unreal. That is unbelievable that the 8 seed takes down the back-to-back champions in this environment with everything stacked against them.
It's champs, anything can happen, but that is a momentous moment early on in this World Championship. The #1 seed falls. Boston now have a chance to do what they really had not been able to do in the past, which is take a big win like this and turn it into something more, into the elongated parts of this bracket. When they found upsets in the past, they would just falter and then just immediately go back down to the lower bracket. But this is an 18 bracket. Anything can happen at this point. But with that, we've got Blaze, I think, on stage with Snoopy as our post-game reactions ready to go.
Thank you much, Shift and Study. Everybody make some noise for the Boston Breach. I got Snoop on the main stage with me. And Snoopy, you know, we saw you take this team down on land before. So you guys knew you could do it yet again. But coming to this series, going game 5, man, how does it feel to be able to get this win on a champs main stage against that team?
Yeah, I mean, this feeling's insane. It feels amazing. Just really happy about the team, how we've been playing. I think like a lot of people didn't believe in us, but we believe in each other. We know we can do it. So just want to keep making this run and just trying to make it happen.
There you go, okay? And you got step 1 done. And you're absolutely right. A lot of people in this venue, a lot of people at home believe in you guys. Yeah. You know, going into that last round of the S&D, you guys go up 5-3. You're talking, you know, Purge is saying something to you guys. What were you guys talking about to kind of stay composed in that last round? What was the call?
Yeah, I mean, we went up 5-3, and I'm pretty sure, Evan kept saying, just stay calm, just, you know, play our game, don't get too, anxious, don't, run, too much. Just play our game. And, I mean, that's what we did, so, yeah.
You did, and you closed out this series. Now, even going back in the series, the control, we heard the casters talking about you guys not really getting the control off them, you know, all year. What was the game plan going into control? We saw a lot of slaying there.
Yeah, I mean, the first round, we won a big offense, and then we just kind of, played like too fast in defense, so they were able to like catch up to us. But like Evan just did an insane play on control at the end. Won us the map, I think. And yeah, I mean, we're all just playing good, to be honest.
Yeah, you guys looking real icy up here on the stage, okay? Now, lastly, you know, what I want to ask you is that, you know, you got a lot of fans supporting you, okay?
Yeah.
You know, how does it feel to be on this champ stage right now? And what do you want to say to your supporters out there?
I mean, to everyone supporting us, supporting the Breach, supporting me, supporting the team, thank you so much. It truly means a lot. And thank you guys so much. Muchas gracias a la comunidad hispanohablante también. Los quiero mucho. Y también a mi familia en Monterrey. Les mando un saludo. Los quiero. And thank you guys. Appreciate you.
That's going to do it for me and Stoopy on the stage. We love all the families out there. Chris, take us away.
The Mexican stud Snoopy getting the job done alongside Purge, one of 6 players competing in their first championship event. And you heard it from Snoop's mouth right there, Maven. Purge was that guy.
Yeah, you asked if Purge would be like phased by this, and I don't know why. I think like Nameless and I looked at each other like, nah. Like that guy's just a hoss, dude. He doesn't care, bro. To hear that he was the one being the vocal leader, like late in that search, to have the late game plays he didn't control, like Purge is the truth. I know that guy has some duds every now and then, but he's the truth.
He just plays with that level of confidence, right? He'll have a terrible map and bounce back immediately right after, and they needed a lifeline in that control, and boy, was it Purge. Versus the Thieves to drop 41 is unheard of. Unreal win.
Let's take a look at their Game 5 highlights here, Ali, as we take a look at the closer, because you came in with the number 2 best record in the league in this game mode. That is the LA Thieves. Boston, number 8 on that list.
Yeah, no, I think the most impressive thing is the fact that Boston Breach even won the Search and Destroys in general, right? Like, this is not a Search and Destroy strength team. They head into this with about 50-50 win rate overall in the league. But I will say, when I did do that walk by of the Boston Breach one, they didn't have a warm-up. So they come out cold in that map number 1, but then they were launching VOD. VOD review was peak for them when it came to this series, and you could see it. In this map number 5, it felt like LA Thieves could not find a foothold. Everything that they were trying, it felt like Boston Breach was ready for. I mean, Boston took the bomb in that round 8, and they held it at steps. They allowed LA Thieves to be aggressive. They allowed them to push up the middle side of the map, and just allowed Boston Breach to get those early picks and information and kind of capitalize on that to make their next move.
Yeah, Ali, what did you say you heard them say? That if it goes Game 5, they're taking it.
Yeah.
And, you know, surely they did. And, you know, you're talking about a couple of the rounds there. They were not letting Hydra get away with anything. I mean, there was a round where he wide flanked all the way around up top. We're playing for it. The very next round, we do the same A push, but instead this time, as Ali mentioned, we're going to all sit around hedges because we know how they're thinking. We can't flank, so we have to take space towards the hedge. Well, guess what? We're waiting for you. You come up here, we're going to hunt you down. Clint, truly, like, shut him down and we'll win Search.
Taking a look there, it is a shocker once again for Scrap and Envoy. A day 1 loss means they will be headed to the elimination bracket. 2 of our top 4 teams playing to stay alive in our tournament tomorrow.
Bro, could you imagine going to losers round 1 of champs and being like, we got to play LA Thieves. Oh, it's going to be a spicy tournament.
Clint, walk me through this guy, though. It's your scuff play of the game. It belongs to Snoopy. We got to talk about Boston one more time here.
I mean, he has been terrific. It's been awesome to see just his, like, coming of age tale, maybe like over this year. When you think about the negativity from fans and players last year or the year before, like how they looked at him and how he has really transitioned. He's a special player. He's a special talent, man. He is.
100%. And these fences were all him. He did this like 3 rounds in a row where he was just sitting outer fences, popping 2 pieces. LA Thieves could not trade them. And that was so important because of how slow that he started that map number 1. Near the tail end, started to pick it up, and then continued that momentum into the Search and Destroy is huge for a weekend like this.
From the worst team in the league last year to now beating the number 1 seed. Boston is on a fantastic run, and no one saw this one coming. The fan poll is going to showcase a very small number next to Boston. LA Thieves, I mean, 54.6% of the fans expected them to win this whole thing.
We got to shout out one person who said this yesterday. Easy Mac in our stat department. He's an absolute beast. He said he feels like the big upset today is Boston over LA. I cannot believe people are actually
I said that Boston won the control. I thought it was very winnable.
Yeah,
we didn't think they could win the control.
They can win the control. That's a wild statement. And it happened.
Are your pickups cooked? Let us know in the chat, because we still have 2 more matches, and my bracket is busted after Boston beats LA Thieves. Heretics could have a clean run to the winners final. You look at FaZe, Optic, Ultra, and Royal Ravens, all still alive in our winners. Man, it's going to get weird tonight, Maven.
Oh, it's absolutely going to get weird and just going to get weirder. Maybe we've got more upsets on the horizon. Still 2 matches to go. I thought FaZe Optic is where I was looking at maybe the upset. Now to already have this, dude, I don't know, bro.
Chat, we're going to break. We come back. It is match number 3 of the day. Already 3 of our 6 rookies making their way into a winners round 2. Can Dylan Rex join the ranks? Find out next.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro.
I'm one shot, nice. Last KD left. That's just don't even try that. Look up. Nice. Yo, Byron, Llama 2X was right. You're awful.
Dead here.
On the stairs, nice.
The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome home, ladies and gentlemen. We are back live with the 2025 Call of Duty Championship weekend, where already we have witnessed back-to-back upsets. Will it be 3 in a row? Well, the fam down in Carolina will be cheering for that one. The team up north, though, looking to hold strong, as Toronto are the home team in this venue. Will they be able to live up to their third seed hype coming in? That is the question. Already, we've dished out some all-star jerseys. Joe Thieves was one of those players to receive one, Allie, and he may be the star to watch for Toronto tonight.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I mean, you talk about the beginning of this season, it was Joe Thieves that was just destroying everybody in Search and Destroy. He's one of the best Search and Destroy players in the league at that point in time, and that's what they're going to need in this series versus the Carolina Royal Ravens, because if they have any foothold, it's going to be in those 2s and 5s.
All right, Shift, we just saw one of our top teams get toppled. How does Toronto avoid that tonight? Who are you looking at in this matchup?
I'm actually kind of looking at not just one player, but two. I'm looking at Insight and Kleenex, the story duo of this squad. And I won't say that they've taken a back seat throughout this year, but like Allie mentioned, Joe has had all-star potential. Beans has been a subject of conversation, mostly due to the in and out between him and Hercules after the kind of emergency situation back in Major 3. But Insight and Kleenex are the guys that you look at to be the staples of this Toronto team, and I think they need to show up and really be a staple if they want to find their win today.
Yeah, and you can see, like, Champs Recon, the overall season for Toronto, they started off so good in Search and Destroy, despite them, like, falling off completely stage 3 and 4 in that game mode, they're still top 5 there, right? So got to find the early season form, as Allie mentioned. And in terms of players to look out for, I think you nailed it. Joe Thieves, he loves this matchup. He has a 1.2 and hardpoint up against them every single time, dominating them there. 7-1 against Carolina in hardpoint.
Speaking of Carolina, they have looked for some success. They bring in Dylan Rex from the Challenger Series. Didn't find it right away, but Slasher said this is a process. We are investing in our time at Champs. Now's the time. They missed out on it last year if you're a Carolina fan. Gwyn won Rookie of the Year. Yeah. The team wasn't good enough to make it to Champs. You got to get something going and get it going on early.
You got to look at this graphic. The drop-off is literally insane, and a lot of it off of the back of Search and Destroy. Just to set this up for you, they have played so bad in stages 3 and 4, and yet overall in the season, their Search and Destroy was so good, they're still top 3 in that game mode overall in the league. So you can't count them out in that game mode, but the respawn has just been silent. It has been under the rug, which is weird for a team with star-studded veterans on it that should know how to do this with their eyes closed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough. You bring in a guy to come in and like get extra kills, but he plays virtually no objective, which is way different than having Vivid on your roster, right? So you have to figure it out. And even with his game trending, still not able to win hardpoints up against this Toronto team. So it's definitely going to be tough. Every time they've played on LAN, it has went to a game 5. So expect that once again. Hopefully Carolina, if you're a fan of them, they can get it done this time.
They have a world champion on the lineup. He goes by the name of Slasher, and he is the oldest player in the Call of Duty League playing for a trophy this weekend. We caught up with him before the match. Here's what he had to say.
All right, Slasher, I want to ask you a little bit about your map depth as a team right now. I think it's one of the biggest concerns for you guys coming into champs in this tournament. You've had 3 weeks away. You're facing Ultra once again. I want to know what you've been working on to try and really expand that map pool so that this time around you're not having to really think on your feet and have to push through a very grueling series. So what have you been doing behind the scenes?
We've just been focusing on like sticking to the basics, playing together as a team, not making the dumb mistakes that we've sometimes been prone to make. When it comes to the maps against Ultra, I mean, we played them at Major 4. We went Game 5, Round 11, and I don't even think we were playing that well. So I think it'll be somewhat similar maps, to be honest, against them, because I feel like we feel comfortable, they feel comfortable on it, so it's just going to be kind of a square-up situation. But yeah, it's just about trying to get a little bit better every day, and hopefully not make any of the bonehead plays that we sometimes make. And if we do that, we can, you know, take down some of these teams.
Slasher, a legendary player. I was just looking through some of his numbers. 8 times at champs, going all the way back to AW. He won it back in Black Ops 3. Black Ops 4, he got second. So in Black Ops titles, he's good to go far. Across this best of 5, though, how are the maps looking? Do you like Carolina's odds? It's a rematch from what we saw just a major ago.
Well, first I'll say I love you pointing that out because he played exceptionally well last time they played all the way in that Game 5, Round 11. And yes, it's a square up. They're playing the exact same maps that they had in that series. So you got to think these guys have watched that series over and over again for 3 weeks straight in preparation for this match. Could go round 11 once again.
Allie, how do you see this one playing out? What do you like in this matchup?
I really like the vetoes from side Toronto Ultra. I understand it's the same maps that they played before, but they are not a very strong map 1 team. So for them, they kind of set themselves in success in a way that they put their best search and destroy in protocol, 10 and 5 in that gamma mode combined, all the way at the end of this series to give themselves some cushion. And then they get one of their best controls in protocol, 11 and 7 in the middle of this series. So they set themselves up for the distance if they need to.
They're just in a tough spot, Alan, because you look at Toronto and it's like, they have dealership in this series, and they're 1-8 on it, right? Yep. Their map pool is just
They're
not
writing that
big.
one off. They're writing that one off.
It's like, okay, they have to get rid of red card, and then you're just in a tough spot. You're going to have a map that you've just been terrible at. Hopefully they put in work.
Yeah, I was going to say, the thing about that is you know you're going to be in a bad spot if you're planning on getting that veto in the mix, so you should be prepped up and ready to go. I think this is kind of a conversation that's outside the map set. That's kind of the guy that's been around challengers. Rex just has to be the guy that he was in the amateur scene. He has not done that at all. I mean, he's been waiting for this chance for so long, and we haven't seen any form of him to this point yet.
We had our players highlighted by Easy Mac as well. Keep your eyes on Joe Deceives and Gwyn coming into this one. Allie, you're 0 for 2. Kick us off.
Wow,
let's make it 0 for 3. Where are we going?
Making it over 3 is crazy because I'm going for Toronto Ultra. So
Going
we would be
Toronto.
looking at a 3rd upset.
Nameless?
I'm going to go with Carolina.
You're lying.
I got Carolina, man. They're going to get this series winning. As you said, Dylan Rex arrives.
I think Dylan Rex is not going to arrive.
Where do you live?
I live in Carolina. I'm going Ultra, though. I'm going Ultra.
Oh, man. I thought I was going to be unique picking Carolina.
You're
now
picking
I'm riding with it. I'm going Toronto Ultra. Our top 3 seed is moving on to winners round 2. Am I right? Are they right? It's time to find out. We got Blaze on the stage.
We're about to find out who's right, but don't make nobody mad, Desk. We still got to leave here tonight, and we know whose home turf this is. So far, we've had some upsets, but will we have another one? It's time to find out what the strength of the North is all about.
Maybe going to 100-point club phase. This has been an unreal performance. Lynn is just dancing with death. Getting it done. Freeze the track down. Backside. Oh, my! Ravens 3 in a row. Disgusting. That's all 4 kills and an ace collected. Here we go again. Shotzi down low. This time it's Slasher up top. He's able to track down both of them. Slasher follow.
Oh! Carolina, a masterclass here on Skyline.
Ready for their biggest test yet? Here comes the Carolina Royal Ravens. TJ Haley, Slasher, Gwyn, and Rex. This flock of Ravens been knowing all season long that now is the time to peak. Now is time to attack from above. Here at Champs, they're ready to leave it all out on the stage. One more time, make some noise for the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Oh, that Carolina blue looks good. Listen, Toronto has had their number this season. 3-1 up against Carolina, but it went game 5, round 11. And you know they want their revenge. Look at Slasher to have another big performance. The vet leading the way for these young cats.
Man, they're gonna need a veteran leader on this team, and because it's cold in the venue and we can feel the chills. They are in enemy territory, and it is time to bring out the home team. Get ready, everybody, because it's time to go plus ultra.
I'm a champion around these parts. I don't even need to see what other youths are like. Put my life on the line, I ain't losing mine. You better recognize this is where the best is. You don't believe me? Come and test this. I could never back down. How you claiming the king with no crown? Nah, I don't like how that sounds. You better back up and back up right now. Standing tall, no one can rival. In the game, I'm the champ, survival. Won't move an inch, I hold the title. These streets are mine, I'm undeniable. And by the end, they'll know the name. From the block to the top of the game. Standing tall, no one can rival. What do they know about survival? Standing tall, no one can rival. Won't move an inch, I hold the title. These streets are mine, I'm undeniable. And by the end, they'll know the name. From the block to the top of the game. Standing tall, no one can rival. What do they know about survival?
Ladies and gentlemen, let your voices be heard for the Toronto Ultra Bees! Show disease, insight, and Kleenex with the strength of the North behind them on the coldest stage all year. The Toronto Ultra ready to lock in and bring home the big trophy.
Look, this is a franchise chasing championships right now. They built half the comp in the league. So for Toronto Ultra, we're looking at Insight and Kleenex, household names when it comes to championship weekends. And Joe in Beans looking to try and solidify a ring for this franchise, sitting at the top 4 for years on years, contending some of the best teams. And maybe this is going to be their one, guy.
Maybe it is going to be their one, Allie, but with all these fans behind them ready to go to get this series started, this is Call of Duty Champs, and we're about to hop right into the action. So, Miles, Chance, let's get it going.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Let's keep this winner's bracket rolling. We've already had 1 or 2 upsets. Chance, what's another one add to the pile?
Well, we've had one upset, and it was a dramatic one at that, but maybe that is going to set the tone for a Thursday. And an exciting one we have, because obviously if Carolina get the win, it will be the upset, but neck and neck the last time they played. The Game 5, Round 11, and it is a square up on the exact same maps. And with all this time to prepare, they're going to be dialed in.
Keep talking about the time to prepare. Again, 3 weeks they've had to really put their heads to the grindstone and try to figure out the weaknesses in their game. And that's what I'm really excited about, man. I mean, last time we saw Ultra play, no, commiserations. Could have been a lot nicer for them there at DreamHack. But now here at Champs, the hosts of this very tournament, let's see how things go for them. For the Ravens, the other side, mate, what are you looking for? What's the real sort of secret sauce here for Carolina?
I mean, listen, it's the hard points. They got 0-2. Betty booped out. They lost both of them in dominant fashion. One was 250-175, the other 250-150. They did not have the sauce in modes 1 and 4. And listen, it's not like you're expecting to be able to pull off a Neslo against a team like Ultra. They always bring the goods in S&D. So if you're going to battle, you got to be right there from the jump. And, well, these two players getting after, but you can see Joe DeCease on the year. He's dwarfed them on land in every single category. He's been just a little bit better.
1.15 there for Joe on the top side of our pentagon. And what do you know, folks? Joe and Gwyn, the two sort of younger players, they're on the team, the Rooks, if you will, going up alongside their much more seasoned teammates. Kleenex, again, we call him a household name here in the Toronto Ultra camp, and he has been since its inception. A wonderful player indeed. Can he bring the goods today? We know his family will be in attendance, or at least watching from home in Denmark. But now it's time to get into the game, folks. Talk is cheap. The start of this match might be a costly one for the long run of this series. Here we go. Toronto Ultra, the Carolina Royal Ravens. Map 1. We go to ball.
And again, if you're Carolina, you want to strike in the hard point immediately. And if you're on the side of Ultra, you're just here to take care of business. You have the clear-cut edge, especially on land. 4-13 there from Carolina. It has been their problem all year long. And I mean, we saw the interview, Slasher talking to Lottie, and all that he said is, we got to stick to the basics. We're just doing dumb things. I'm looking at 4-13, and I'm thinking you got to do a hell of a lot more than that, but we'll see if the work has been put in.
Here we go. Right into P1. First time we'll see that purple Ultra in the hard point. As it looks like the Carolina Royal Ravens walk away with opening kills, will push Insight right back, but again, the tactical retreat, he takes one player with him. Looking towards P2 already, and not a bad start whatsoever for the Ravens.
Yeah, you like that sort of stasis from Insight. You lose the opening break, but he makes sure to hang back, keep you away from the time, and his teammates spawn up. So great opening break from Carolina, but not for a ton of time. Dylan Rex, though, continues to thrive. 3 kills from him off rip, but it is always Insight hanging out on the right side, keeping you out of the time, and making sure his teammates have the spawns. Ultra, gun's not hot, but only a 10-point game.
Yeah, Ravens, lovely work there on P1 so far. Joe with a quick poke in and out. He finds a bit of damage on the slasher. Gwyn finds 2 in the feed there. A bit of beans by new hard point. How many kills can he get before being brought down? The kills might not matter too much just yet. Spawn's good for the Ravens.
And it's the 1v1. It is the battle for the spawns, or at least the new time. Beans takes care of it, so they'll have that initial. Obviously, those purple arrows are swarming. Looking to get this set up before you try and secure.
Here comes the next 2 for Beans. Steps up to the plate. Can't take care of one, but a lot of damage in here. Keep the spree going, can ya? He's got another player to contend with on the inside. Meanwhile, on the outside of the hard point, his teammates find all the kills. Beans holds the back down. 3 dead.
Absolutely beautiful, and they're going to know that those back spawns are open, so Beans can continue to play the exact same game while Kleenex gets to be that roaming slayer. So again, Toronto, it was a slow opening break. They keep things under control. Now you're setting up for the kill. They already have the lead. Beans continues to prowl in the kill feed. A thing of beauty. Ultra get everybody, and they're in shape to get the final 20.
Another great 3 there. This has not been a very productive P2 for the Carolina Royal Ravens. They have yet to improve on their scoreline from P1. They might be able to walk away with a tiny bit of scrap, but at this point in time, it is all Ultra so far on P2. Going over to the 3rd. Ravens in position here to get some opening time.
And you just got to appreciate for Toronto how easy they make that look. 0 pressure on the time, nice and comfortable, and plenty of space on the rotation. Joe DeCease might get cut down, and Carolina going to set themselves up for the initial P3 time, but long-term, those purple arrows might be roaming towards the spawn.
Watch on Beans for a moment. We'll check back on his progress a bit later, but for now, it's towards the hard point of the Ravens. Got themselves a foothold, but with all these bodies so close, not a huge amount of kills. Rex through the middle, traded out, over to Gwyn. Keeps his kills going. Slasher brought down.
Goodness.
A big power position shift. Ultra with the advantage.
Yeah, and again, Slasher was talking about how they just don't want to make the stupid mistakes. He was ready for that gunfight for 20 seconds and gets gunned to bed in one of the most important on the map. And now it's a P3 where you're open and free if you're Ultra. You don't got to collect. You just got to keep them away, because long term, they're in a fine position.
Yeah, an interesting hard point again. You're able to keep your team out of it. Don't let the enemy team get any time. Keep your main eye on that left-hand side of the minimap. That's where 1 and 2 are. That's going to be Beans and Joe prowling the halls. Kills there from Insight. Traded out, and it's going to be a matter of seconds there for the Ravens.
Yeah, and Carolina, the team that is entirely unaggressive in the hard point. Well, now they got to make the jump. 2 players spawning out, an opportunity to actually go and break through that P4, and 2 players have made it through, and they get the spawn. So Carolina, long term, they have the opportunity.
Joe on the entry. Gets himself on time. Can't get the second. Gwyn's going to find it. Beans on the back line once again. Keeping things as safe and sound as he possibly can there for the Toronto boys. But still, so many Ravens on the inside of time.
That's great from Beans, just to sort of be heads up about the players in the back. The longer he lives, if his teammates get the kills, it's going to be the spawn out, and already number 5 going to be across the map. Now you hit the go button.
They're up for the go button, but wait a minute, the go button has been slammed. Shot, it's going to be Gwyn upstairs, 12 and 6. As he finds a couple of kills, there's another 3 dead for Ultra.
And this has been mixy time as well. This is a minute and a half burned off the game clock already. Joe DeCease good for 2 in the back, but nonetheless, it's still Carolina inside of the time. Ooh. And that might not be a money hill P4, but all things considered, since Ultra were there first, I think Carolina happy. You can cut your losses and move on. First set of rotations, only a 15-point game.
Not an easy thing to do whatsoever. Ravens back at it. Here we go into the second set of hard points. A wild stat line there from Beans at 12 and 5. 13-11 alongside Joe. Rough looks on the other side, though. Gwyn, he has been the man for the Ravens in the kills department. The rest of the squad pulling forward as well.
And we're just going back towards the comfortability. There is not a ton of pace being applied, at least not by the AR players of Ultra. The SMG is able to pierce through and get the P1 time secured. We saw the P2 was actually the money hill for the Ultra squad, and well, right now they're just sitting here soaking up on the P1 kills, falling into Beans' lap, and Joe DeCease, well, he's there to be the cleanup crew. Gwyn falls out, all 4 down, and for Carolina, all spawning out.
Due diligence done. You find the kills all over the place. You managed to net the time as well. Kleenex starting to get things going. He's nearly pulled himself out of the deficit he found himself in to start things off. This could be number 13, his 5th in a row if you can catch it. 10 seconds remaining here on P1, and we go towards New, and Kleenex
There it is, 5 in a row, all square in the kills and deaths. And once again, so comfortable and so contained. CleanX is not a player that's ever going to tweak out, make mistakes. He's trying to be in the right spot at the right time to clean up all the errant kills. So there's the 6 free, and again at P2, where you are just comfortable around the time, and Carolina completely disconnected.
7 in a row now for Tobias. Yul Johnson, number 8. He's looking towards the Hellstorm as well. A single lane of attack right now for the Ravens, and CleanX still on a spree.
No rush, no pressure. Let the kills come to you.
Here we go. Next man up, TJ. Man enough to bring down CleanX, gets it on a Beans. Steps up for the second 2, throws a bit of a dud. We'll see how that plays out in a moment. Joe manages to dodge it, stay alive. Here we go. Ravens on the approach. Oh, Joe, what a 2.
Yeah, he's snapping in the player cams there too. Rex able to trade him out, and at least Carolina get them away from the P2 time, so it's not a perfect full 60, but it's pretty damn close. Another P2 or Ultra established dominance.
Long-term Ravens good spawns. We'll see how that goes right now. P3, last time, not fantastic for either squad in terms of the score. Let's see if this one can be a little different, Gwyn. Keeping CleanX out of trouble. You want to make sure you maintain Ultra in the middle of the map right now. Ravens fighting for time, holding spawns.
And I mean, listen, the way this P3 is going, we have half the game clock already burned off the clock. Ultra only near 150. This might very well turn into a game by the end that gets decided by the game clock. So we're going to be careful long term. In the short term, the kill feed looks great for Toronto Ultra. Neither team, though, getting any of this time.
Still, you talk about half the game clock. We're still ripping through it. Joe through middle, 22 and 15. Gets another one, a Halo gunfire there. All Ultra battling forward once again. CleanX gets his safe left-hand side of the minimap though for the Ravens.
Yeah, 2 players for Ravens already going to spawn out. Ultra, this is your time to strike.
The timing on that hit there was huge. Oh, Gwyn wins a massive one, stays alive, and the third man, last man Beans. He stays alive for a second longer, and the spawns are all over the place.
Oh, good night.
Still close, but Beans behind on the snap, not enough.
Yeah, finally going to drop him. You see Slasher still worried about players being on the back line. He is not looking front at all, so 2 players get a run through for free. Once again, very passive from this Carolina team. Month of preparation for Hardpoint. This is their moment.
Can they stay composed? Pull CleanX out, Rex there on the trade. Next man in. Joe kept at bay now on the suppression. Side door, Insight bangs his way through with a 2.
And listen, 3 #1 players on the minimap. Everyone's striving to be ahead. Right now, it is a kill race between those players on Ultra. 3 players, 20 plus. They got a 100-point lead, and maybe the game clock won't matter. Ultra cleaning house on the Money Hills.
30 seconds to go, and here we have the Ravens desperately trying to get through, knocking on the door. Ultra, hold them down, hold them at bay. Don't let a single second get away from them. 187 are climbing.
Yeah, clean and comfortable, and now at this point, suffocating. Ultra made a single mistake on the first P4 rotation. Outside of that, they have been nearly flawless. Kills being collected by Carolina. The time will not be. After the first set of rotations, 15-point game. After the second set, 120 between these 2 teams.
Not to mention the trades as well. Teamwork on point right now from Ultra. We'll see a look at the assists at the end of this game as well. Bound to be disgusting. 202 to 90 in our 3rd set of hardpoints.
And again, that month of preparation, keep in mind, Ultra get to prepare too, because things are looking even worse. Back to the P1, you're looking at the kill feed in all 4 players for Toronto, pulling out the Jackal for this hill. Gwyn looking to make the impact, and he does good damage. But once again for Carolina, nobody's collecting time.
Nobody home. CleanX finds himself another. The spree still rolling. His boys are on time as well. He's going on a worldwide tour now to try to catch himself some spawns by P2.
And he just gets to hang out, and again, let the kills come to you. That's a Jackal that he just gets the damage out range. Might get traded out, but once again, Insight, he has lived in this spot. A P2 Carolina going to be desperate to get, and they at least get the initial kills. A small window of opportunity, but CleanX is behind you.
And it's been read. It's been dealt with by Rex. Trades are there, and it's Insight, the king of the hill, truly now fighting forward. On time is going to be Joe. Gwyn on the trade out. Now Ravens in a position to hold this.
Push him in the back. No trophies out for the back corner, but Insight waiting for the reinforcements to roll through. He's got 2 players over towards Carpet, but right now, no motion being made. CleanX gets 2, though. That's the go button. The one-shot call out, and all of a sudden, Gwyn, last man in the hill, and the collapse is there. The break is in, and Ultra continue to fry on P2.
They're in the crusher right now, and Toronto Ultra have got their finger on the button. This could be it, folks. 25 seconds to go. 25 points on the clock. You're going to be able to get this one. Ravens have got to contest for a second to force another point. That's how you start things He's off. Kleenex slows him down. It's a little bit longer. A 5 spree. Not going to be a 6 just yet. Here comes Gwyn. Down the stairs, into the feed. You've still got to get towards time. It is still Toronto's map. You've got to get a single second win. He does it. Another hard point we will see at the very least.
Yeah, delaying the inevitable. Carolina doing just enough that now they can lose it over on that P3 Ultra. 6 more seconds to go.
Here we go, P3 Ravens. They are circling. They're in position. A 40 bomb from Gwyn. It will arguably be for the L unless something miraculous happens. But hey, it's champs. Anything can and will. Beans on the approach for 2. Kleenex on a pinch. And that is going to be map 1 in the books. Ladies and gentlemen, Ontario on its feet as the hosts take the first.
Deja vu all over again. Ultra happy to see the exact same hard points in the mix in the vault. Well, this time it got even worse. Guns got hot. Kleenex out there thriving and frying you. Jodeci's right next to him doing the exact same thing. And even Beans, I mean, early on, he started off, what, 12-5, incredibly comfortable. He gets 16 assists, 28 kills. Every single player there on Toronto doing their job. And of course, Insight, the classic stat line. -4, nowhere near engaged as his teammates, but that's because he had his feet up. It is a dominant win. By the way, 3 minutes of hill time might be the record on the year.
Don't forget the 5 seconds there, brother. That is unbelievable. Wow, Toronto come to play. 10.5 minutes of vault hardpoint, and it was all theirs. If not for Gwyn, a player we told you to watch out for at the start, was 31 non-traded, 40 overall. He'll be quite prominent here in the highlights, but it didn't matter too much for that final scoreline. What a start here for the boys in purple.
Yeah, Gwyn nearly outslaying all 3 of his teammates combined. Not the best look there, and obviously TJ struggling in that one. And even for like that first P4 rotation, looking at the minimap, Slasher incredibly passive. He was sat top art staring down the steps for a solid 20 seconds, loses the gunfight straight away. So like he's letting these players take all these rounds, get in position, and he's not even winning the crucial ones. And he did the exact same thing when he was top P4. 0 pressure, no presence, not getting tags in, letting the players run through for free. And of course, Toronto Ultra is a team, if you make them work for it, they have success. If you don't make them work for it, well, it's a beatdown like this.
Run away with it indeed. A couple of solid P4s, great P2s there from Ultra. We'll see in the game flow as well. A real smooth map from your hosts. Ravens, a lot to be left desired at the end of that one. But hey, highlights are going to come to an end soon. And again, for Ultra, a confident start here in the series. A complete run back of the last time they matched up. Ultra, again, Deja Vu might be the name of the game. We'll see if the script follows suit perfectly. Gwyn playing like this as well, though. That could, that's a variable you can barely contend with online. On LAN, that's a new look for him.
Yeah, and being so explosive in game that even the water bottle
Whoa!
Get to him. So tough action there on the left side of the stage. And Beans, that was the most shocking thing he dealt with all map 1.
That was the biggest surprise for sure. And then we go, Ultra. Once they got going, there was no looking back. A 5-second or 15-second difference there. That's all you had. Yeah, certainly a strong start here at Champs for Toronto Ultra. The home crowd buff so far looking good.
I completely unneeded. It is the exact same way that the hardpoint went the first go around, except Toronto was the team that improved. And now, of course, going to a dealership. Admittedly for Carolina, they won the map too, so that's the good news. Unfortunately for them, not a winning record on any of the maps that we have in this pool. So Ultra, maybe not necessarily excited to see the dealership going to be in the mix, but that is the team that if you give them a month, I'm expecting massive improvements to be rolling through. So I think it's going to be an interesting and fun look. And of course, it's got champs time. This is where every single trick you've developed, every single wall bang spot, every cheeky strat, any nade lineups that you have, this is the place to show them off. And Ultra, certainly a team that'll cook up some of the goods.
We've absolutely seen already on dealership for a lot of spots where you can deal damage to enemy players, so through walls,
sides.
Eyes, yeah, both sides. Neither site is truly safe, so it's going to come down to the mind game. It's going to come down to that positioning and control and how you play around the map. We'll do our best to call out those moments. Our observers team, of course, they'll keep eyes on things as well, but this is going to be a very, very fast game of S&D, I feel. Famous last words from this commentator. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, right to map number 2, the dealership we descend. Search and destroy.
And undoubtedly, guys like Slasher and TJ, longtime veterans, 2 of the best search and destroy players of all time. An opportunity to capitalize. His last 5 S&Ds for Toronto, well, that was their thorn in their side. And Now, Kleenex, especially at the start of the year, first 2 stages, S&D was fine. Maybe not overperforming, but the last 2 stages, he's been struggling. Needs to turn it around here for champs, and that'll be the battle. And that'll be the first blood. A nades with no trophies there for the strike.
Olé. First lands. Gwyn takes the fight forward to the next man up. On the flank, Joe deceives. On an all-star team for a good reason, folks. Doesn't have to worry about the next kill because his teammate Beans is on it. Now Gwyn finds himself in a 1v3, and the round is done. Ultra takes the first.
Ran him over. 0 time wasted. Joe Deceives is shooting you in the back, and now with 17 seconds in the round, you're already getting pinched. And Joe Deceives is there for the entry. Beans there for the follow-up, and Kleenex got the first blood and the last laugh. That is a beautifully orchestrated round.
That's the opening nade. A lot of damage into both TJ and Gwyn there. So yeah, costly opener for the Ravens. They've got to pump brakes there. They're not able to take that space they want in the A-bomb site. That makes the next sort of gunfight not exactly a favorable one. Good stuff from Ultra there in the opening round. Choosing the other foot now. Ravens, they'll be on defense.
Yeah, still no trophies as well coming out from these players. But Kleenex is already in the mix. He is hunting you down. The pressure already on. He gets back down though, so everybody's alive. Bomb over towards B. TJ for the first one.
Absolutely. Oh my word, the Ravens opening up with 2 kills, making it 3 in a row. That is a wonderful opener. They have bounced back indeed. We put the shoe on the other foot, and they have kicked Ultra's ass in this one. Kleenex gone. We are 51 seconds into the game, folks.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful round as well for the bounce back because they were reading the pressure. Kleenex was getting after it through the middle of the map, and I think it was Slasher in the back there for the coverage, and it was Gwyn making the aggressive play. And that second gunfight win there by Gwyn. Nice little one-pump action. That kid is shooting.
Yeah, one's good. Massive damage output there from the Ravens. Gives me undeniable advantage, which they take full advantage of. That 3 kills makes the round basically theirs. We've seen some moments on Dealership. The 1vx plays. No shenanigans there. Round 3. Here we go.
Square up.
Trophies. Shenanigans. A bad stun from Tej. That's going to slow him down. Doesn't slow Gwyn in the slightest. Opening nade connects. The trophies do not get anything done. Over to Rex. Down and out. Kleenex now with space to work with through the middle of the map, and he's already moving. Sends insights in for the pinch. Nobody home with the bomb site for now. That's going to be the plant from the Ravens. We check this through the wall. Arguably, could have happened there on the hops.
Great damage. You hit the go button. You got inside on the pinch, by the way, so all 3 of these players are completely trapped.
They know that something's up from behind. So again, our head on a swivel right now, Ravens. You are surrounded. Kleenex waiting for the opportune moment.
And they have him trapped, and now you got insight wrapping all the way back, so you don't have to worry about that. It is all guns forward.
All guns forward. Going to get the kills first, though. Kleenex bangs the vent open. Sent in for the kill. Oh, but Gwyn finds one at least. Trades are done. Beans now gets his. All down to Gwyn. And it's over. 12 seconds to get the defuse. Ultra take the lead.
And I love that from Toronto as well. That is heads up search and destroy gameplay. Insight was getting tags in. He's basically back in their spawn by the little coffee shop, and that means those 3 players officially contain. And Insight, typically metal boots, wraps around through the middle of the map to be there with his teammates, and that means Carolina uncomfortable. They're worried about the pinch the entire time. When is the pressure going to come in? Well, it is the ARs there for Toronto. Make sure you shut them down. Insight, one of the smartest players in the game.
Schrodinger's Insight. Is he behind us? Is he watching the flank? Is he in front of us? You never know. He could be in both places at the same time, folks. You have to watch the VOD back and find out for yourselves, Ravens. 2-1. Ultra on attack this time round. Joe Deceives, bomb in hand.
Looking for the nade spots as well. Joe Deceives maybe fearful standing near these cars. They're waiting for the pressure to roll through, but actually Carolina looking for the counter over towards the B site. That stun connects on 3, so that flock is going to be roaming all the way back towards A. And Ultra, it looks like they're happy to square up.
Yeah, that specificity eliminates ambiguity. Slasher connects on the 2. Here comes the RC car. Try to buy some space. Not going to happen. Gwyn, 5 and 2, pumps the brakes.
Well, one of the longest duos we have in Call of Duty history, Insight and Kleenex, an opportunity to get to work, but right now a monumental task.
And I love this setup there from the Ravens. They pause the play. All bases covered. They're going to be able to hit the retake now together as one, Carolina. Gwyn on the vent. He's going to run into a little bit of trouble in a second. Full bomb site control. Nobody home. Teach gets rid of one. 1v3 gone. Ravens, play it smart, play it sensible. They equalize, 2-2.
Absolutely perfect, and that is the utility there from Carolina that wins them the round. The car bomb, obviously, well, the high explosive. Joe Thieves needs to stay away from those cars. Blow them up before you move over. That's 2 rounds in a row. Slasher gets credit for the kills, and not just that, it's this stun after the fact that connects on 3 players, and after that, super easy reads for Carolina. On point with the utility. When the pace is slow, kids are happy.
Oh, yeah. Real
By
happy.
kids, I mean the old men, the old 30-year-olds.
And here comes the next wave of nades. Wow, look at that. 3, I believe, cars explode there. So no trophies in position whatsoever. That was a stinger. Oh, we're up and about. We are moving. A-bomb site looks to be the target right now for the Ravens.
And you had Ultra that actually stacked out B, so interesting counter shots be going on. Through the eyes of Slasher, we can see it as Gwyn moves towards the vent. It is a jump cut into the bomb plant, pure 4v4. Joe Thieves on the pinch.
Yeah, real big pinch. That's being watched, though, by Dylan Rex. And that's the information gain. And that's, again, a little bit of a worry now. In the back of your head, you know this is Joe Thieves.
And Gwyn, I mean, you established the vent control. You're feeling great. Still gonna be involved, but now with double wall bangs coming through. 2v2 around the site.
Massive damage to there. Now Rex is going to make his way forward. He has got to try to cover Tej. The nade forces TJ out of coverage. Here comes Joe Thieves, sending for the kill. He gets it on the Rex. His position known, and he's down as well. 3 on the round from young Joe alongside the defuse.
He dodges the exploding vehicles, and now he gets to shoot his gun. Joe Thieves finally able to fly.
Ultra take the lead. Quick look at this replay. Wallbang, the final bullet there into Gwyn. And the next kill as fast as he could possibly move. Again, the clock is in the red at this moment in time. You've got to get this play done quickly. Tej guns him. No coverage there from Rex, and this last kill as well. All on Joe. All-star moment right there.
Yeah, and these games, or at least this map, has been highlighting the value of utility and S&D as well. Perfectly placed Semtex grenade to root out the spot on TJ, just clearing out information. Joe Thieves, second all-star team, as you mentioned. One of the best SMG players we have in the game and one of the smartest at that. Efficient work, but we got ourselves a game. Only a 3-2 lead. Through the middle of the map goes Ultra, and on the B site, you have Carolina that have just dominated this map.
Oh, we talked about the long-time duo of Insight and CleanX in a previous moment. Now is the new duo, Beans and Joe. Going up against the Ravens, they're doing their best to keep them contained. They have awareness, at least, I presume, of the bomb being down. Top right-hand side of the minimap. B-bomb site swarmed up. Joe gets away with his life.
Oh, not for long. Yeah, wow. TJ raining the shots through. No safe spots to stand. Walls made of paper. Beans for a 1v3.
Beans for 1v3, but again, I'm not sure if he has any idea where the next 2 players are. Yeah, wrong way, mate. Tej and Slasher now hand in hand. Brothers in arms, looking to bring down Beans. And the timing is going to be outstanding. And they are going to pass each other. My ass, they gun him to bed. 3-3. We trade rounds again.
Yeah, and you see that sort of like a default strat by the looks of it coming out from Carolina. Triple stacking over on the B site and just being overwhelming. If you have that level of presence and you get SMG players pushing through to respond to the pressure, if that's the direction, you have someone hop up on the bomb site, they can look into mid, and that is the perfect counter strat for what Ultra was attempting to do. So they've closed that door twice. When we go back to the attacking rounds, Ultra gonna have to make adjustments.
Another really nice round there out of the Ravens. When they get the first blood, they typically get the second within immediate window of that. They do not give up those advantages. 3-3, as we say. Ravens on attack now. Towards A they go.
Speaking of adjustments, Carolina continually attacking this A site. Even with the bomb down, though, they've struggled to get success. If it ain't broke, you don't fix it, but they've had some flaws. We'll see if they can fix it in the post plant. Trophies out, maybe to slow down the Sempexes, so small little extra edge. Still though a pure 4 versus 4, and this time from Ultra, no pinches, but Gwyn gets a kill on CleanX again.
Oh, wait a minute, we get at least 1 out of it, and it looks like Beans took damage from the second as well, so RC's gone, 3v3, box in the red, over to Beans, makes his way forward on the opener. Ultra now swarming over the site, last man Slasher. Nowhere to be home. Are they going to jump on this one? Waiting for the kill. Slasher red and dealt with. Ultra take the lead.
And Carolina, with their singular game plan, are also playing the exact same spots. TJ apparently loves that spot next to the car, and Ultra, well, they simply have him dialed in. And this is another performance as well for Gwyn. He has actually had CleanX's number. Multiple kills he's able to get to open up the middle of the map, and none of it has mattered.
Some of those 4 first bloods as well. Joe shoots past TJ, takes care of Rex. I mean, whether it was the RC or the car, the bigger car, it was going to go that way. Rex again dealt with. It's a tough scene. You hear the buzz of the RC car. You kind of know your number's up, especially on dealership.
Yeah, funny how the bomb site is the least explosive thing on this section of the map. What are you going to do about it? Well, Ultra, what they need to do is make adjustments through the middle of the map and over towards B. Well, it's been singular pushes. Now they're squaring up.
Hello, boys. Oh, we are sending it this round. Nades are up and about. That's going to push Gwyn back at the very least. Joe, he's still tagged up. Can you take advantage of the man with the low hit points? You sure can. He's now trapped alone on the inside. Oh, he gets out of the room with a hail of gunfire. Insight picks up another. So wait a minute. This round from Ultra is far from over.
He's trying to play the ISO. Joe has information on 2. But unfortunate for him, it's 2 players to deal with, and I think they might have spotted him. Yeah, tags in. He is in a tough spot.
Wait a minute. Oh, Rex. Beautiful stuff. Insight now maneuvers in a position, hoping for Joe to be able to make his way out of that spot with bomb in hand. But it doesn't look like the Ravens have identified that. So Insight on the recovery. Good luck. Have fun there, mate. 4-4. Ravens equalize.
And once again, it is the exact same strat for Carolina on defense that continues to pay off. Ultra actually did make the adjustment, sent extra players over towards the B side to get ready for the gunfights. Well, simply outplayed the teamwork there from Carolina being shown off. And now it's Carolina back on the attack. They have loved and favored this A site. They've been allowed to get the bomb down, unsuccessful in the post plants. If I'm on the side of Ravens, I'm thinking it is time for an adjustment in this round.
I'm still calling out Gwyn, man. 9 and 6. He's going to break 1K damage this round quite happily. On the other side of the board, Beans, he's the heaviest hitter right now. Alongside Joe with the 7 and 5, but Beans putting in the work in the damage department. Here we go, 2-2 split towards the back line. Oh, but wait, the whole Ravens roster, they're all here. Dylan Rex, first blood. Start things off magnificently right now for the Ravens. Teej trying to get in there for the kill. You've got a lot of damage dealt, but wait a minute. Ultra from the back foot. It's sweet chin music now as it's down to a 2v3.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they made the adjustment. They're trying to play TDM. Everybody roll through. And now you flip the spawns on your head, but without the bomb down just yet, you're having these 2 players, TJ and Slasher, playing for picks. 2 of the best S&D players of all time. 45 seconds to work.
Ultra want none of this, though. They're not taking the bait. Yeah, Teej, he gets a lot of damage in, so that's going to be him backed up. You still know where those players are now. At the very least, TJ in the garage. Plant here from Slash is going to create some sort of discord there in the Ultra lineup. Oh, that is magnificent from Teej! And able to get the second man, but Slasher now maneuvers in. Can he make it a 1v1? He sure can! Young Joe steps up for it. Eyes are on, and the bomb planted as well. Here we go. It's the new school versus the old school, and the dance is on. Joseph down! Slasher puts the Ravens on map point.
S&D go for a reason, because it is COD champs. The 9th one Slasher has attended. He's been winning his one since Joe Thieves was in the womb. I mean, for real though, like, honestly.
Yeah, maybe, man. Oh, my goodness. Map point, Ravens. Will history continue to
It's also worth mentioning, Slasher, his clutch rate on the year is not good, but in purely 1v1s, he has been spectacular. Once you get him to that moment, he delivers.
Here we go, Ultra. Nate connects. Trev, you're not there in time. Just slow down the stuns. Here we go. The fight is being brought to you. Gwyn, he opens up the avenue. Anyone on the pitch? Joe on the tactical retreat. Bad news. It's just you and Beans. Ravens have taken this round by the throat.
They got him. They set him up for the kill. This is going to be the deciding factor. Ultra, a desperation effort.
They're trying to make it machine and not man that will end the round right now as the RC car buzzes forward. It may have found itself a comfortable corner, or it might be destroyed. Joe and Beans to stay alive here on dealership. Plant this bomb. Dig in for the brutal onslaught of the Ravens.
Yeah, and the car already gives the intel. Carolina going to be quick on the swarm. All 4 players together again.
Beans is absolutely swinging. He gets a lot of damage in without taking much himself. They have to worry about the flank. Joe trying to take a route. Gwyn on the approach forward as well. Here comes Beans. Gets one. Traded out again. Over to Young Joe, and it will be done. It is TJ who fights forward. 6-4, the final score. As the Ravens secure it, and the headsets are off there from the Ultra Boys before the round was even over. 1-1 going into the break.
Yeah, and replicating the exact way the series went the last go-around. First hardpoint win in dominant fashion from Ultra. The immediate S&D bounce back there from the Ravens. Tip it to Slasher and TJ. That 2v3, the biggest deciding round, and Slasher taking down Joe to Thieves to give him that extra edge. And of course, that's the round specific. I think Gwyn might have been 5 for 5 in kills specifically against Kleenex. He absolutely had his number on the map. And Gwyn, I mean, he dropped a 40 bomb map number 1. That is 5 first bloods, 0 first deaths in a double-digit performance. Right now, Gwyn for MVP.
I think you got 4 of them on Kleenex as well there. Kleenex's first deaths there, all at the hands of the mighty Gwyn. Wow, we got a game in our hands now, folks. Shy of 10 minutes at 9:42 there. We say goodbye to dealership. We will say hello to Prosco in a brief moment. We'll fly over to the desk first for their thoughts. But Charles, how are you feeling about this series so far? I mean, it really is shades of old.
Well, I think the deciding factor in the veto process for Carolina is, do they want to deal with Rewind or Skyline against this team? The fact that they're letting the Rewind in, it is going to be the second time this team has played it all year. I know Slasher sort of picking him apart for what he's saying of we just need to make the small adjustments. That has to be the map where there is change. So, hey, if they pull off the control, they can absolutely pull off the series.
We'll find out exactly how that control goes after this break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far. This is COD Champs. We're still in winner's bracket. Round 1, Ravens Ultra. Going to Protocol Control after this short break. Don't go too far.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
LA Thieves, your major 4 champs. 10 points down.
Someone's got to contest.
Someone's got to get on it. A BC going to lunge into it. We are not done yet. Graza's got the help from the top. Graza is in. They have got it, or have they? Valiel all the way. Heretics win it. Holy, what a game was. Boston might just get this done.
They are still holding. Once they turn the lead, they will vacate the point. Can we keep them back? Hardpoint changes hands. Rocker in.
Yo,
game 5.
50 kills that he breaks, and he makes it into the time.
Will it be Sip? Will it be Shotzi? Who is massive in the final moments as Nashi falls? 246, 246. Nobody's in here. It's the rotation as a BZ gets a triple. That one is done.
Yeah, Hydra, what's his timing going to be like? Looks like it's going to be good. The movement is there, and that is incredible. Out of Hydra. Are you kidding? My God, he is special, and he is still going.
All 4 dead. Round 1, Thieves.
Lots of win and a half. Scrap wins it. It's going. It's going. Halfway to the final tick. 2 players here from Beza trying to fight. They're going to drop them. They're going to win it. It's back to back for the LA Thieves, your major 4 champs.
Something special. LA Thieves, your major 4 champs.
The 2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 1-1.5 and a spicy showing from Gwyn at his first COD Champs Rookie of the Year last year, and now he's shooting like a vet.
Yeah, barely missed out, but obviously now that he's here, looking good. The main criticism of Gwyn has always been the LAN performances, and while the start of the year, a little bit struggles early on. We saw him compared to Joe Thieves, not quite as good. He has gotten better and better over time and more comfortable on LAN. Right now, he's balling out. He nearly outslayed his entire team combined in map 1, got double digits in map number 2. On the lookout for Gwyn for map 3.
Yeah, we go to control, play protocol this time around. It's going to be an interesting showing in both squads, vying for a lead here in what has been a spicy series. I caught with a few Toronto Ultra fans during the break, and yeah, the nerves are there. There's definitely an air of tension, I think. They know they're not out of the woods just yet. We're going to see how we feel for the rest of this series after this one. Protocol control on its way. First of 3 rounds, and well, young Joe certainly has enjoyed himself some time on the mode.
Yeah, he has been feasting upon them, and the kills per 10 minutes, not even necessarily that crazy for the mode. That's sort of like in the middle of the ground. So the fact that he's dropping a 1.26 mean collectively as a team, they've been slamming. Of course, though, last time they played on this map, went to round 5. Carolina had the drop and they had the edge, and obviously Protocol can absolutely be a defensive shootout. Carolina could be the team to prove us wrong right from the jump.
Find out Ultra going to have defense up first. And
versus CleanX, man.
He's got his number day and night. And wait a minute, over towards the B zone we go now. And this is going to be a stack. There is 2 members now of the Ravens capturing the B zone together. You've got to make a move quickly, Ultra. You're going to see that one go fast.
Yeah, well, maybe bit off just a little bit more than you could chew, but nonetheless, Gwyn able to pick up the extra errant kill, looking for a bit more, and they can simply not hang. That is 3 down in the feed. First tick of progress there, and so far, gorgeous work coming from the Ravens.
Beautiful opener from the Ravens. The A zone is not their target. They're still capturing B. Here come the reinforcements from the Toronto. On a Rex down, on the cross. Gwyn catches his 5th in a row. This, nearly. But that's going to be the 2nd segment at B done with a minute to play still.
I mean, they just can't hang. He's been gunning them down left and right, and it has been mostly a solo capture running through him as well, that Ultra chalk it up and just hand it to him.
That's both zones being captured. The B zone, we're going to add another minute of play. A zone, contest, not for long. The first segment, they're gone as well. Gwyn's spree finally comes to an end. The A zone now open for business. 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, it can be a defensive shootout, and finally Ultra have cleaned up house. You haven't quite gotten middle of the map control. Well, you have it now, but this is 2 minutes where Toronto is going to have to try and hold on, and it is a 6-life deficit. Carolina, this is a dream situation for them. You can afford to take your time, slow the pace down, and get these kills, and Gwyn, well, get shut down there. This is where the spawn trap might be a blender.
There, Ultra, they are swarming. Ravens' life lead is starting to dissipate rapidly. Melting like a sugar cube in the rain here on Protocol, and they've only got a couple left. Joe caught out. Good job out of Gwyn, gets a lucky turn, and now fight your way forward. There we go, Tej gets his. 12-16, Ravens are still up.
Got to get CleanX. He's going to be in top trips. That's who Gwyn's looking for, while Sasha covers from over top, and you're letting your teammates get out of the spawn. They've at least got the middle of the map pressure, and you got Gwyn behind enemy lines. So Carolina, you fought themselves out of the spawn, but it took a minute to set it up. You got to knock this down.
All right. Hello, Gwyn through the window. He paints the walls with insight now. So over towards the A zone. We're going to get in that, stop the clock, start working on that 2nd segment. Lovely positioning right now from the Ravens.
This is, I mean, a big stack as well. This is 3 players on it. The zone's going to flood. Gwyn's going to fall. The 2nd tick of progress is there. TJ for the coverage, and Slasher still on the time.
Yeah, TJ's trying to make something happen here. He's got the backline coming. Looking at the front. Can he get the kill? Surely Ultra swarm all over him, and now he gets a kill. But wait, enough to buy some time. Get Gwyn into a power position. Get some guns up at the ready. This round isn't over yet.
It's 6 lives remaining for Toronto Ultra too. They have to be perfect from this point on. You need to slow them down. You got to keep them away from the zone. In Carolina, you just need to find any kills.
6-9, 35 seconds. Ultra holding the line. Ravens now starting to get creative. TJ looking for the flank. You don't have a lot of time to do this, but wait, you've got a man on time. He won't last for long, surely. No, there's Insight the swarm, but here comes the flank. Oh, you got to finish the kill. Tej does. No lives, Ultra.
20 seconds left. They're going to be able to stop this clock, too. Number 8's going to be able to make his way towards the zone. TJ there for the kill, and 3 lives remaining. Carolina are going to get this offensive round.
Big contest. Cleanups from Rex. That's huge work. The second man. Last is going to dive time, and that is that. Ravens will get the job done in the end.
And that is the setup from Carolina. Gwyn is perfect off the opening break, starts off 5-0, and basically solo captures the B zone. They had 1:52 to work with. Toronto Ultra, this is the best play, right? They're setting up the spawn trap. Joe Deceive starts to go on a tear. Beans goes on a 5 spree as well. It took Carolina a minute to get out of it. The moment Gwyn gets behind enemy lines, it reopens up the map. Gwyn has been on one in this series.
Fantastic turnout from Gwyn. Yeah, 8-5 in one round there. Again, Mr. Non-traded. All of his kills non-traded. So he just wins his 1v1s and gets along with the rest of that line, gets along with the round. We swap sides here. Ravens will be on defense. Ultra attacking both A and B.
Yeah, and losing a first round on defense from Ultra, it feels miserable. You have so much more pressure on you.
Kleenex saw a magnificent read, and what an opener. That's going to be all bases covered right now. The 3-man stack. They're going to get rid of the A zone as quick as they can. There's a little bit of a run around in the spawn building, Ultra boys. Eric Slasher now makes his way downstairs. An opportunity to cause some damage. Can't get it done. Wow, Ultra, 2 segments gone.
Joe Deceives looking for the get back on Slasher there in that moment. By the way, Carolina has not gotten a single kill in this round, so how about that a response? Offense might be the name of the game here. A zone secured, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with. And Carolina just got their first kill.
A very decisive attack towards A, and the attack onto B is still ongoing. Here comes TJ to save it, and he does. Wonderful too. Over towards A, pressure from Joe. Lovely transition onto the second man. Not enough damage. Now get out of your spawn. Don't know the Ravens push up too far. Oh, Rex finding a couple there in the feed as well. And now together we battle forward. Ultra out of spawn and into the daylight. Slasher holding it together for the Ravens. Crossfire on from Kleenex, gets the kill over to B.
Can you wallbang that? Is that tech? I would never think to go for it, but Kleenex seemingly had the idea. Either way, 7 life lead for the moment, and Ultra still a ton of time to work with. You want to keep the pressure up, and Kleenex going to do exactly that, and thank God for Beans. If Gwyn falls, Kleenex gets to live.
Thank God for Beans indeed. Sneaky Kleenex. Surprise, Gwyn from spawn. Right back you go, mate. Slasher to the middle of the map, the dance here. The Great Dane moving magnificently through the middle of the map. Going to keep these boys of the Ravens not only on the radar of his teammates, but now potentially back to spawn as well. No more in the mag, no more in the life. Speaking of lives, though, it's 9 left for the Ravens.
Yeah, still want to stop the clock, though. Bean's going to be doing exactly that. He does not really have too much team support, so he's going to hop off the zone. Carolina, still with the life deficit, can pull this round off if they just keep him away. And so far, so good. The kill feed right now is looking painful for Toronto Ultra.
Even with a big life lead like that, if you run out of time, the Ravens win it on defense. These kills are all good, but you've got to stop the clock.
14v5, yeah.
Last man down. That's going to be the last lives here for the Ravens. Ultra should, and I say should, be able to take the round here. Here comes the counter-attack. Ravens sending it forward. Last lives they've got. Oh, they catch a window. Beans shots them down. Kleenex at range there with his Jackal. Over to Joe. Joe! Final 2. 1-1 in control.
Yeah, ultimately, better to lose on lives rather than the actual objectives. So a small W, but ultimately a massive one from Ultra. You get the get back, you take the pressure off. It is not fun when you lose that first round on defense. And well, Joe Deceives continues to be the movie star, collecting best plays.
Yeah, that nice 3 spree. Helping you guys get out of spawn. And again, doing that without any casualties, meaning you've got so much presence on the top side of the map. They didn't have to capture A. They had that done from the start, but they'd fly out forward, get those power positions, get themselves in a play towards B. Swap sides once again. Ravens on the attack. See if they can't string 2 attacking rounds together.
Well, they might be leaning towards B again. They doubled up on the ground, and now they got 2 players going left side. So it's a switch up on this scrap. It's still headed the same direction, and they're winning all the gunfights again. So the B pressure off the rib continuing to be their method, and the madness might deliver. TJ, the solo capture, surviving for the moment.
Now the problem is though, if his teammates start to die, and that might be it. Yeah, you've got Toronto boys all over your spawn.
Oh, here we go.
Left-hand side of the mini-map.
Here we go.
It could be a bloodbath. Young Joe on 5. Makes it 6. Here comes nearly lucky number 7. You still got the presence though. Beans and Kleenex are there. Nice job from Rex. Pokes the eyes out. Gwyn with a fight. 3 dead. Ravens forward.
Battled out differences this time. Not a lot of time to work with, and you don't have progress really on either zone. You get cut down if you're trying to go down low, and you got 2 buddies on A. At the very least, they're stacking the objective. Well, number 7 hops off. Carolina desperate for the kills, and Gwyn, well, if he's not fighting Kleenex, having a little bit of a tougher time.
Oh dear, speaking of Kleenex, great workout, Slasher, top window, beautiful shots. 22 to 19. The Mad Titan holds it all together. Right to the sidearm. Is Strider singing. Over to the nade. He's quite literally throwing everything he's got to keep control of top mid. TJ finding a team kill, but no problem. A couple more kills to his name, but 35 seconds. And Ultra would take the round.
Just no progress in either zone. You're going to have to hop out of this window at some point. Slasher picks up a little bit extra, but Carolina deciding to go towards A. Gwyn takes care of Beans. The A pressure now open. You know where the last 2 players are. Rex cleans one of them up, and you got a double stack on A. This is looking good on the minimap. It should be secured.
A lovely corner from Rex as well. Going to get any more of the spawners. Top spot covered now, and again, he's eyes on. But that's going to be the A zone done. So beautiful stuff, Dylan Rex. Keep this life going. 4 spree right now. We're nowhere near streaks, but we are certainly controlling the map.
And great reaction time for Rex to make sure you take care of Joe to Seize before the spawn traps get a little bit crazy. So he is a nuisance on Grandma's, and he continues to be a 5 spree before he falls, but his teammates have so much pressure up on the map, they're on the B zone.
He can make quite a lot of resources there to take care of Rex. 1 man on the capture towards B. It's going to be Gwyn. Can he win this fight? Can indeed. 3 dead immediately. Last man left alive right now is Kleenex. Is he going to get his? No, he's not. The stack is surely on. It's going to be back-to-back attacking rounds for the Ravens. 1 more wave of Ultra players. Can they hold it together? The 3-man stack. Go, Ultra, go. 2 dead, 3 dead. Round over.
Dude, how about that? Triple offensive rounds in a row in Carolina. I mean, the Maestros right now orchestrating that one. They had to work for it. That is 2 different times where they truly had to get out of the spawn trap. Joe Deceives loves to be in the best play, but still, even off the rip, you can see Slasher so distant. He is off spawn, going basically out of the map to wrap back over towards Helicopter. Carolina taking their time to get out of spawn, and for good reason. Once they make it out, they are thriving on Protocol.
This is a wonderful display. We talked about the defensive shootout that Protocol typically can be. Not this one, folks. The flavor of this one is attack. Ultra, they won their attacking round as well, so...
Well, still though, the pressure is right back to being an all-time high. You do not want to go down 2-1 in the series.
Going to win this attacking round and at the very least force the final round. Here in control. Oh, with insight, the back and forth continues through top mid. Siege. Can only hand him for so long. On board with Gwyn now upstairs, and Joe doing what he can to keep that 28-21 kill feed looking so good for him, and it has been ideal. So now 2-1 again for the Ravens overall. A nice bit of a life lead for Ultra. No one on the zones.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 square-up battle right now towards the middle of the map. Insight's taking the underground route. He's beating up down low, gets sort of that entry kill, but you do not have any objective presence. This is 40 seconds burned off the game clock, and Ultra just now moving towards B, but Insight by his lonesome. Has no one to watch his back and is just going to get cut down. Ultra looking a little bit discombobulated on the map for the moment. Finally, though, 2 kills in a feed. Their opportunity for the A zone.
Man stack on A. Losing the fights by B as well. TJ started to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. 1 segment down at A. Here come the nades. No trophies to be found. 2 men down the street. Beans. 1 stays alive. Slasher, what can you do? Can you get forward? Somebody find an angle? No. 2nd segment on its way out. What a peach.
Get this man a trophy.
He's still fighting. There it is, trophy, but it doesn't save him from TJ, nor can Joe save himself from Gwyn. Insight on the zone alone.
And they gave up the pressure. You had number 7 Gwyn winning the gunfights, but he didn't stay towards the middle of the map. He went on the pinch, and that's the A zone secured. So Gwyn's there getting all the kills, but the A zone where it mattered, Ultra got it, and they got the 6 life lead.
What a battle. Kleenex keeps 2 players down low. Can he sniff out the man on the inside? Sure can. That's a big win. Insight finding another one as well. So now Tej has to back on up. It looks like Kleenex. Is he going to catch this out? No need. His boys are there for it. Wins the next man up for the Ravens. A slow capture. Oh, an air of anxiety as they lose control of Gwyn. They lose sight of him, and now he's on a run.
Yeah, slight mishap. Either way, though, it is a 7 life lead in plenty of time, and you're stopping the clock. And this has just been an absolute offensive battle. Kleenex shuts him down. That is the 3 spree. In a moment like that, good enough. We're going to be going to a round 5.
They got coverage on Rex. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be round 5. Here we go. Final hit from the Ravens. Is anyone going to be there for the contest? They are. It's Gwyn. Oh, and he gets in, but for a second only. Final round. It comes down to kills to determine who gets defense. And it looks like the mighty Joda Thieves, 34 and 24, might be the difference maker. Ravens have secured defense. I think.
I mean, we'll find out, right? Better to lose in the kills department in that earlier round rather than be objective. Either way, absolute scenes that it has been an offensive shootout. And more unbelievable, like, yes, you can win on offense, but getting out of the spawn trap is so difficult, and Carolina have been executing that to near perfection. Ideally, though, you just don't want it set up to begin with, and Ultra end up with offense for the final round.
There you go. Ravens this time around, I don't think you wanted defense. I think you really wanted it. We'll see who gets the attack. Looks like Ravens have fought their way forward as much as they possibly can. Slasher and Gwyn in that feed, inside. From upstairs. Beans, lovely work at close range with the aims. Few do it better than he.
Number 6 up top, though. Yeah, the route's always through. Either Gwyn or Slasher. Somebody has always been behind enemy lines. Good free fire, not good enough. Slasher for 2, and he gets cut down, but you're still back to a 50-50. In my opinion, you absolutely want defense for the final round, even with the game, or like how it's been going. I think Carolina's still in the better spot. A minute left on the game clock, a single ticket progress on A.
The name of the game has to attack, but you never know, man. Can you win back-to-back attacking rounds? Ultra, they're trying to do the impossible right now, and they were halfway through A. That's going to be the drain. If the defending team stands on the zone, they get rid of the progress. That's where you have to secure those segments. We're back to square one. Kleenex, you caught Rex on the move, traded out immediately. Here comes Joe on a flank. Connects. Second man, not a problem. Looking for a few more, but that's going to be a 2-man stack right now from Ultra on A.
Yeah, Carolina, though, what are you going to do on the pinch? Number 5, well, there's 2 number 5s. TJ is going to be going all the way around. The other 2 players by P2. You're looking to make the impact play on the pinch. There's the first kill for Tej, but it is not going to be enough. The A zone is going to fall, and Toronto keeping the pressure up. A 3-life difference.
Wait.
And no, Rex is going to battle. Him and Slasher get the execution.
They managed to stay alive. And now they're draining the segment. Rex doing the objective work. A fresh magazine and plenty of time. Who's that? Beans has just fallen off the map. He's gone for a swim. There's 20 seconds left in the round. There's 20 seconds left on the map. Rex is holding it together. A goal line save, but wait. Opportunity now to dive in. Joda Thieves could dive onto the point, looking for those kills. Here comes Beans, back on towards time. Dead, done. Ravens. The Ravens have done it. The Ravens have done it. There might be a contest, but there's no way you cut through this position. 1.1 seconds on it. Wait a minute. The Ravens haven't done it. Last play, last hope. Can we go from 1.1 to a minute? We can. The game continues. 8 plays 9.
Tied up 8v8 in the bodies are falling. Ultra trying to ice up.
Not over yet. Can Rex save it again? Kleenex on the capture. Carolina from upstairs. We're finding kills all over the place. A 2-man cap. Here come the reinforcements. Ravens looking for a poke or 2, but there's no one here yet.
Getting the information. That's a single ticket progress through. Player out towards P1. A 1-life lead. The trades need to be there. Kleenex is going to fall. The trades non-existent.
Ultra trying to get up there. Last lives left for the Ravens.
4v4.
Last lives left. 35 seconds on the clock. Beans finds 1. 4-3.
And you're looking for the extra kills. Carolina, they have the map spread. They do not have the manpower.
Joe has the corner. Joe has the timing, but not the luck. He lives. Gets away with it. 15 seconds. 3v3.
Gwyn got him, though. They had isolated Gwyn, but Gwyn still finds an extra. He's trying to get away. He's going to get cut down. 3v1. Last man standing, Slasher.
Got to get on the time as well. 7.6 stops. Slasher, last man, left alive. Fighting for his life. Fighting for the map. Ultra, they've somehow done it. A pixel-perfect play. For 1.1 seconds.
to 2-1 in a series. And that is unbelievable. I had completely called it. The Ravens have done it. The Ravens have done it. The Ravens ain't done shit. That was something, boys and girls. Champs. It's only day one.
The Ravens had it in their lap. They had the diabolical setup, literally shooting fish in the barrel of that P1 or the A zone. And well, here's a second look at just how close it came. This is 1.1 on the clock. This is every single player had fallen before this moment. And somehow, some way, they managed to get it done. And then just the isolation. When it turns into a game at S&D, it is you had players for Carolina, 3 different corners of the map, falling behind enemy lines, and they were just able to isolate everybody. TJ gets caught. You get the intel on Gwyn, who still gives you something extra. Gwyn continues to be a monster, but the moment you trade him out, you see you got a 3v1, and it looks like Beans wins a 1v1 against Rex. I mean, just the dominoes. These are the moments in scrims. You don't get these situations often. You can't really prepare for this exact type of moment. You got to solve this puzzle on the fly in Toronto Ultra. Dialed in.
I think they did such a great job on the kills as well, but it was Beans. Beans on that stairwell. He wins the fight against Rex or not. He's trying to play insurance. He's trying to make sure that when the going gets as tough as it can, you get down to the single digits on the time, he's in a position to contest. So one way or another, Ultra, they had a fantastic advantage there, and there you go, Joe. 41 and 31. 3 players crack 4K damage in that grueling game of Protocol Control. Dylan Rex with a goal line save. Pixel perfect, man. Really saves it. He and the boys hold it together for what? A matter of moments. 1.1 seconds, and look where it turns. Say what you will about Control. That is when it's special.
Yeah, this series so far has had it all, including the always broken scoreboard. You love to see it, but what you don't love to see if you're a Carolina fan is that rewind hardpoint. It has to be the map to make the adjustment. They veto the Skyline, and in Skyline, Carolina has played 18 times this year. Rewind, they have played once. It has been their auto veto since the map has made its place. But against Ultra, the best Skyline team in the game, you're going to square up. They got beat down 250-175 last time they played it. Carolina have to improve that map pool if you want success in this moment. And of course, Ultra now, I mean, pressure's on. You pull off a miraculous round 5 win like that, absolute nail biter, you are feeling as good as you possibly can. Because how the vibes would have been different. You got Beans falling off the map in such a crucial moment. If he's not there for the big play, it could have been a moment of collapse. Carolina, they gotta dig deep.
Again, we test the resolve of the boys of Ultra year in out, and this was another great opportunity for them. Yeah, that guy Joe. Which guy? Yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, he's disgusting.
That's Coach Joe, by the way, not Joey D.
That's not even Joey D. That's Coach Joe.
That's Coach Joe.
He's not on stage. That's Flux up there, but the other Joe we're talking about, Joseph Romero, Mr. 1.46 in map number 1 alone, but the 1.82 there from Gwyn, insanely impressive. But you called it, brother. Rewind, a different beast. We'll see how things go for both of our squads here. For the Ravens, not what you wanted to be. You certainly wanted to win on Control there.
And such a rotationally heavy map as well. In theory, I like the map for Carolina. You just have your key money hills. You got to win the rotation at P2. You got to win the rotation over towards P4. You got AR players that are going to be loving to take the routes. Of course, on the flip side, Insight, that's his bread and butter. So you got the square up battle, a necessity. In the month you have had to prepare for this very map, Carolina knew what they were going to be dealing with. But they have been on a losing tear in the game mode.
One of those being, of course, against Toronto, 175 back at Major 4. We heard Slatcher in the pre-match interview. Back to basics. No more silly mistakes. No more mistakes left in this series. Here we go. Map number 4. Toronto Ultra for the win here. Ravens to force map 5.
Saw that sign. Brought a knife to a gunfight again. Well, on a P5 on this one, if you're inside that gen, the knife can really carve you out some extra time. Either way, Ultra left side spawns off the jump. Any kills they get, gonna be a beautiful thing. Go to C's first to strike. Kleenex gets traded, but nothing but trades in the feed. And how about that from the comms? Insight snapping. Carolina gonna be inside the top.
Oh, that goes. snapping all over the place. Beans back at it with 2. Contest. He makes short work of this. Lovely damage. Puts the board. And again, everyone is bringing their A game right now, folks. On board with Joe now. We can see those players through the walls, and he might be able to hear them at this point in time. But what a raunchy P1 this has been.
Yeah, this is huge as well. And every single player that got it behind enemy line trying to flip out those spawns, Insight, that's the one-shot kill that he traded out. And then Kleenex caught the player running through gens. Now you got Insight battling against Gwyn for the rotation. Gwyn wins it, but the trades are there. Now you got number 5 working on the pinch, but not there to block the spawns. And Ultra clearly have it red. And this is what they're going to do. Force the street pressure is Carolina. They have to break these spawns.
Looking back, yeah. Insight, perfect timing for Thieves to peel you. Gwyn now, he's got where he wants to be with that Jackal PDW. Can he get any more? No need, his boys are all over it. The man in the back line walks away with nothing. Ravens, what a break.
You had to break the spawns. They sent everybody to do it, and Gwyn is shooting nukes.
That is disgusting. Kleenex answers right back with the names of his own. Trophy's now in position for the Ravens. In and out of the time you go. Tej finding those kills. It's on board with Rex, who's got the long line covered. Tons of intel passed over. Can you keep Ultra contained? The answer is no. They fight their way forward. Last man down. Kleenex will step up to the plate and get smacked. Tej on a 5.
Yeah, huge battle back to make sure you win the rotation over towards B2, or at least when they lose it, you gotta break the time. And once again, Carolina playing the smart game. 3 players working the right side of the map. They're trying to break the spawns first.
They're going for it. Ooh, not able to get the gunfights. Rex down. Slash, last man left alive on this side of the map. Counter-attack from Ultra, they're committing numbers towards this side. Now it's going to leave the defenders on time a little thin. Here comes Tej, 6. Can he make it 7? Right through on towards the hard point. His teammates are in position. What a chaotic attack. Ultra come out on top.
Yeah, this is where Toronto are at their very best. When things get weird, when things get mixy, the comms have to be perfect, and it is a team that rarely gets lost. They maintain the spawns, they've dealt with the pressure and soaking up, honestly, decent time so far on this P3. And somehow Rex is number 9 on the minimap. The scoreboard, wow, good luck keeping up with this one.
We got you, folks. Litigo out there trying to get it done. Rex towards time. The Ravens are shoulder to shoulder on the inside of this hard point. That trophy's only going to get you so far. It's going to get them back into this one. Lovely amount of scrap time they're going to want to have.
Yeah, Carolina going to have to get past 3 different number 1s on the mini-map. Well, Bean's the first number 1 to fall. Next one in line, anybody's guess. It's going to be Insight, and all of a sudden, 3rd number 1, Joe Thieves was last man standing, but Kleenex and him provide. Rex inside the hill, overwhelmed in Toronto, keeping it stable on P4.
Ultra, all bases covered now, all lanes with a purple arrow in them. A wonderful amount of population here across Rewind. 1 step closer, the Ravens now come towards the fray. Joe keeps them back at least 1. Numbers, dwindling rapidly. As the trades go down, Joe brought to his knees on the Gwyn. You could barely get near beepers. And it is a desperation play with 20 seconds to go on the point.
Yeah, and this has been a clean P4. Again, there was a moment of opportunity for Carolina to make that impact, but Kleenex and Joe Thieves just strike right back. P4, the Money Hill provides once again. It's not quite a perfect full 60, but it's good enough to give you a 45-point lead going into new. Carolina, though, are here first, and they're keeping the pressure in the backs of Carolina. Right now, looking good on P5.
Over to Jens. Ultra with a lead. Let's go for a listen in.
He's on the way for
My front time, man. Show my front push. Get a wee bit. Just give me cop car. Still dead. Watch out. I need your front.
Nothing sick yet.
Good start on books. Good start on books. It's all dubs. We'll do it. We can. Get off the front.
Close front runners, Timmy. Absolute. Okay, all week. It's fine.
2 time now. Yeah, I'm setting right. I love it. Just keep it deeper.
All the way.
I'm gonna play. Oh my. I just scored. 18.
Nice. Mark, are we sick to me? Nothing not sick yet.
We stage. Got team back orange. They didn't wrap.
I want sick of all.
I want corners, bro.
No, sick.
Don't go to me. Weak as fuck.
I'm sitting down. There's 2.
Vending.
Really weak.
And then Blue down.
Oh, deep right, Jimmy. And bending corner, Ben.
Keep on you dead.
Mid doors. Right corner. I'm about to go to time here.
I've stunned him. Another cop car.
Absolutely not glass. There we go. Last shot, we did it. Stage. Blue. Take it out.
Blue me. Absolutely blue.
I got to deep.
What's he from me? Orange.
Take it out.
What's it do as well?
Build. I'm behind him, sec. Still build. There's two. Behind him. There's two.
The trademark listening there from the Ultra lads, calm, cool, and collected. Now over to the Carolina Royal Ravens for their cacophony of chaos.
Think about RP. I'm trying up in front.
I got nade. Now you're back square, bro.
Yep, top car inside. I'm one shot.
On the bush, dead.
Top car inside.
I'm
one
trying to get the
yellow,
back to, like the pillars.
Yo, green, on the front car, on the front car. Out of green, on your teach.
What was cop car?
Out of green.
Yellow, me.
Nice, 3.
There's one else.
I spawned out deep.
One's going core right now.
I heard him.
I'm on the back right now.
Zeke dead. I'm one shot.
Help me, Joe. Blue, Joe.
I'll see blue.
No, yo, last like glass could be deep.
I'll take a blue,
I'll see blue.
He's booked.
Yo, deeper on me.
One shot.
Look inside.
Up here.
He's out of RP.
I'm on blue.
Yo, green.
Green crate.
Green. Wait, you want book.
I'm playing blue. Trying to play there.
Yo, bump me.
Book's dead. Nice. I'm playing through there.
They're
They're gonna be on you. He's on you.
Wax on me.
Nice.
John, this guy new.
On you, Joe. Yo, right side glass. You be on them. Free go. Right side glass. Nice.
Yo, one deep yellow on you. He's deep on you.
Take over.
One shot. Yes, close got time.
I tried naded him. Stun. Nice.
Could be close burger on me, guys. I naded one.
Yeah, he's burger.
Top burger, son.
Close burger. I
Burger's on, bro.
I down P1.
Cold square, weak. Into square weak.
P1.
Nice. Back burger.
He's in time, watch out.
I got naded.
P1 on me.
I'm going on the map.
On time. Backside time.
One blue on me. P1 book.
Backside time stun.
I'm dead. One P1.
P1 on me.
Top burger.
Two P1.
Top burger for driveway.
P1 on driveway.
I'm trying to stay up, bro.
P1 on driveway. Yo, hold this P4.
P1 door. Just on.
I'm trying to play your deep left.
He's weak on time.
Time weak.
Mid pillar.
Yo, they can get. I'm your office. I'm deep left.
I think he went out the map.
Out of the map on me.
I spawned out, bro.
Out of the map dead. What was that?
This could be core.
Could be deep left.
Could be deep left. Yeah. I got him core. I think that was it.
Spawning deep.
Push up old weak.
I'm in the back.
He's close car on you.
Hard. Nice.
Missing one, right?
Could be out left. Could be out left, bro.
I'll get
Has to be out left.
Yeah, left.
Hold the P4, win the game. That was the call from TJ. They got the spawns, they got the time. They're going to need all 60.
Here we go. Inner beepers. Last time round, Ultra ran it from start to finish. Slasher were a wonderful kill. 3 dead in the feet immediately. Beans last man up from Ultra here to make any sort of dent in the setup you've got right now for the Ravens. This is what you want. A lead change is on the cards.
So far, so good. Everybody in the right spots. TJ, the man, making the call. He's got the left side locked down. His teammates here for the right street. Gwyn on the coverage and 2 bodies near the time. A difficult setup to break down. Joe Thieves gets man out of the hill. Traded instantly. Carolina keeping it clean. Continuing to look good on P4.
I think all the trades, all the damage they got done is over, but now man down. Hold on, Ravens. Gwyn fighting forward. Takes a big lick there from Beans, but he's still on his feet. Shaky indeed. Here comes the next man over the wall. It's 2 dead right away. No one close to contest the hill though, and the Ravens, once again, what a position to be in.
They needed the P4. They absolutely deliver a 30-point lead going into new, and a P5 that can be as mixy as all hell. TJ looking for the break.
Oh, Tej. That's a big one. Now looking towards the next man on time. Joe leaves a nade for him at the door. Incoming stun. Can we find the entry? Break now on the cards. Oh, the stick is there. We're in. The Ravens find their way forward. Phoenix and inside now trying to get inside. They get their own trades. Rex on a pinch. Rex gets... Wow! Gwyn stays alive. 2-piece. Ravens still going. Beans is in.
It's a game of pressure right now. Ultra desperation effort to stay alive. The kill feed looking purple. They're keeping it clean. Still down by 20.
Still got to hold it. Kleenex finds another one. It's still a purple Ultra hard point. Big pinch now from Gwyn. Dealt with through side door. Out the back covered. Young Joe goes huge. 15 seconds on the point.
Toronto Ultra had bought themselves the lifeline. We've at least made it to a P1.
Back to P1 we go. The first one we saw was a delight. This will decide the map.
And this is the entry. The trades are coming in. Ultra, they will be here first.
Here we go. Hard point ready to go. Ultra are inside. One solid break is what you've got the Ravens. Here comes the trophies in play as well. Slasher, first man into the fight, taken care of by Rex. In sight now, staying alive as best he can. This is for the series. Kleenex finds one on the flank, and that is that. Thieves, down, gone. Ultra, get it done. $250 to $230. Yo. Hold this before we win the map, and that is a dagger. Heartbreak there for the Ravens in their round 1 matchup. But for your hosts, a sigh of relief across Ontario, Canada, as Ultra walk away with their first win of the tournament.
Toronto Ultra may have just snatched their souls away. That protocol in absolute brutal finish. But a miracle there from Ultra to keep a minute. And of course, the rewind goes the exact same way. Gotta tip it though. The P2 breaks coming in from Carolina, a thing of beauty. They were continuously in tough spots. They fight back, but ultimately, when we go to that Gen 2, and it was just piece after piece getting popped there by the Ultra boys. The calm, the resolve, and the tenacity absolutely there. Toronto showing off the grit.
A couple of magical moments, folks. The hip fire from the aims. It's a stick or two. It's just everything has to go right for you in those moments. You cannot prepare for the madness we had on Pro Scope. The final few seconds, the insanity of a hard point like that on rewind. The Ravens close, but no cigar. Their wings clip, but they will descend to the lower bracket here at Champs. And Ultra, they've got to be feeling fantastic after that one. The assists across the board. Wonderful work from them. You have to hand it. Gwyn had a spectacular series to get to the map 4 at the very least, but map 4 is where it ends. Ultra, get it done in 4.
Yeah, I feel like we got robbed not getting a game 5, but ultimately it was up to Ultra, not us. Set the tone on the vault, a dealership that is continuously a thorn in their side. Not a code that these guys have cracked, and of course, it's Champs. They're gonna have to dial that one in quickly, but all things considered, multiple mixy moments towards the end. The comms always calm. They take care of business. You start your tournament off right.
Yep, absolutely. Best way they could possibly start off with a victory. They'll move on to winners round 2 here at Champs, end their season with a bang. Well, a man who certainly helped get that bang going is on stage right now with Blaze. It's Joe Thieves.
Yeah, he definitely did get this one going, Miles. Make some noise for Joe Thieves, everybody. Making sure the hometown crowd is not sad going into this one, okay? Bro, what map 4, map 3, it was crazy how you guys were able to acquire those last 2 to be able to make this into a 3-1 fashion, but let's go to map 3 because that protocol was crazy at the end. We're all watching. It's 2-2 on the board. You guys just lost to S&D. It's 15-15 on the lives. 1 second on the point. What was going on through you guys' head as that situation was happening?
I mean, you know, we got wiped and we were just like, can Jamie even make the point? He made the point. I think the guy top trips was shooting the zigs a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. That was the most insane, like, 5 seconds ever.
Really did, for you guys to be able to get the point, and then next thing you know, you go to the final point. This 4v4, okay? We see you top trips, ducking and diving, dipping and dodging. You find a kill on bottom, and then at that point, I know you guys had to feel a sigh of relief being able to go into that map 4, right?
100%. I mean, I took the biggest deep breath of all time. I was like, holy, I don't know what just happened, but yeah, you know, testing the ice a little early. Had to test a little early.
Had to test them a little early, okay? Now, talk to me about how is it being in Champs, playing in front of this Toronto Ultra crowd? I know that win felt good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've never had like a fan base on my side at events, so to hear this, you know, walking out with the biggest smile on my face, you guys are amazing. I mean, I love you all, and thank you so much.
All right, Joe, you heard it here from Joe. He loves you all in the crowd out there, and that's going to do it for us. Toronto Ultra, they stay pushing forward.
Congratulations to Toronto, our first top 4 team to advance to winners bracket round 2. A bit of a surprise knowing that we are here at Champs, ladies and gentlemen. Toronto, though, we're taking the distance. We welcome Shift back to the desk alongside Rosalie and Nameless. I want to start with you, Shift. Who was popping off for Carolina to make this closer than last time around, and why did we get robbed of a Game 5?
Well, Joe Deceives played his heart out in so many critical moments, but at the same time, like, you just cannot make mistakes like that if you're Carolina. Not once, but twice. Just not what you want to see on a champs weekend. I think the other side of this, though, in what I often look at when it comes to a team that's good versus a team that's great, is a team that can punish mistakes, and Toronto did that continually throughout this series.
Let's take a look at the game-changing moment in this series. It is a soul-crushing way to lose if you're Carolina. It is a tournament spark if you are Toronto Ultra.
All right, listen, when we get 3 dead right here, we need to apply some pressure. We cannot allow them to get back to the stairs and try to make a huge impact play. If you're Slasher, either jump down, try to get towards sidewalk, make a play towards mid-gun, and he eventually does get one, but the damage is already done because we now have positioning if we're Toronto on the other side of the gun, and you can see right here, Gwen, team kill Slasher. It is just all bad.
Yeah.
When we talk about what a breakdown is, that's exactly what happens here. The communication is out of whack. You're thinking Slasher can be able to get the cuts, and then you're just not able to make it back in time. It is so tough if you're Carolina, losing this map, and then going into the next one where you choked even harder.
Yeah. Incredible finish to a Game 3. You see Joe Deceives, just like Purge, dropping a 40 bomb in control.
Yeah.
It's been impressive to see what these objective SMGs are getting done. And Joe letting Carolina know you dropped the ball on that one.
It's once again the Joe show. I mean, I talked about this. You know, when Toronto Ultra finds most of their success, it is when Joe is comfortable. It's when Joe is having a good series, and he's bailed them out of so many situations.
Toronto not needing to test their ice in a Game 5. We ran the graphic ahead of time. They've been there 11 times, 9-2. One of the clutchest teams in the tournament. Moving forward, as we look at some of the highlights, can you ignore the bad and focus on the good if you're Toronto, or do you have to fix some mistakes? Or Nameless, is this actually a better showing from Carolina than we saw last time around?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, they put the 3 weeks they had into good use. If you're Carolina, they looked a lot better, especially in this hardpoint. TJ, a valiant effort from him. He had some huge plays. But yeah, I mean, for Toronto, Joe Deceives, man, he's the MVP of the series for me. Had some massive plays. Think back to, you know, Jens Hill, where he gets through Elephant. He just plays his life for a good 20 seconds, just being so annoying, giving them so many different opportunities. Yeah, when you got a guy like that, you can kind of play around him, and you see Toronto looking good so far.
I think the other side of this, though, and I know that there are Toronto fans out there that are saying, I don't want to see this team play dealership ever again, but you need to find something to make up the gap, whether it's going to be Red Card, which you haven't played in a long time, or a dealership, which they just continue to struggle on. They're just not putting together good play calls whatsoever on the map.
And there's too many teams that are going to force dealership in series.
Absolutely. Or Red Card.
Yeah, and so for Toronto Ultra, like, their map pool versus the rest of the league gets a little bit difficult as we move further into the tournament. So I think Alan makes a good point there. Is you might not want to see them spawn in on it, but they need the reps, because with the talent on this team, anything is possible. They just have to keep putting it in these series.
Toronto pulled off a ridiculous run without Beans at Boca Raton. They've been top 3 since the start of the season. They hold up to their number 3 seed and advance to our winners bracket round 2. It's starting to shape up as we expected at the bottom, but will we have one more upset in store for the fans at home? Number 2 seeded FaZe faces off against number 7 seeded Optic, and you look at that losers bracket, you fall on day 1, it is going to be nearly impossible to make it to a championship Sunday.
It's going to be tough, to be sure, and this upcoming matchup is an interesting one because it is El Clasico, but this has been literally the Atlanta show for like the last 2 years, essentially. Optic is coming in riding a high, though. I think they're playing their best COD of the year right now, so there's opportunity definitely brewing.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to say, like, it's that much more daunting that if you are to fall, that Thieves is already in the losers bracket, right? So this is a massive win for either of these teams in their hopes to win champs.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 matches are done. The 4th and final winners bracket opener kicks off when we return. Atlanta FaZe, Optic, Texas. Let's go again.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Omit will be your champions.
As everybody weak, now we're gonna fly on in for the fights, but Cruz and Wiz, they start off with the initial 2. Yuli's able to take down 1, but with 25 seconds left, Yuli's able to find a double to 1v1.
Sees Dak, pushes him back. Dak's gonna have to push forward here. He is on the attack. He's gonna clean this up. Yuli goes huge. Up by 4 right now for the Spartans. Just Omit Brooklyn with one last effort here to regroup, find a way into this, and clean up these segments for the extra 60.
Lose the 2 initial gunfight. Standy has to pop a double or a triple here. The team kill is gonna help, but it still does not matter. The SMG is starting to hit for the Spartans. So they already have pressure at hold, but this close launch should still be in here for Orchid for the next wave of fights.
Henry just going to continue to contest for the last little bit of scrap time. Sees another one cross, and this boy is having himself a tournament. Onto 2, make it 3, surely not a 4th. Does he see Yuli cross? Yes, he does. Henry pops off. Right now as well, the setup in hand for Orchid, and Henry having himself a game.
But a phenomenal start here from Yuli. He's had 2 different 5 streaks, make it a 6 in a row. He's waiting for the numbers, but screw it, let me just do it myself.
Yuli finds 7 and 8 on the board as well. Looking for number 9. Slows, caught by a stun, still stays up. It's going to let his Brooklyn teammates get in here to support. That is number 9. Finds himself a spare Jackal on the ground. Number 10 comes on through. Yuli looking for it. Dives through.
Finds the hole again, and this is all falling. Craze! A 6 streak, and he may have just put the button into this to end it as well. It will be. It is over. Omit will be your champions at DreamHack Dallas, Texas for the Challengers time. They go number 1. They win every single respawn and then an S&D to get it. What a performance.
Like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
Vaya remontada, hermano.
¡Buena, chica!
Passing Jordan. 65. So you have 60 for the outcome. Joe.
That's a Dutch.
30 seconds on the clock, and well, Easy's been seen, and he will drop off the map.
I'm late down. I can't do nothing for you. I time still? Find the cross. Give me that.
Oh, if I just go heli that round, man. They won't do that shit.
Come on, baby! Two in the back. Oh my God!
The 2025 Optic Texas Team Pack.
Get out of there. Come on, Ant. Where you at, Ant?
Too late.
Yep, now Ant has you.
I love it. Just over 20 seconds to go.
Where you at, Ant?
David King, they isolate him.
Yeah, get him.
Take it on shot.
Last player on the zone. Pistol is out. 8.9 seconds, but the double stack is in.
Optic, get the hill. Optic, hold the time. Optic, take map one.
This guy, they don't know if he's going to jump in the window, taking his time, messing with C9.
11 in a row. Dashing, winning fight. Everyone winning fight. Optic finally roaring here in this one. Oh my God.
Right through the front, he's going to find shots. He take it down.
Optic Texas are gunning them down. The Call of Duty League Championship weekend continues right now with our winners bracket opening round as Optic Texas and their 7th seed takes on the Juggernauts from Atlanta. We got a Beezy. We got Simp. I said Juggernauts. I'm talking about the boys swinging them right now. We got Chance here on the desk alongside Rosalie and Nameless. This Atlanta FaZe squad is feeling quite confident. If you've been talking to people behind the scenes, they had the first trophy, the second trophy. They were competing for our most recent one, but fell short of their goal. What are their odds of making a run through the winners bracket now?
Well, especially now that they've seen LAT fall short. That was their main competition, so I think they're looking at just an empty runway. They're trying to get past the finish line.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this squad because Atlanta, for the first time, is coming in with the number 2 seed. They're used to the 1 seed. They are hungry. They want revenge. They are not going to fight against LA Thieves in the winners bracket, but they can start their road to a champ spot with a win over Optic tonight. Who do you want to see pop off for Atlanta?
First side of Atlanta, I want to see the Titan Terrors. I feel like it's kind of for Atlanta FaZe. The story has been the ARs had a really strong couple of stages, and then it kind of slipped over to the SMGs and these major stage 3 and 4. And for them all to be on the same page, that's when they start just destroying everybody, right? This is an Atlanta FaZe team that the only time that they fall short is when they beat themselves, is when they come out flat in a series. They don't really have an Achilles heel. I mean, God, they're top 2 across the entire board. They're disgusting at search and destroy. The only team that can beat them most of the time is usually themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you think about like their season as well. Like stage 3, the hardpoint fell off 7-9 in the game mode. They had to figure it out, and lately the hardpoint has been phenomenal, up to 9-6, top 3 in the league recently. So for Atlanta, they put a lot of focus there. You expect in these last 3 weeks for them to be on top of their game.
On the other side of this matchup, we have the fan favorites Optic Texas, who come in with the number 7 seed, but a new face on the roster after Mercules' breakout performance on Toronto. Optic saw it. They scooped him up. They had their top finish on the season at Major 4, expectations at champs.
So they kind of have the opposite story on the side of Optic Texas, is like they haven't been able to find good footing, but I will say in this tail end, like Respawn's looked so much better since the addition of Mercules. Something has started to ease in the waters. The pain point for them is going to be these 2s and 5s, so look out for the 1, 3, and 4 in the map layout.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing about them picking up Mercules has just been how good he is at control. It gives them like a constant in series where they can go in, they can contend with teams like LA and Optic there. And last time they played, they 3-0'd them on a Hacienda control. If you're an Optic Texas fan, you got to be happy to see that map number 2.
Hasi, we got Protocol in between it and a Skyline for game number 4. How far in this series do we go?
I hope we go the distance. I'm expecting a game 5.
We've had 2 upsets and our favorites in Toronto moving forward. Let's do our last pick'ems of the night, starting with Nameless at the end. Who you got moving forward?
Ooh, it's a tough one. I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe in 5. I think Atlanta just too strong. They're playing to be the best team, undisputed, greatest team of all time. If they're to win this champs, I think they have a strong case to do it.
Rosalie?
Man, the green wall really is worldwide. You're telling me we're this north, y'all still booing? I've got Atlanta FaZe in 4. I mean, they're the better team outright, but sorry, chat.
You're not taking Mercules in his 3rd ever event.
Listen, I'm a big
Atlanta
Mercules
FaZe.
fan. Don't get me wrong, but versus Atlanta FaZe, this is a tough round 1 for them to pick.
Chance, you're going Optic.
I am going Optic, low-key. I think Optic pull off the win. I think they get it done.
It was close last time.
I've heard good things backstage from both teams, but more from the FaZe camp. I'm going Atlanta FaZe. They've got the number 2 seed. They haven't won a champ since I've been on the show. We'll see if they can get it done this weekend. It's got to start here. Guy Blaze, let's get into the final match.
Oh, Chris, I'm so ready to get into this matchup as we light the stage up red and green yet again. It's looking like Christmas here in the north. This is Champs, and I know you guys have been waiting for this matchup. So get ready. Without further ado, here comes your Major 1 and Major 2 champions.
235, 245. Achilles gets 2. So crucial now. Dashi.
For a minute, but I'm back. Nah, stand on business, never sat down. Going to the limit, I don't tap out. If you said I couldn't do it, where you at now? Hey, damn.
The Shakti takeover. This kid is a monster. What a beautiful sequence. 17
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Optic Texas. Hook, Shotzi, Mercules, and Dashi. Looking to keep the World Championship in Texas with the green wall all around them. Optic Texas ready to throw down on the main stage.
Listen, this organization won champs last year. 2 of these guys know what it feels like to come in here and dominate. Hook's been here before as well. You think about this Optic team, it has been a tough year for them. But we're at champs. All is forgiven if you can take home another championship. It would start right now.
It would start right now, and they got the crowd behind them. But now it's officially time to bring out the bad boys of the CDL. Get ready for Atlanta.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. Level is a different situation. Black tents when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds are canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Atlanta FaZe. Celium, Simp, Abizi, and Draza. You can hate them all day. You can boom, but it don't matter. It just fuels the fire as Atlanta FaZe is gonna get ready to throw down on the stage.
Listen, you can love them or you can hate them, but at the end of the day, Atlanta FaZe is a team whose only weakness is themselves. A dynasty literally in the making. A stat person's dream is to look at these guys lay out. They are unbelievable, looking to make it to another grand final, but they gotta go through El Clasico first.
It's gonna be El Clasico here in the north. In Ontario, help me one good time. You guys ready for this last match of the day to get started? Merc, Maven, the floor is yours.
Listen, you guys have been trying to boo them for like 6 years. I'm not sure that's working. I think I'd mix it up and just cheer for them. And see if it throws them off their game. They haven't heard that, Joe.
Maybe.
They'd probably be like,
yeah, what's going on? What is happening here?
No, what's happening here is exactly kind of the story of this major so far. Near upset the last one, and upset 2 matches ago. Some craziness already, but let's focus on the big one. This is one that you talk about being 38 and 39 all time when you talk about the franchises that are Optic and FaZe. This year, it has been all FaZe with the 4-0 advantage. On one side, yeah, you're trying to further cement your legacy. On the other, like, it has been a year of pain, and it has been a very tough year for Optic, but maybe you just go back-to-back at champs. It's like, what the hell? Nothing else matters, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, last event is when they looked best, right? These 2 teams matched up, and it was a very close series. It was around 11. It was a close hard point. FaZe did end up taking it, but I think you saw a glimmer of hope if you are an Optic fan, right? Since the addition of Mercules, but yeah, you see the stats right there. These 2 go a long way.
They absolutely do. Let's get it going. Map 1 already loading in. What sensational, memorable moments may we get out of this one? So many. over the course of the legacy that is Call of Duty esports. Maybe another memorable one here now, as the fans in the venue try to ramp it up for this Optic side. They've been to work this past month trying to look to improve, but they got to get through the CEO in Draza. This guy runs the org, looking to do it more here.
Yeah, the big difference here for FaZe, right? They select Team A. It is not normally what they do in maps and vetoes. They're always a team that takes Team B, so they can have the strength of their maps in the middle, right? That 2, 3, 4, but they switch it up. They want to play Hacienda, Hardpoint map number 1. This is their choice. There's not one, I mean, on the year, what? Right around 50-50. It's been one they've been trying to improve. We'll see if Optic has a response for them and how well FaZe are looking on this map.
You got to think something's going well in scrims.
No doubt about it, yeah.
Then you opt to make a change like that. The break looks to be good. They lose a couple of players early, but now they'll be firmly in control as Simp continues to try to patrol top halls. Draza just soaking up the time and the hard point as we'll get to early lead change here. FaZe will take control and try to hold spawns. Taking a route will be number 5 with Hoop. We'll see what kind of success he's going to be able to find.
Well, you have 2 players push on through, right? You have to hunt down Shotzzy inside a Secret. Last player is going to be Hoop, but Hoop does spawn with them. That's going to be Mercury. So a 2 versus 3. Early time for FaZe. You can see aBeZy checking all of his corners. But you have to hunt these players down quickly. Efficient trades out of FaZe, but not going to be ready for 2. Now it's down to Celium, and there you go. So players sneak on through. Well, the green wall going to clean 4 dead as P2 pops.
Yeah, FaZe want to be in a situation they kind of read the spawns. You can see they were wondering where people were a bit. It's a split that comes in. They aren't able to trade anything. Really well done by Optic, but just I guess a little more chaotic than FaZe probably wanted it.
Well, I think it's just one of those things where, yeah, you think one sneaks through, but not one that is going to spawn on him. So they think they have to quickly trade, but here we go, FaZe. They can be such a good breaking team, and they just punch them in the face. You get the early 4 dead for Optic, and, well, you're going to want that one back. Just FaZe you down in.
Yeah, you'd love to turn that into a bit more time. Shotzzy trying to get going. Only 150 damage so far. Starting out 0-4. Nothing really working out for him. What a superstar in the making Mercules is. A big test for him within this series. But all right, half the time going to go the way of Optic early. The other half will be the way of FaZe. As Hook is stringing together headshots, and they'll now look to set up Vince's side. Look to have a little bit of breathing room. Starting to try to layer the map here, especially behind Hook, who's going to try and stagger this transition. Let's see if he can actually stagger it. Nice win. That's what, 3-4 straight headshots for him.
Yeah, AR in hand, and well, he's gonna have a great idea where the rest of FaZe are. They start to look on around. Sim's just gonna go onto the hill. He's gonna put some pressure on. So there are fights everywhere. Some key one-on-ones. I mean, they're just trying to find these FaZe players. Well, now through Shed comes Draza and Celium, but Hook still just staying alive on the hill. But now you're gonna allow FaZe to get into the positions that they want, but it doesn't matter. Hook continues to heat on up.
A massive multi-kill out of Hook, followed up with one for Mercules, 9-3 and 7-5 respectively, and lead right now for Optic Texas with just under 20 seconds remaining here on the hard point. And you still have FaZe spawning out deep at Old. Shotzi's, again, trying to really get something going. Nothing really working out for him early, but who cares? You're up in the game. You're relying on your teammates to carry you for now. You know Shotzi will get it going at some point.
Yeah, it's a big kill right there, actually, because Dashy would have been darn close to a Hellstorm, and a Hellstorm at that P4 to be so crucial. Not going to earn that. FaZe, one of the best teams at holding this P4 on Hacienda. Normally where they get themselves back into the game. Well, the first couple of kills going to go their way. Draza with a sub in hands. He's able to find one more. But Hook, the hot hand for Optic, does get cut down.
Yeah, I think Shotzi kind of hit this first, was a little bit staggered, and they're never able to kind of get in a 4-man push after that. Yeah, Dashy gets a kill or 2 from deep, but no real presence on the hard point. So this will be the next swing and break. We'll see if they'll be able to do it here. Dashy is trying to get a freebie. No freebies are given. aBeZy's multi holds the point. Simp and Draza then close it out. And so far at Rock, it is all FaZe, but not a lot of separation between these teams. Any big adjustments you want to see the second set through?
I think the key for Optic was the P3 offenses, right? Because I think FaZe, you start on the bad side, you split P2, you take that all day, you had a bit of a good lead. It's the P3 for Optic, and then really the response are at P4. But yeah, nice back and forth battle so far on this map number 1. I think the key will really just be, can Shotzi start to get going? This is a map where if he gets loose, he can get lost, it can have big multi-kills. But the fact you're only down 13 and he is 3-10, you take that all day.
Yeah, it feels that way. Like, all right, we're down. Eventually he'll turn it on.
When will that moment be? I thought getting caught maybe on the reload is easy, but that won't be the case. Oh, really? Never mind. Out of the reload, and the absolute shaker. They're out of it easy as he drops, but he's also leading the lobby in kills, so credit that to him. Some great P1 time for a stretch there for Optic Texas, but now with 20 seconds left, you really have to focus on the spawns. Last time you were able to slip through if you're Optic Texas, you're able to get set up early. Unfortunately, got broken pretty quickly. Everybody spawning out Rockside and streaming across for Optic Texas. The information should be here in a second for FaZe, but are they going to be able to deal with this?
Yeah, it's going to be 2 versus 2. Both teams should spawn out here, and that's going to be the case. But Dashy is the difference maker. Him and Hook, they win like a 2-on-3. Again, you had the numbers here if you were FaZe. You do have fences spawn, so Dashy, he's going to bounce off of this. In goes Abizi. He's going to find the first pressure here for FaZe.
Johnson maybe starting to warm up a bit, starting to win some gunfights. 2 straight for him, looking for the triple, hitting with the pistol, and now he is alive. Lead out to 20 again. It's still a healthy chunk of time here, 35 seconds remaining, and a pinch opportunity now for Atlanta FaZe. A good chance to get in. Shotzzy gets one. After that, it's a break, and pretty similar to the first time through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, FaZe get blessed. Draza gets a split spawn there. Optic are thinking they're all spawning towards the back, or at least fences. Draza spawns out Rock. He gets the first one. But I think, again, you lose rotation. If you are Optic, you had a great break. But you're going to split this time. Can they do what they did last time here towards this P3? You're going to have shots in the early position, well side. And as we talked about, starting to turn it around is this guy.
And what the biggest separation has been like 20 or so points. Like no one's been able to find any kind of wiggle room, any breathing room. About midway through this map 1. Early setup of fences though, again, for Optic. Hook gets 2, but nobody else able to really get through on the feed for Optic Texas. Dashy may be in trouble, but the help gets in from the spawn from Hercules. He's able to get across in the angle. Shotzzy wins his one-on-one over towards Arches as well. So far, so good. Now approaching what has been our biggest advantage, up 20.
And again, just another chance where you had a break opportunity if you were FaZe, but it's a second time through, and it is a clean 4 dead. Draza's gonna back up, make sure they block spawns. You know where they're spawning out, all well side is Optic Texas. Sellian with a beamer onto Dashy. The headshot connects, the final 20. Going the way of FaZe, but you're going to contest this if you are Optic. Dashy's gonna spawn out, so he's gonna have an early rotation. I don't know if you're gonna expect this if you're Draz. Maybe you're gonna catch him here, and you do on this spot.
Trigger discipline pays off. He will catch him. Hercules right up the gut though. I thought maybe he could turn that into 2. Make it messy for the reinforcements to come in, but the reinforcements going to get shut down, or are they? They aren't. Hook's able to turn that into 2. Dashy gets 1 off spawn, and suddenly you've got Rock control. This is the best hard point for FaZe through the first set. Now Texas in control and holding.
And it's just a multi-kill, and then you have Dashy locking down top hallways. If he doesn't get that, Dashy, he's top hall with an AR, would be so tough. Draws it out, pulls out the sub, contest through the water. FaZe, a team that just will not go away, and well, he's gonna win it. So he's able to find a double. Pistol in hand, close spawns here for FaZe. The reinforcements flooding. Hook with another double. Shotzzy, Mercury's trying to get there to back him up, but much better job here at P4 for Optic.
Still so little separating these squads with the final 15 or so seconds. It looks like FaZe are gonna send another volley at this, and they'll get right into the grinder. I mean, I know Cell gets 2, but chewing up the time will be Optic Texas. Now let's get ready for our 3rd set. What, 25-point lead. Shotzzy has absolutely turned it around. The big moments now coming down the stretch. Leading on one side is Abizi, the other is Hoop. See which superstar is going to have the brightest moment, who shines the brightest late.
And that is just a great stun from one of the number 1s. I think it was Celium. To know where Hook's position is, just to read those spawns.
I've been trying to start to look at the minimap.
Yeah, we got a lot of number 1s, couple of number 5s. One day, Codcaster is going to work.
Yeah, one day, we'll get there. But getting there in the scoreline is Optic Texas, closer to putting this map 1 away. And again, with FaZe being Team A and taking and picking this map 1, what a big steal this could be for Optic Texas if they are able to do it. Over to Shotzi's POV and into the fray. 15 seconds remaining. FaZe have rotation for now, but this is some great time. Optic Texas are going to pick up, spawning out deep boathouse and trying to transition across. I mean, one of the number 1s from FaZe.
This actually helps out though, right? So they know there's nobody towards the front, but Optic are going to have fences spawn, and this has been a key for FaZe. I think they want to have a cleaner P2. They've had a couple of chances. Some, chaotic situations that haven't given them their early setups, but this time you have everybody in. Now you have to read the splits. A tough one. Draws are going to spawn all the way out. Are you going to read this? Not going to happen. The split this time going to help out Optic. You're staying disciplined as Mercules. That is going to be a 3 dead.
And that timing on the minimap looked disgusting for whichever number 1 it was. Right as they peaked Rocket, one teammate spun out Boathouse, and right as they gave it up, the push came in. We'll see if a team kill maybe costs Optic Texas. With just under 30 to go, the next break chance for Atlanta FaZe to get in, but you're 30 points away from a win. Optic Texas getting so close and still winning fights around the point. They'll give it up there at the tail end of it though. And it looks like you'll secure this final 20. So again, gonna be what, about 10 to 15 points between the teams?
Yeah, and again, both teams just bestie at P2. I think early for FaZe, and then you've had these later breaks for FaZe to split it right onto the Optic setups. But it's gonna be Optic again at P3 fences. Hooked, he's already top halls, just finding so much information, dealing with this first push by himself.
Yeah, you mean you're gonna have, what, 10 seconds off this before the push really mounts for FaZe. Mercules, though, dealing with it on one side, the tracking on point for the second. 15 now, needed for the win. Abizi is weak and silent. Selim is cut down. Just 10 now to go. The next FaZe push, it may be the last FaZe push, in and coming. Looking for the openings, they're not finding them. It's Mercules, it's Hoop. Holding the line, FaZe in trouble. Optic locking it down. Optic! We get the map 1 win on Hacienda. And now that combo about kind of Team A, Team B. Usually, you know, FaZe a team that'll lose that map 1, then they're going to their surge pick, not the end of the world. Now, you lose your hardpoint pick, you're going to the Optic search pick. Things become a little bit more interesting than their traditional series layout.
Yeah, I mean, the only good thing for FaZe is it's protocol map number 2, right?
Yeah, that's a good one for them.
It's a great one for them. It did go all the way to a round 11, but this is just part of the bigger conversation, right? I mean, FaZe, their map pool has obviously throughout the year gotten sliced and diced, and they just haven't found a hard point where they are winning comfortably.
Yeah, no.
Right? Throughout the year.
Everyone seems stressful, right?
It just goes away, and while Optic, they take advantage of it. On a Hacienda, 30 from Hook, so many key multi-kills, especially at that P4. That really gave them that nice lead to close out the game. On the side for FaZe, I mean, Simp, the last time these two played at the last major, he has like a 1.3 on this series.
Yeah, no, Friday.
Dominates. Bit of a slow one there.
Shots, he started real slow. What, around 3 and 12 or whatever it was? I forget what he got out to exactly, but bounces back in a big way. A part of some big moments, but it felt like it was the Mercules or Hoop multi-kills at big moments that were so huge for this side. Seeing some of the highlights throughout this, no real separation for either team until Optic Texas pull away late, but he just felt like nobody could hold a full setup. I mean, outside like the first rock hard point for FaZe, like everything felt like it was like a 30-30 split for a long time.
I mean, both teams, that's one where the coaches with the VOD, I think both will go back to the P2s.
Yeah.
What could have gone a little bit differently? But yeah, I think you felt the nerves. You saw it from the POV first match at Champs, such a big game. And yeah, both teams with some slow starts, but it was Optic who clutch on up. And again, just who? At that rock kill, his multi-kill is the difference.
He had so many. All right, Mercules was right there with him for many clutch multi-kills. One here late to help seal it. The trade needs to be there, but Simp can't do it. Lovely out of Mercules. As Texas with the hold here. Fences where it's been pretty darn messy. They don't allow it to get messy late. They hold for the final 30, and they'll secure the map win. So they'll go up, they'll go out in front, and well, listen, we've already got one of our, champs on the year in Thieves sitting in the losers bracket. I mean, FaZe goes down there too, and I don't know what the hell this weekend is, bro. That would be insane.
I mean, this is what can happen with that sort of extended break, right? A team like Optic, it felt like they were getting better with Mercules last major. They showed us some improvements. That time only helps them. You're hoping they're peaking right now.
I think one of the teams that probably got helped the most by the extra 2 weeks has got to be Optic.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be. Just trying to get in a flow with Mercules, try to work on some small things and really dial it in. And then,
with whatever roster they have.
Yeah, true. But then at least, I mean, even if the scrims have been going well, we've heard like Shotzi comments and they've been going really well, it still has to transition to the actual main stage, to LAN. And so far, so good. But now, yeah, protocol search, thoughts though for this?
I mean, I don't know, bread and butter for FaZe, one of their best. But again, last time these two teams played, it was a round 11. Mercules played it extremely well in this search and destroy. He was like the guy that was finding multi-kills down low, but for FaZe, we know what they love to do. They just go down low, dominate the bomb site.
Yep.
Is that strategy going to work again?
And I think we've both been looking for just maybe some tricks, some new spots, some cheeky little moments we're going to see in Search and Destroy. And listen, it's a Thursday at Champs, so we might not see some stuff pulled out till Saturday.
Maybe.
I mean, last year we saw some of that where it's like Saturday stuff gets busted out. I'm talking to you, Joe, to Thieves on Rio is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable, but who will have some flashy spots, some incredible moments. Shotzzy, vocal with the boys now, really started heating up later in that map 1, but this Optic team guilty of some slow starts in series, whether it's been online or on land. Not going to be the case here as they come out swinging and get that map 1 done.
And I think for Shotzzy, like, you're having a rough start to the map, and you can't find your flow. You look at the scoreboard and you're up 10 points. There is no better feeling in the world.
100%. I think if you're down 50 at that point, it's like, oh, it's on me. You get on your own head a little bit. I don't care how much of a veteran you are. You start to blame yourself a little bit maybe, but nah, if you're in the lead, it's like, whatever. Boys have got me. He's got to help. It's like a trust thing, bro. He's got to help. Well, listen, we showed the Draza stats. That didn't do much for you leading into the map 1. Here, the Simp Search and Destroy stats. He has been terrific in Search on the year. Well, outside of the final last major where he got absolutely shut down by Thieves. But he'll look to get something going after not having the best map 1. FaZe look to tie us up. Optic look to extend this lead. It's Proto, Search now, and FaZe kick it off on offense. And what do you know? They will like to send a full-on push towards A, not liking what they're seeing this time around. Don't have any trophies.
Yeah, round 1, no trophies, just throwing shoulders.
It's a real dangerous push.
Gaining the info, the Shotzzy may be over Pete. Kabisi's going to throw that stun out. Now it's just a question of where is he? But just going to be locking this down as Bomb's starting to move over towards B. Dashy is there, putting some shots in, and that is going to be the key. That first player towards that B bomb. Well,
the help.
There is the help on Acelium. Now, but can Simp get back, though, right? Just you would love to rotate this, but he's got to get out. He's got to get out. And, well, he's able to find a kill, and then Celium gets another one. So the help is there. But now it's all down to Dashy.
One of the iciest. But no chance.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Dashy's like, thank God, man, it's always me.
It is always him.
It's always him,
last
bro.
series, it was, him twice.
Yeah. I told you, dude, this is such a weird thing. I bumped into BZ at the Rushback last event, and we were laughing about it. And he's like, dude, I don't know, it's like always Dashy. And at the same time, Dashy walks in, he's like, leave me alone, bro. It was so funny. Like, right as we're cracking up about it, he walked in. Oh.
Guy's a freak.
He is. I almost had him, but, well, had the kill, had the round.
animation doesn't jump through as soon as they, all right, well.
Yeah, I gotta finish this one. But really, yeah, you think maybe they're going to be able to isolate Simp and draws kind of over towards that B bomb, or make it so they can't wrap out at least, or come away with numbers. But just not the case whatsoever. But bully ball right onto the point. Who's going to walk away with a multi? It's going to be Simp. Shotzzy will trade it out, so quickly into a 2 versus 2.
Oh, we talked about Simp's multi-kills. He gets another one in this round. Could be the post-plant scenario. Nade, stuns, not going to connect on either side. Mercury's going to hop off the bomb, just take his time, but now the plant going to restart. Well, Shotzzy, what is the time going to be like? Spiral side.
Not going to be great. He still had a Simtex. He held his pocket, though, so he's able to get the kill. Great tags in from Hercules. Hercules trying to clutch up 1 versus 2, chasing him down and closing it out. Hercules with the 1v2, and yeah, I was going to say when he was planting, he still had that Simtex. Thought it might be huge, it absolutely was.
And I think it hits both, right? Or it just backs down Celium, but then just the confidence. Puts some shots in with the Jackal, has the AMS as well, hunts Cell down, doesn't allow him to regen health, take a different angle. There were still like 30 seconds left on the bomb, so Cell had plenty of time. Yeah, I thought maybe with the timing for shots, it was going to be rough, but it doesn't matter. Mercules has his back.
That Simtex was everything. Everything. I mean, is it winnable without it? Sure, but it is way, way harder. He's able to kind of split the players with that, give himself 2 one-on-ones, and does it beautifully.
Bully ball again, this time for FaZe.
They got a trophy, and this time they want to get right on into the mix. This will be an immediate plant in for Simp and up an immediate first blood as Shotzzy is going to get caught.
Well, another first death for him, right, on defense. Not what you want from Shotzzy. You want him to open things up for you. Instead, he's getting caught this time over to his duo and Hook. But Draza with some big gunfight spiral side. Abizi through the middle of the map, able to take down Mercules, and that is what FaZe does on Protocol.
As I say, that's like that's FaZe in a nutshell. In their offense
it
on
is.
Proto. Yeah.
As soon as they start to get the trophy systems, you just have to know.
Well, there's very few teams have been able to shut it down, right? And it's like, do you try to play the retake? Do you try to just meet them with 4? And yes, it's not like they're perfect on that. Like they have been stopped, but
I would say their win rate's
their winning rate's real high in that exact scenario. So they'll regain the lead now. And man, I curse as we got through 2 series without any kind of like scoreboard, like kill bugs or anything. And
we're good right now.
Yeah, no, we are. I was just thinking that, like, we're okay right now. I don't know why I opened my mouth. I just want to see 3 number 1s again. Well, Pook is like, okay, well, I don't like what I am seeing. All he saw was bullets and nearly gets dropped.
And this is a fake because Optic, they're not transitioning over towards B. They're staying A side. We'll be waiting for somebody to over peek. And then they're going to go back down low because they know FaZe. They have to reposition. So you're going to re-clear this if you are Optic. But one player is inside, and that is Simp. He loves to be in this spot, but Shotzzy, he's going to guess the corner. Beautiful. There is a quick trade, but Dashy's going to find Celium.
I mean, how often do we see him get multi-kills from that spot or some spot tucked away? They read it and they pick him though. But it's still on Abe and Draws to maybe clutch up in this 2 versus 3. All right, info 1-1. Tries to drop down. Beautifully played from Hercules, and he's going to go ahead and get both. The young man's having himself a map. Already got a first blood to his name. Has the 1v2 clutch. Gets the final 2 here. Leading the lobby in damage and kills.
Well, Optic say if you can do it, so can we. But we're just going to take our time, allow you to sort of, reset the map, back down up towards B. And then it's just a guessing game. And that time, Shotzzy, instead of a first death, he finds that first blood onto Simp, the lone player inside of that bomb site. So see what adjustments both teams start to make on defense.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be in a similar position again. It's just, do they read the corner right? Where is he set up? I mean, you shut down Simp a lot for this FaZe team in Search and Destroy. It can spell disaster like we just saw in our last final. This looks like the date we saw with Abizi earlier. He's just going to go behind that, but he's just in the corner. It doesn't pick it. One's going to be a team kill, though. Who cleans up the next 2, and they shut it down. No success for him down today this time.
Well, Simp just doesn't know where Shotzzy is, and then Draza, him and Abizi, they line up, right? I mean, you were stuck in the elevator shaft, so Shotzzy, he should pretty much get credited for 2 in that round. But yeah, little off angle right there. You don't check the corner. Well, it is just a slaughter for FaZe down towards the A site.
Yeah, you're just guessing left or right. Just doesn't peek the corner. This is what it looks like from Shotzzy. Just everyone down in front of him. Like you said, might as well credit him with 2. Gets 1 damage into another, leaves it for Hook to finish it. They'll now take advantage in this map too. I mean, the good thing for Optic, you got a lot of EOD to watch for FaZe and what they like to do there. And so far, whether it's picking Simp out of the corner, setting up in a corner there where they think they won't check.
This is fast. This is so quick. He's behind him. Yeah, he is behind him. He doesn't try to take the player up top. He just goes right down low. And while they're planning toward this could be maybe the wrong call here for Optic, but they're going to catch Draza. I thought maybe Draza was going to catch him on the B bomb. I say you had the A site with Simp take it down, but you are all over the map right now if you are Optic.
Yeah, this is a weird round. They're going to wrap this out. And some key decisions coming in now. Looks like they're just going to work this down towards A. Try to get the plan in. See what kind of utility maybe FaZe have to work to take this retake.
Well, they still don't know where this is, right? I mean, you still have Abizi checking B. Now bomb going down towards A. Cell, he wants to drop from top house, but just going to clear the other angles first. There is one player all the way through. That's going to be Dashy. Well, timing is going to be weird for both.
He's got a stun. Up over the top, stun's gonna hit. Will it matter? Does not matter at all. Optic Texas with a 3v2. Hold the site and now get up 2 rounds in this search. Closer and closer to a big round 1 upset.
Man, well, they're just doing what Optic or what FaZe do, just better. Better right now over towards this A site, finding the early numbers. I mean, Shotzzy right from the get-go. That is the plan. He doesn't deal with the player down up top. He goes down low, and as soon as they find Simp, I think the call is A is open. But the problem is, you could see,
really
Bomb
committed.
was over towards
Yeah.
B. Draza was about to peek you, but Mercules had that player's back, and then they just have to wrap it on through.
Yeah, I mean, if he checks it, he probably gets 1. Or at least gets the player off Bomb. Maybe it becomes a lot more winnable. Becomes very interesting, but not gonna be the case. You're on 4 straight for Hoop. Mercules 3 in a row. FaZe gonna get right back to the quick plant here.
Yeah, they said we're just gonna go quick this time. Last time did not work out. They do have the car though.
Damage in, turns it into 1, and able to stay alive for a bit. Might actually lead to a team kill further down. Simp now gonna be the last one up. Can't walk away with all of them. Able to get 2, but not enough. 5 rounds on the board now for Optic as the chaos ensues on the site. And that's the fact that Shotzzy gets through, gets 1, and then just that little bit, staying alive that extra second, bro, just causes an overextension really from FaZe.
And really what the RC does is it opens up the spiral case drop down, right? That it backs that player up from FaZe.
Yeah.
That is the key. They have to reposition here, and then on the reposition, Shotzi's gonna find 1 on the cross. Draza slides, but he lands onto a nade. It may have been a team nade, and it's just chaos in the site. But the RC car, that extra utility, deals with the player bottom spiral, forces them to back down up, and then when they go to retake it, they don't know Shotzi's already in that spot.
Beautifully done by Optic Texas. 1 more round. Mercules, the young guy, leading it at 8-3. Catching some nades, but staying up. Trying to get Shotzzy out across top mid again. They're not going to get him through this time. He gets through, he can decide around, but just opening and timing not there for him.
Well, this is a map FaZe has had somewhat 2-5, 3-5 comebacks. So 1 round at a time for them. Position they have been in, and they find that first blood, slow things down. Hoot just tries to get aggressive. But it's looking like we're going to a round number 9.
We'll see. Mercules has had himself some plays. Maybe another one here. Well, not any playmaking ability there. Dashy tries to challenge, some good tags in, but he'll be in the 1 versus 4 now with just over 30 to go. So I'm gonna make you work for it.
Let me just take some time. Maybe just talk about next round, what we want to do. Or just let him go hunting a bit. Let him go hunting. He's able to find 1. He's only got 15 seconds, so not gonna find much more outside of that. FaZe just gonna slide around to waste his time, but I'll tell you what, that boy is shooting.
He is shooting. Didn't really give himself a chance to win a round, but gun a couple of players, maybe build the confidence. But FaZe, round by round, as you said, try to bring this one back. No strangers to comebacks and search and destroy, as they'll work to do it here. Celium picking up several. In this round, I think 3 of them. And he's got 2 first bloods to go with that. I mean, dude, Shotzzy stats right. He's got 4 first bloods and 3 first deaths. I mean, the Zuma stat line.
Yeah. Well, I think FaZe probably just gonna go right back to A. I mean, the only difference is that you had the RC card, but the only problem is you forgot Bomb.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, forgot Bomb, and Abizi forgot his legs, as he has been blown to bits.
Yeah, so you switch it up, you get away from the A strat. I mean, you feel like you braced down last round due to the RC card, but doesn't matter. So first blood with an aid onto Abizi, and Mercules, Dashy, the team shot on point. They retake top mid control, and this one looks to be over early.
Yeah, feeling that way. No Bomb, and the nade to silence him, all on Simp and Draws to potentially bring this back. Otherwise, they're looking at an 0-2 hole. Optic looking for their first victory over FaZe this year. They are getting closer and closer.
Well, Dashy's he's helicopter, so thought maybe he was going to spot these players, but FaZe are going hunting. They're just not going to find anything. All of Optic playing together. As soon as Dashy sees contact, everyone going to zip on up to him. Mercules going to fly to him. Shotzi's going to start to work the flank. It's all about the numbers now. And well, Mercury's hoping to catch that player on the plant. But this is going to open up the route for Hoop to find the first, try to close out the map. It's Hoop.
Simp not able to pull off something miraculous. It is a search and destroy win for Optic, and the boys are dialed. I mean, you can see the prep has been done. They're looking so strong after the first 2 maps. As you said, that's been a very good one for FaZe, but like, I mean, they were giving a taste of their own medicine throughout the course. You can tell, yeah, they have been watching VOD. They knew which corners to check, what setups to pick apart. Beautifully done there from Optic.
Yeah, and I mean, on the FaZe side, you got a lot of what you wanted, right? You had good reads on the map. You got into your A post plants. The one time he got retaken was a big round, but then when things slowed down for Optic, I think the key is like Simp in a lot of those scenarios. The one time he gets flanked by Shotzi, the other one he guesses the right corner. Normally Simp is good for 1.
Yeah.
Most of the time 2 from that spot.
Yeah.
Just never really found anything. That is credit to the Optic team.
What a performance out of Mercules in this Optic lineup. They'll take it 6-3. I mean, this is the one, when you and I talked about, we thought this had the most upset potential of these round 1s. I just felt that way, bro, with like FaZe just owning the matchup this year. Like, Company haven't got a win. You saw them have their best finish at the last major. Felt like they were starting to click. You thought the prep time for them could be huge.
Well, just
we're seeing it pay off here.
Yeah, last match was very close, and I thought the vetoes were pretty bad for Optic. Like the hard points.
The last series?
Yeah, they played both red card and rewind, which I don't know. Like that's 2 FaZe wanted to play. You completely switch it up here. You have Hasi and Skyline, but before we get to the Skyline hardpoint, now you have a Hasi and a Control, which
you 3-0'd
you
last time,
3-0'd them last time. And one where FaZe versus these top teams started to struggle. Like this was their map from the start of the year. But then you lose it in the final, you lose it to Optic the last event, so very susceptible here to a loss.
Optic up 2-0, dominating, a chance to take this one 3-0, and what a wild day 1 this would be. Des, talk to us about this match.
Looks like the CEO is in a fight with the control board as Optic is up 2-0, draws an Atlanta FaZe down at halftime. And that's a bit of a shocker for 3 of us on the desk. Chance, did you see Optic, though, going up 2-0 in this series?
I mean, honestly, yeah, kind of. It's a protocol that they lost in round 11 where it was like Abizi just had the nade call for the final. Like, if they beat him with a day 1 strat, it's champs. We are not day 1. It is at the very end in a Hacienda where Atlanta FaZe have looked weak. So, yeah, actually.
Let's take a look here at our highlights from Search and Destroy, because this was a shocker to see Mercules dropping most damage in the lobby. His 3rd LAN in the CDL. He's got what, 2 top 4 placements, 2 top 6? Now he's making a run for Optic here at the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, I mean, the kid just shoots incredibly straight. He's icy as well. Massive 1v1 victory up against Celium, who we know just wins those every single time, setting the tone for them. And then you can see like the confidence that Shotzi has in Mercules and the rest of his team. Like, he's just sending it, getting through, flanking through bottom spiral, making massive plays. And then Atlanta's starting to think like, okay, we got to have some presence towards mid. You saw it at the very end. Like, we're trying to take mid gun. Well, guess what? Nobody's there this round. So constantly keeping Atlanta guessing. It was so tough to play up against.
And also shout out Shotzi. I mean, 5 first bloods, and he was doing rogue things on the map. Like rogue things that maybe you would try in rank play. Like when he got through that spiral staircase flank and gets that first kill, you know the guy sitting in that corner was like, what the hell just happened? So this is when we talk about Shotzi being like one of the best players in the game, it's when he's able to pull off stuff like this, because there's no other player that can come close. So when he gets aggressive like that and the timings just play out so well, it makes the map so much easier for the rest of his teammates. And this is where they can out-talent some teams.
And this is a showdown between 2 of our most experienced lineups. Mercules is the X Factor, though, the one guy who has never been to a champs. And we talked to Karma, the coach of Optic Texas, asking him about what it's like to play with Mercules. It's been nothing but smiles down in Texas. Here's what Karma had to say.
Coach Karma, big difference in that major 4 for you and the team. Unbelievable stuff. And of course, a lot of that came down to bringing on Mercules. Slaying was never your problem as a team, but teamwork was. Has teamwork naturally just kind of been implemented, bringing Merc onto the team, or is that something you've had to also coach in and kind of push him through and the rest of the team to work out this new dynamic?
Yeah, so the teamwork did come naturally. I think once we got Mason on the roster and we got some time under our belts, that like made it work itself. But it's not to say we didn't have to put in time. Like this past month has been every day, extra sets. We've been really doing everything to make sure, no matter the situation, we know what's going on as a team. And in matches sometimes, you're going to be in hard situations, and you can't always prepare for that. But just so that we got all the guys on the same mindset, same idea for pretty much every situation that could arise. And we've done everything we can. Now we just have to come out and execute.
The execution has been on point through 2 games. They win by 46 in hardpoint, then a 6-3 beatdown on Protocol over Atlanta FaZe. Optic is on match point, and we're going to Hacienda Control. What are the odds that Optic can complete a sweep over FaZe in our opening round?
Actually, fairly high. Yeah, the Hacienda Control is one of their best maps and modes. 8-4 on the season right now. Flip side, Atlanta's 14-6, but they're in a really great spot.
And how many games are we going to in this series?
Yeah, after seeing those 2 maps, I think it's a 3-0 Optic. They played them on this map. Last time they matched up, it was a 3-0 on Hacienda Control. I think Optic are firing all cylinders.
I think half this crowd would be happy to see it end right now. A lot of people want to stick around for a Game 5. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. We are done. Halftime is finished. It's time for game number 3. Back over to Maven and Merc.
Yeah, I was hoping for a banger. I was hoping for a Game 5, some magic between these squads, but no, it's feeling a whole hell of a lot like a 3-0. Optic have come in prep. They've done their homework. They have silenced this FaZe roster, and they're a map away from closing this out. But you got to think, all right, so there's been like a lot of VOD prep if you're going to do like on the map 2, if you're Optic preparing for this. You think about the map 3, like you got to think if you're FaZe, you just got 3-0 by them. You think you're going to play this. You got to imagine there's a bunch of adjustments you're going to try to make from last time you played, right?
Yeah, Hacienda Control had to be one that FaZe has in their back pocket. Why? Because, they just don't play ball. Like, they know they had to make their improvements, make some adjustments here coming into this event. And it's not, obviously you don't want to be down 0-2, but even map number 4, Skyline, they just beat Thieves in the final, right? So still some very strong maps here for FaZe.
Yeah. It's doable. It's doable.
It's doable, but the fact is, they are just simply being outplayed by the top of the team.
They certainly are. Control on land this season. Big advantage to FaZe, but what we'll keep touching on is the last time they played at Major 4, it was all Optic on this map and mode. They'll look to dominate it here again. Who are your eyes on the Optic roster now to get going?
On the Optic side, I'm looking at Shotzi. On the FaZe side, I'm looking at Simp, right? I just think both of those players, this is a map where, they could absolutely get lost, make some big plays, and just Simp, he completely took over the last time these 2 teams played. He has been shut down here so far.
He absolutely has. We will freeze for a moment. Hopefully it was just
There's just us, I'm on.
Okay, good. All right, back to the action. And looking good on the feed here for Optic Texas. They'll continue to find kills. Now be the call for Shotzi to now get forward and try to stagger this offensive push. The stagger not going to come, but maybe set some up now from Hercules. He's been spotted though and backed up, so no freebies for him. A couple of gunfight wins for FaZe, or at least going to get them out, start moving around the map. A little awkward sequence there, I think, for Hook and Simp. And Hook's going to get a little bit of help and end up turning that into 2 with Shotzi. Already down to 45 seconds here. And FaZe are down 6 lives.
You're just not finding kills, right? You're not opening up lanes. You're just getting shut down. Every time you're checking something, there's an Optic player already ready for you for that gunfight. Finally a trade, somebody in the kill feed. That's going to be a easy, but you're down to 30 seconds. You have no map control. Optic with such a strong defense to start this map. And this was one where FaZe so strong throughout the year, but recently it's looked weaker and weaker. Teams figured it out.
The lurking and waiting will be Hook. He's going to turn to 2. I think shots into a 3rd. Great play there from Hook just to chill. And then Shoe players in the back. 10 seconds to go. Up 9 lives. Optic in cruise control here in the opening defense. Last desperation effort to maybe get a body onto the point. Cell just going to get there, or is he? Will get stopped, and that's all Optic from the get-go.
Normally you watch FaZe on this map, somebody gets out towards plat, somebody stays alive on that B point. Right, that's when they make their plays. You don't even touch it. You don't even get to that area. A couple of just key multi-kills from this man on your screen from the get-go, and then they couldn't get out of their base.
Oh, no. Just being outplayed, outclassed. And listen, when you're prepping for the event, you're scrimming everybody not on your side of the bracket. These two teams haven't really been grinding against each other the past month. It just seems like FaZe expected one team, and that's not the team they're playing against. This is a refined Optic Texas, a team may be capable of making a run deep into the tournament this weekend. What a start it would be with a win here. You already have Thieves and Losers. You have your two biggest competition already in Losers. How massive that could be. Great break on defense, looking for a great break here on offense. Not going to be quite as clean, but you'll get Hook out.
Well, he's going to find a kill, so you're going to pause the clock, and now FaZe have to deal with him. At least the nades hit, so Cell has the advantage in that gunfight. But we never really saw FaZe in this scenario last offense. Just getting onto that B point, pausing the clock, and well, making the defense work. Hook and Shotzzy, Dashy all finding kills. The last player is going to be a BZ, but progress being made at B.
Yeah, second tick about halfway there. Hook thinking about challenge. Just gonna maybe wait for a teammate to get some damage in. Try to hit the stun and go, and beautifully played there from Hook. Second bit of progress is through. Nearly the extension, just good movement there from Hoop. Good help in for Mercules. Up 5 lives and just dominating Hoop. His POV has been sensational over the course of this series. Really out the gate of that map 1. Time extension is in, progress already working today.
I mean, teamwork on point from Optic. Everybody double challenge. You can see the players are always weak when they're taking gunfights. Stun nades on point. Transition now is Hook. Locking down a top office, finally gets straight out, but I mean, Zip 1 in 10. Just do not ever see this from that man.
Never. He's getting smashed by this Optic side. Like you said, he had like a 1-3 last time they played, so he's been dominating in this matchup just here. He can find nothing. And now you just hope, like similar to the slow start from Shotzzy, maybe in the map 1, maybe Sim starts to get going, but obviously a very different mode here in control, but you brought it back a bit in the lives department. You started to find some kills.
The problem is minute 30 still for Optic, right? They've been on the objective so much. They can take their time and, well, find kills just like that. Dashy was lurking off his side. Draws is going to take him down. They know where Shotzzy is, how much pressure they deal with him. On the other side of the map, it is a BZ. Finding the players off of spawn.
We'll see what the timing is like. Well, it's going to work out pretty well there for Optic Texas. You let Hercules get 2, and that might just really set up a perfect push. But good finesse there from BZ until the help comes in. You still have a minute to go. 12 versus 12.
Shotzi's got to get involved in this somehow, right? I mean, they've just ignored him. They know he's been out. He's going to try to find a player or two off spawn. One player's going to get on the point, so this should allow Shotzzy to make a play. That's Hook. I mean, FaZe aren't dealing with Hook, right? Hook's about to get another tick in for free. 10 versus 11, and he's pausing the clock. So FaZe fighting elsewhere, and this guy, he's just hanging out. He is hanging out on the objective, and now Shotzzy is able to make that play.
They're finally going to deal with it, but things getting a little bit hairy. We'll see if they can clear the objective off the point. Dashy's 2, though. Might set them up to seal it. Nice little double chow, though, to shut that down. This is a must-win round, it feels like, for FaZe, and they are in trouble. No respawns remaining, 4 versus 5. Half a tick needed for Optic. Can they do it? That's a
gunfight.
Huge gunfight out towards Rock.
But look at the tick as well. I mean, it's halfway filled. So as soon as there's pressure on it, someone from FaZe has to peek. That first player going to be Simp. On the other side, it's to be Draws at top halls.
4 versus 4. A good old-fashioned S&D round. 20 seconds now to go. As he said, half a tick.
You just all jump on this?
Just fucking descend it, get on it, see if you can do it. Sipto able to find the first blood in this scenario. BC gonna win a big one from the steps. Pressure Mercules to go huge, not able to do it. And now all to Dashy. You're thinking through how could they win this? The different options you've got. Just send it onto the point, maybe just hop on it.
I thought maybe just go for it.
Guys, 3, 2, 1, just hop on it.
I'm thinking, yeah, maybe catch them off guard. But you had that 2-2 split there from FaZe. I think it was Draws at top, or bottom secret. You had Celium go on the flank, and well, it was a 1 in 10 start for this man. But he picks it up on the second half of this round and ties it up at 1 apiece.
Whew. Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, Optic kind of cruised their defensive win. FaZe had to work for it, but the fact is you got the round victory. Maybe some momentum to ride off of that. But God, that felt like the longest control round of all time. Because you just had early capture, I felt like you had a body on it so often, like that stretch you were talking about where Hook was just on A. See if the break off could be any better from FaZe this time around on offense.
not seeing anything top halls or over towards A, so they should know where Optic is. Going on those flanks maybe or through connector. Draws are going to slide on Anto. He's going to get taken down. That will activate Sim. They're going 1-for-1 so far, but this is better than what they showed earlier. But it was the multi-kills, and it's Hoot again on Hacienda.
He's had so many. Yeah, at least you're out on the map a bit.
Yeah.
A whole heck of a lot better than last time through. Got to put a toe on it. Pause the clock, trying to maybe cause a rotation in from Texas, but they're standing tall. Dashy, he's won a couple in a row, just sits in a corner, lurks, gotta love that.
Shotzi's like, I know what kind of play this guy's making. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to continue to hold this. Shotzi is letting nobody through. As again, this defense from Optic. Giving FaZe absolutely nothing. The wall is strong right now.
Yeah, just like not allowing them to get information for free. Always keeping them second guessing. Thought some quality beams there from draws, maybe to get 2 to get him out, but that won't happen. BC not going to dip a toe into the point. Wins one gunfight, but the follow-up is always there for Optic. 15 seconds now to go. Dashy with the chow. Dashy gets shut down. You got to go, though. About to be sub 10 seconds to go. Cell gets out to it. Now, can Atlanta FaZe turn this into an extension?
And again, there's just somebody lurching from the Optic side. That time it was Mercules, at least able to find one. Cellium's position rotates Optic towards B. The rest of FaZe, they're going to get off and start to work the same point. Cell, a ton of info there and a lot of bullets to the face.
Just gonna try reposition and hold. Able to get one at least. Just trying to play his life, play for info. His teammates able to pick up some as well. Last guy they're hunting for right above him in the form of Dashy. Dashy wins that one. Nades over the top. All right, not gonna hit. So there's your minute extension, but still, you're down to 13 lives. Not a lot for FaZe to work with. And that's a big clearance from Optic Texas.
Yeah,
that's huge. Another multi for Hoop.
Yeah, now you're going to get all the way pushed up fences if you are Mercules, forcing them garage side. And as you said, only 11 lives remaining for FaZe. Not a lot of time to work with either. Finally felt like FaZe were starting to get in their mojo, starting to play their lives a little bit more. Right from Cellium's POV. But Optic, they deal with them once they capture the point. Right back into a strong position.
30 to go. Once again, just tuck it in corners and FaZe trying to sniff them out properly. Over to B we go. Able to pause the clock at 25.5.
Just feels like Cell's the one player finding openings for FaZe. Like winning some of these tough gunfights we normally see from him. But onto this B point. Somebody gets through though. It was Shotzi. Yeah, Shotzi got a great timing connector. I think Sim just gave it up. Now 22 seconds for Sim. He's just trying to play his life. Focus on him on the other side of the map. Mercules is getting kills.
Sim's gonna get shut down. 15 seconds out to go, only 5 lives left. Off to the races. Go Atlanta FaZe, we'll see if they can actually get there. Abizi's gonna get shut down. Cell's gonna get silenced. No respawns remaining. Optic Texas defense simply too strong. This is the teamwork we've been looking for all year. One more round.
And I think Dashy, yeah, he had to get reminded he had to win one more round.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, did he think they won?
Yeah, he did think they won. He was about to start talking some trash, but it's okay. And it's all right. They were close. They were close to winning 3-0. But yeah, this is what we saw last major. Like, FaZe, when we watched them on Hacienda, 90% of the year, they were like guaranteed to win an offensive round.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it feels like that success has just gone away.
Yeah, no, it really has. Just they'd be pulling out 4 subs, keeping teams on their back foot.
Whoever was B was just playing their life, so annoying to deal with.
Yep.
You are seeing none of that.
They're struggling to get to those positions, for God's sake. Maybe the last round. If Optic Texas could do it here on offense. Just beams from Hercules to open it up. He's on 5 straight. Able to get the first 2, and we're going to be instant progress again. Looks like it's going to be a long defensive hold for FaZe potentially again if they're able to do it. They'll find another. And another.
BZ is through though. He goes on a long flank all the way through. That's just calling out names, right, Toms? Where could a BZ be? Maybe they just think he's playing lobby, but a BZ flanks through well. He's able to find a double, so gives them an opening, keeps Optic off that point.
Big play from Abizi to slow that down. They still got like a tick and a half, but that looks to be getting cleared now. Here comes the next push. will take out Simp, and they'll progress this towards the second tick. The help there once again.
Yeah, double chows.
Yeah, I would say the solo chow team, those Optic Texas, for so long, that was so frustrating. How many double chows now are instant trades? What we begged for all year.
Hercules just barely staying up.
He's going to get this point. I mean, due to that, he just repositions and he gets a kill. He gets a kill as well. So a minute 50 now. Plus you're up in lives. FaZe have to defend A. It is all down to this.
Well, they held for, what, 2 minutes last time. Can they do it again here? Simp just able to get away as Hercules runs out of ammo. Chest bumping low as Shotzi and Abizi. I feel like 3 dead, and Optic Texas get in a position to maybe put this away.
Well, again, just that one solo player from Optic just kind of being ignored. That was Dashy. You know, last time we watched him on offense, it was Shotzi for majority of the round, but Dashy's going to try to get involved now. Knows a couple of players are off spawn, and well, he's going to just give a layup, an alley-oop to Shotzi. Allows them to start to work A.
Simp able to get one, but that's going to be about it.
That's going to be 3 dead.
Everybody's dropping. There's the 3 dead you were hoping for. Progress is a brewing. Halfway towards the second tick. Hercules with the shots.
This
Simp
might be it.
put in the dirt. 1 tick now to go for the 3-0 here in round 1. Team shot is in. Beams are through. It's all on Simp, and he is down. Optic Texas with a round 1 upset. It's a 3-0. I'll tell you what, I mean, I think we thought the upset was possible, but I think it'd be in this fashion. I think it'd be in 3-0 fashion. I mean, and Simp, a guy that has been so good in this particular matchup, they destroy him. Like, they take him out of the equation. They shut them down. They beat the hell out of him, really. I mean, the map 1, I know it's close, but you beat him 6-3 in the search, 3-1 here, and like the 1 round you scraped away by the skin of your teeth, really, in that last one.
And now everybody's bracket is screwed.
Yeah, the brackets are just, I mean, they already got busted early, bro.
I mean, if you are any of these teams in the winner's bracket, now is your time.
Yeah, so we just got told no perfect brackets. None remaining. I can't say I'm shocked, honestly, with how this tournament has gone so far. It's one thing to call one major upset, to have a second. FaZe and Thieves have won all the tournaments on the year. Might not be the case this one. Month-long break heading into this championship. We wondered if there would be some surprises as a result, and well, that's a resounding yes, Joe.
And well,
we've got some surprises.
I mean, your struggles, if you were FaZe, maybe things you were trying to improve on from Major 4 till now. You know, again, you're losing close hard points.
Yep.
Again, you're losing Hacienda controls. Like, this is just worrisome.
Yeah, you had the same problems you did a month ago.
And then you lost a search. The one game
played you kind of in the grand final. If you think about the last major, like, usually search the one thing they can rely on. Not going to be the case here. It is a clean and efficient win there out of the Optic crew. We've been wanting. We've been waiting.
They look damn good.
They do. Finally, this is what we've been wanting. I mean, listen, I know they had to run the last major to get to a Sunday, but still, you can tell they were like a step away. They might have taken that step and then some. I mean, what a crazy story it would be, as I'm getting ahead of myself, but like, if they make a run to a final somehow win this thing, that would be absurd, right? That'd be one of the wilder stories we've ever had in the history of our esport, based on the year they've had.
Well, we haven't had someone go back-to-back, right? Ever. So that is very much a storyline.
Some players, but not some teams like this. What a run it could be. Yeah, again, ahead of myself. Still a lot of work to do, but just the fact that you have FaZe and Thieves already in losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Miami, if you're an Ultra, Optic, like, this thing is wide open.
Oh, yeah.
For your taking.
No, 100%. Now, could FaZe or Thieves make a crazy run through losers? 100%.
Yeah, they should.
Absolutely. They're probably going to make things interesting, but
they're going to have to meet up.
This bracket is absurd. Literally no one saw this coming. All brackets have been busted, and while the bracket buster, Hook, the Nuke, we've got him on stage with Blaze.
Yes, we do. We got Hook the Nuke in the building. Make some noise for Optic Texas, everybody. Some of that champs magic is in the air as you guys 3-0 FaZe in that How you feeling about this match? Well, how was you feeling after getting this win right now, Hoop?
I'm feeling good. The team's feeling good. We prepared for this match, and it showed.
It definitely did show, okay? And, you know, when we all saw that we were going to get the Classico, you know, Atlanta FaZe versus Optic, day one at Champs, you know, as fans, we were excited, but as a player, how was you feeling when you saw that on the board? And what was the preparation after that?
Yeah, those guys are extremely good. So every time you play them, it's always a challenge, and yeah, I was excited to play them.
Yeah, definitely was, okay? And you play phenomenal on stage, okay? You know, you're always so cool, calm, and collective when we're watching you in those pressure moments, and we know a lot of pressure is on your shoulders, but how awesome would it be to be able to keep that championship trophy in the Hex quarters for Optic Texas?
Well, that was a good, well, we advanced right there, so we just got to keep the ball rolling. That would be great, though, of course.
It definitely would be great, okay? Now, I'm going to let you go and get ready, start preparing for that next matchup tomorrow. I know you want to stay locked in, but what do you want to say to these fans out here cheering Hoop?
Hey, appreciate everyone here, man. This shit is lit.
This shit is lit. You heard it here from the Loop. And that's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, close us out.
Congratulations, Optic Texas. Congrats to Chance, by the way. 4 for 4 on predictions today. He saw the Boston upset. You saw the Optic upset. What's it about these green teams this weekend?
I mean, nothing to do with the green on this one. I just, like, Optic have had a year where, like, it's just been very tumultuous. They've had a lot of roster changes. It's been very scattered. Hook deserves a ton of credit because he's been the absolute anchor for the team.
Hold that thought, because he earns your scuff play of the game. In fact, it comes from all 5 games. Gas him up over the highlights, my guy.
He's godlike, baby. A.W. Hook. Okay, we don't have to go that far. But again, remarkably consistent, and especially for, like, all the roster change drama and the weirdness that, like, they've had to deal with, Hook is incredibly professional. Like, always there in practice, incredibly just, like, kind. Such a nice guy. It's the first time I've ever heard him cuss. That was a lot of fun. So, like, he just has to be one of the best teammates in the league, on top of the fact that, again, remarkably consistent in game.
And it kind of feels like it's his time, you know? Like, it feels like he's kind of been through the gauntlet and kind of underrated, I feel like, for a couple of years now, and sometimes even considered an onliner. Like, he shows up on championship weekend time and time again, and he does it. LAN, online, it doesn't matter. I think Chance said it perfectly. He has, in fact, been the anchor for this team. He's been the most consistent across the board for this team, which comes as a shock.
Yeah, I mean, he was phenomenal in this series. I mean, particularly on the map number 1 as well. Like, some of the rules that they now have in place and executing to the highest level, like, that was the best hardpoint I have seen from Optic in any iteration of this roster all year long. They look like they can win this whole thing.
As good as Hook was playing, Mercules in his 3rd event ever is keeping pace. Let's take a look at some of these highlights from game number 3, because it's rookie watch in 2025. You have the guys from Miami moving forward. We now have this young man powering forward. It's a ridiculous level of new talent coming out here in COD.
Listen, I'm going to be so for real. Rancor is so lucky Merc didn't start at the beginning of this year, because if he consistently played like that all season long, I don't even think it would be a question. He has completely turned around, I feel like, this Optic Texas team. And my God, he had to spawn in with Toronto Ultra, and they still got a top placing. So for Merc, I think there is great things looking forward for this player. I mean, he has been unbelievable. He needs the Supermax yesterday.
True or false from this game 3, though? Dashy thought it was done. He gets up, he's yelling across the stage, and he's got to go another round.
Yeah, he stood up, he saw Shotzi, a deep belly laugh after that one. I don't know what was said, can't wait to hear the comms, but
He's done that before. I remember he broke that down on stream. He did that a few years back. That dude cannot count to 3.
Sometimes you celebrate a little bit early. I've been there. Well done at Optic Texas. They are going to finish the night early with a 3-0. The one match we kind of expected to go to a game 5. It's an upset in an explosive fashion. And who's helping lead the way? How about Mr. Number 1 on the KD leaderboard, Mercules, in his 3rd ever CDL event.
This is Atlanta FaZe, by the way.
Yeah, but keep in mind, he's been grinding ranks, which I know a lot of people think isn't good practice. Call of Duty infested with hackers, and he has been taking them down. If you can gun those guys, you can gun Selly.
When I watch his stream, I'm like, there can't be anybody with a better shot than this.
Permalock,
he literally guns everybody. He's ready for every moment. Like, in terms of raw talent, he's up there with Dashy, with Scrap, as one of the best shots in the game.
That is big gas on a day 1.
Watch his stream. Mercules is unbelievable.
Well, Mercury's got the job done tonight, and he wasn't alone. 3 other teams are powering into winner's bracket round 2. Let's take a look at the start of the day as we open things up with Miami Heretics, the number 5 seed, taking on a struggling Vancouver Surge. And well, Vancouver, they started off hot, but it was all Heretics. Games 2, 3, and 4. You are going to see the Heretics powering in to our top 6.
Yeah, I think the highlight for me in the series had to be Metals and him turning up to kind of change the tides for the side of Miami Heretics. But it's also a little bit of business as usual. This is a little bit of a nightmare matchup for the side of Vancouver Surge and the way they played the game. I mean, there was a couple of moments where they were able to hang with the aggression, but they are just such a fundamentally very slow back-end team that Miami Heretics, they were able to just bully their way straight through.
Rookie of the Year candidate Rancor, a 3-1 win. The man drops nearly 11,000 damage, a 1.6 in Search and Destroy, and he is fragging out with the best of them. Keep your eyes on Rancor and Super, the rookies in Miami, on day number 3. But for now, we have to turn our attention to their opponent. Moving into that Saturday, it'll be Boston Breach, not the LA Thieves. Yes, the number 8 seed pulled off the upset over the best squad on the regular season.
Who almost didn't make champs, going up against the number 1 seed in LA Thieves, coming off of a back-to-back win. Unbelievable from the side of Boston Breach. They got into the Achilles of LA Thieves. This was nightmare.
I mean, they played twice on land. Boston are 2-0. I mean, you look at this Boston team and just some of the maps that they like to play. LA allowing this in the series, and Boston Breach today in Search and Destroy, just way too dominant. You know, the biggest shocking thing that happened in the series is the control. The 3-2 victory and Purge just taking over with 41 kills, making some massive plays down the stretch. And we can't stress enough, Snoopy in the Search effectively shut down Hydra. A lot of the flanks, you know, in the first one, 0-7 for Hydra, and then this last map, he had some kills, but Snoopy was hunting him down, as you just saw. That was following a first blood from Hydra. Snoopy was on point today.
This squad came together for EWC. They have been grinding, and they are moving into winners round 2, where they will be joined by Toronto Ultra. It was a tough fight against Quinn and the Carolina Royal Ravens, but at the end of the day, teamwork makes the dream work. Toronto gets it done in 4.
Yeah, I still want to, like, they're going to have to kick it up just a little bit. I think for a day 1, they got past that first hurdle. Things are looking okay, but they're going to have to crank it up just a little extra notch. Like, their S&D needs to be on final form if they want to win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they let dealership through. It just didn't look like much improvement. I mean, it was like, what, 9-1 first blood, something like that. So, yeah, for Toronto Ultra, I mean, Carolina threw this away. They threw away the control and the hard point. Like, you could make a strong case Carolina could have won that as well. So, yeah, for Toronto, a lot to be desired still. But, hey, you're in winner's bracket.
Carolina fall into the elimination bracket, where their reward is our number 2 seed, Atlanta FaZe. Not the run Slash and crew are looking for, but Toronto's the hometown crowd is rallying behind Joe DeCease, who had a great interview rocking the Crocs on the main stage, Allie.
Oh, they love those Crocs on the main stage, especially Joey D. But again, putting up performances like this at 1.3, Joe continuously showing that he's one of the better SMGs in the game. He's done it so consistently all season long.
We have to take a look at the final bracket going into day 2 of our 4-day event here in Ontario, Canada. We have Boston Breach versus Miami Heretics in that winners round 2. Optic versus Ultra will also be playing on Saturday, but tomorrow it's all about the elimination bracket, and you get another dose of LA Thieves versus the Surge. That was a grand final for Major 3, and then of course FaZe versus Royal Ravens, a match we've seen multiple times this season.
Chris, you just said that is a rematch of a grand final in our elimination round 1. This bracket is insane. Tomorrow should be lit.
Dude, I don't even know. Either LAT or Atlanta FaZe is going to get top 6 or worse. This is going to be a nutty day. Tomorrow's going to be incredible.
It's been a wild champ so far, and we thank you all for joining us for the ride. We kick off the same time tomorrow right here on youtube.com/Conley.
Yeah, I got the power. I've been working after hours. Seize the moment. I came back up, called a coward. Student of the game, like a ball at Howard. You can cut me down. I can be devoured. Card on 10, covered on 10. All I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in. some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. Whatever comes my way, I'm with all of the smoke. Mark my words, that's the realest thing that I wrote.
Oh my God! Oh my God! There's that ticket, there's that ticket, there's that ticket. Top window, top window, top window, top window, yes. Nice, Eric, take your time. Top window, yes, top window, H1, I'm dead to H1.